Chapter 1005. Turning the Tide, This Flower. The gloomy old man in the corner narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling had such a treasure. If he could get it, his mastery of martial arts would rise again. Oh, I forgot to say. Not only do I have one flower, I think I have a few hundred. Lin Ling took out another flower and placed it in the teacup to brew tea. He had plundered the death god's garden, and the treasures in front of him were as numerous as mountains. I support you, the old man immediately said. Hee, thank you, senior. Lin Ling smiled lightly. The purple flower in his hand shot toward the old man, causing a hint of joy to appear in the old man's eyes. If you still want it, come to the mountain river valley tomorrow to find me. Remember, I won't wait for you if you're late. Lin Ling said indifferently. His attitude became cold. The old man's strength was not bad. If he could be recruited into the mountain river valley, the heavenly concubine's array would be like a tiger that had grown wings. The old man did not care about Lin Ling's arrogant attitude at all. The other students narrowed their eyes. They only supported Lin Ling with one sentence, but it was exchanged for a rare heavenly treasure. I can support you, but you have to have the golden rhino ice soul. A scholar in his 40s said. Many people's eyes narrowed. This guy was asking for a lot. One had to know that the golden rhino's ice soul contained the spiritual chi of heaven and earth of gold and ice. It was a rare gem. Only one had appeared in the rainforest Holy Land in the past 100 years. You have a big appetite. Lin Ling frowned and looked at the student. The student smiled awkwardly. It seemed that he was indeed a little greedy. I'm sorry, but I happen to have this kind of gem. Not to mention a lot, I have at least 10 million pieces. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice rang out, causing the student to suck in a breath of cold air. 10 million pieces of golden rhino ice soul? He immediately said, I support you. Support me not now but always. So, if you want it, you have to come to the mountain river valley tomorrow. Lin Ling picked up the teacup, blew on it, and drank a mouthful of tea. No problem. That student immediately patted his chest. The golden rhino ice soul was too rare. It could greatly increase his strength and support Lin Ling. What was so difficult about that? I support you, but you must have the mortal origin fruit. Many of the students became excited. Lin Ling seemed to be a rich man. Sure, but you have to come to Mountain River Valley tomorrow. Lin Ling's words made many people gasp. How could Lin Ling be so rich? Gradually, all the apprentices started to support Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he slowly started to choose his targets. Some of them were great solar elders, and he only gave them a single word. Scram. As for some of the neutral students, he recruited them. He believed that with his potential and wealth, it was enough to make them follow him. What's going on? Great solar elder's expression was extremely unsightly. The changes in the situation had exceeded her imagination. She looked at everyone who supported Lin Ling and felt a sharp pain in her heart. In addition, the number of people supporting Lin Ling gradually exceeded half of the total. Xuanya, tell your people not to support Lin Ling. Great solar elder looked at a girl and said. This girl was very beautiful and had a crush on her. As long as she didn't say anything, the remaining people would definitely not support Lin Ling. Lin Ling's efforts would ultimately be for naught. Xuanya was a beauty on the same level as Gusu Shui. Compared to Gusu Shui's coldness, she was more of a fickle woman. This was why she could control the hearts of many students. Student Gusu Shui, thank you for supporting me previously. I have a small bottle of eternal youth spring here. It can preserve one's youth forever. Treat it as a gift to you. I hope you will always be beautiful. Seeing that no one was supporting him anymore, Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked at Gusu Shui. His words made Gusu Shui's beautiful eyes narrow. As a girl, she naturally valued her appearance the most. She had consumed many pills and spiritual herbs to improve her appearance. Although the effects were there, it didn't last long. The best pill to preserve one's youth was naturally the eternal youth spring. However, this legendary item didn't exist in the market at all. Even if someone had such a treasure, they wouldn't trade it. They would consume it themselves. And now, Lin Ling was giving her a bottle? Little guy, you have a sweet mouth. As expected of me, I have always helped you. Gusu Shui suddenly smiled. Her smile was very beautiful and filled with the charm of a woman. Lin Ling also smiled faintly. Last time when the Duan family attacked him, Gusu Shui didn't hesitate to support him. This kindness he, Lin Ling, would remember it in his heart. Today, he would naturally repay that kindness. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This was Lin Ling's principle. Eternal youth spring, Lin Ling. Do you have any more? On the other side, Xian Ye's beautiful eyes narrowed. Of course. Lin Ling nodded and smiled. I support you. Everyone should also support Lin Ling. Lin Ling is the youngest student and also the pride of the 7 Profound Martial House. As seniors, we should help him. Xian Yi immediately said, causing Great Sun Child's eyes to widen. Before, she had told Xian Yi not to support Lin Ling, but in the next moment, Lin Ling had slapped her across the face and bought the hearts of the people in front of her. Xian Yi, you! Great Sun Child roared. Great Sun Child Elder, I'm sorry. Besides strength, what women value the most is their appearance. Xian Yi lightly replied. Although she had offended Great Sun Child Elder, she felt that it was worth it to keep her youth forever. After she spoke, some middle-aged students also opened their mouths to support Lin Ling. The situation instantly changed. The number of people that supported Lin Ling surpassed expectations, allowing Lin Ling to pass the student examination. But Elder Dao was dumbfounded as he looked at this scene, feeling as if he were in a dream. This little boy Lin Ling was too fierce. He had turned the tide and even turned all these seniors into his own people. Then, he looked at Great Sun Child Elder. He knew that Great Sun Child Elder was about to explode with anger. After all, today Great Sun Child had used the rules of the 7 Profound Martial House to make things difficult for Lin Ling. But the result was that Lin Ling's wings had become even more plentiful. This was accompanying his wife and losing his soldiers. Lin Ling, I also support you. The remaining students all opened their mouths. They were all Great Sun Child Elder's people, and at this moment they were jealous and jealous. I'm sorry, but I don't need your support. Lin Ling picked up his teacup and lightly sipped. He didn't need these types of fence-sitters. These students' hearts fiercely trembled. They felt as if they had missed out on something, and they were filled with incomparable regret. Well, the student examination is over. I'm very busy, so I won't accompany you all. Lin Ling stood up, patted his black robes, and indifferently left. At the same time he said, The tea is good. Thank you for your hospitality. Great Sun Child Elder. Lin Ling. Seeing the youth leave in such a frivolous and carefree manner, Great Sun Child Elder's wrinkled face bloomed like a flower, his body constantly trembling. Today, she had helped Lin Ling. She had allowed Lin Ling to obtain a massive number of students, and his wings had become even more plentiful. Moreover, she couldn't understand just where Lin Ling had obtained so many treasures. She was extremely envious, especially the immortal spring. She feared that no woman would be able to resist the temptation of such a treasure. Tomorrow, remember to look for me. There will be more surprises in the mountain valley. Chapter 1006. Recruiting powerhouses. After returning to the mountain valley, Lin Ling recounted what had happened, causing everyone to laugh in excitement. Awesome! Great Sun Child was defeated, and now our wings are even fuller. More powerhouses are joining us. The heavenly concubine was happier than anyone else. With so many Saint Spirit powerhouses joining them, they could finally lay down the array formations. As Lin Ling looked at the excited crowd, the corners of his mouth curled up. His influence had grown. The next day, a massive number of students arrived. These people were all early Saint Spirit powerhouses. But as they arrived at the mountain valley, they were immediately shocked by the rich spiritual energy of the Mountain River Palace. No wonder Lin Ling's cultivation was so fast. This was a treasure trove. How come they didn't know of this treasure trove even though they had been in the 7 Profound Martial House for so many years? In this world, strength is everything. You have strength, that is why you have the qualifications to be a student. That is why you have the qualifications to be respected by thousands of people. But one day, others will surpass you, and you will be nothing. Lin Ling slowly walked out from the depths of the mountain valley, getting straight to the point. The students frowned. What did Lin Ling mean by these words? Lin Ling smiled faintly but did not explain. Although he wanted to recruit this group of strong cultivators, he still needed them to be convinced. Therefore, He looked at a burly man around 40 years old and said, "You're a piece of trash." Ah! The man was a student in charge of training the foundation of the mortal body. At this moment, his pupils shrank. Lin Ling was cursing him? "Student Lin Ling, although you are the youngest student in the Rainforest Holy Land, your rudeness is too overbearing," the man said with dissatisfaction. "Overbearing? When you are not as strong as others, they can easily humiliate you. Don't forget that I started off as a disciple and became a master step by step. This means that a disciple is mocking me right now and even disdaining you." Lin Ling was unmoved and said indifferently. The man's face paled. "I know, but you don't have the qualifications to disdain me. You can attack me, but I will only defend and not attack. If you lose, you can call yourself a waste." Lin Ling knew that the other party was unwilling, so he didn't care. "Arrogant!" the man shouted coldly. He took a big step forward and released his first-level profound meaning. 5 earth-shattering strikes. Wind breaks earth. Not a single early-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert dared to take this terrifying palm strike head-on. Bang! The terrifying palm landed on Lin Ling's body. Dust and smoke spread out, but after the smoke dispersed, Lin Ling was like an immovable wisdom king as he mocked, "Trash!" The man's face turned even uglier, and he attacked again. Water overflows the heavens. Bang! Lin Ling was still unscathed. Trash! Wildfire burns. Ghosts and gods frighten the mountains. Thunder, heaven and earth shatter. Terrifying profound meanings bloomed one after another. However, Lin Ling was still standing there like a pine tree, allowing him to hit him. He couldn't even move an inch. The word trash floated out like the wind. "I'm not fighting anymore." The apprentice's hands were trembling. He had attacked with all his strength, yet Lin Ling was unscathed. It was as if an iron mountain had landed on his palms, causing him to feel intense pain. Was the difference between him and Lin Ling that great? Trash. Lin Ling smiled faintly, which made the other apprentices suck in a breath of cold air. Their former disciple was above them today, and he was calling them trash. And they couldn't fight back at all. All of the apprentices were silent. This blow was too great. "You don't feel good, right? That's good. Remember this humiliation forever. When your disciple surpasses you, your status as an apprentice means nothing. Therefore, strength is everything." Lin Ling was very satisfied with their expressions, and said with a faint smile. This made many people even more puzzled. What was Lin Ling trying to do? "Before, I just wanted to tell you that you were weak. Even my former disciple could humiliate you. If you want to become stronger, it might seem difficult. However, if you join my camp, I have a way to increase your strength. You might even become famous in the Rainforest Holy Land in the future." Lin Ling finally revealed his purpose. "What makes you think you can do that?" Many of the apprentices were moved. Although the previous incident was embarrassing, it was indeed possible. They didn't want to be humiliated. If they wanted to be respected, they had to become stronger. "First, my strength is stronger than yours, but my training time is shorter than yours. Second, I have everything you want. What you have to do is to give me your soul. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. You can just leave now. However, I have to say that there is no free lunch in this world. If you want to become stronger, you have to pay the price." Lin Ling took a step forward, his eyes shining with confidence. "Give me your soul." Many of the apprentices' hearts trembled. 2 choices. If you want to become stronger, give me your soul. If you don't want to, you can leave. It was a fair trade. Everyone fell silent, but soon, the apprentice who had lost to Lin Ling walked out. "When I lost to you previously, you kept calling me trash, which made me very uncomfortable. I can't bear the thought of my disciple looking down on me in the future, so I'll accept your challenge." "Great." Lin Ling nodded with satisfaction. In this world, strength was everything. Some people could give up everything for strength. Therefore it was just giving up their soul. For some people it was not hard to refuse. Even if it was Lin Ling, he would also dare to enter the Forbidden Land in order to become stronger. After all, you have to pay the price for it. "If you can increase my strength greatly, I will agree. Of course, there is a condition. You can't make me do something I don't want to do." "Me too." One by one, The apprentices hesitated for a moment. In the end, they all nodded and agreed. Of course, there was a small group who refused. Lin Ling didn't force them and sent them away. After that, the remaining apprentices had part of their souls devoured by Lin Ling's eyes. They were in awe of Lin Ling. This made them even more surprised. Lin Ling actually had such a method? Okay, now you are all my people. I can destroy your souls with a thought. Of course, unless you betray me, I won't do such a thing. Moreover, you should know a little about my character, Lin Ling. I am ruthless to my enemies, but to my friends and family, I will protect them. Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked at the apprentices indifferently. The apprentices all nodded. They believed this point. After all, they heard that Lin Ling publicly challenged 2 ancient countries for Qin Shao of the Great Qin Empire. Such a righteous person was indeed worth following. Moreover, the heavenly meteor era is about to arrive. Lin Ling revealed the secret in his heart again, causing the apprentices to be greatly shocked. This meant that the great tribulation of heaven and earth was about to arrive. Lin Ling was preparing for it. He was uniting all his friends and family so that they could protect their lives when the great tribulation approached. Master, I was still a little unwilling before. But now, I am sincerely convinced. The man at the beginning said respectfully to Lin Ling. Everything Lin Ling did was not for himself, but for everyone. Haha, I know. Chapter 1007. Lei Du Huang Huang, or Follow me to the most secret place in the mountain valley. You will be one of the strongest forces that I, Lin Ling, have been hiding. When you surface, I want the entire rainforest sacred land to go berserk. The 5 great ancient countries and the 4 great desolate races will all be under my control. Hearing this, the students drew in a cold breath. What a huge ambition! However, they felt an inexplicable sense of heroism. They had been students for many years and thought that this was the end of their lives. But now, they also had the chance to shake the rainforest sacred land. Go with the heavenly concubine. Although she is a disciple, she is better than all of you in the art of formations. Besides that, all of you have to help me guide the members of the Flame Legion and help them improve their strength quickly. As for cultivation resources, you don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling waved his hand. As expected of the master. As long as you don't lack cultivation resources, I can help you cultivate a large number of Emperor Spirit Realm experts. I look forward to the day when the rainforest sacred land goes berserk. All of the students said excitedly. They were going to become stronger as well. Those students who had left before were fools. It wouldn't take long for them to realize that they had already surpassed them and were above their heads. Seeing the students follow the heavenly concubine into the valley, Lin Ling faintly smiled. His secret army was completely on track. Now, all he needed to do was wait for it to grow. Next, it was time to settle the old scores. Ancestor Extreme Flame and company looked at Lin Ling from afar. Previously, Lin Ling was like a king who controlled everything. It made them feel like they were in a dream. After all, they were all students. Each of them had hundreds or even thousands of disciples. But now, they had all become Lin Ling's subordinates. And compared to them, Lin Ling was only a 20-year-old junior. Ling well done. Your mother will be proud of you if she knows what you have done. The Rain clan will regret underestimating my grandson. Ancestor Extreme Flame knew what Lin Ling had encountered in the Rain clan. But now, he was looking forward to it. So what if it was the ancient desolate race? Once his grandson rose up, he would also surpass the ancient desolate race. You, come with me to settle the score. Lin Ling said to an Yuer after they arrived at the middle of the valley. He was going to bring an Yuer out of the valley for a short period of time. She was the only person he had brought out of the valley. After all, the heavenly concubine needed to study formations. Yuman Yun had not mastered the demon cultivation method and was not suitable to be used again. An Yuer was the most suitable. All right. An Yuer smiled sweetly and nodded. Her snow-white dress matched Lin Ling's black cloak and long robe. One black and one white, they seemed to be opposites, but they also seemed incomparably harmonious. After leaving the valley, Lin Ling first went to the Qin clan and paid his respects to Grandpa Qin Shao. At the same time, he told Qin Vengtian about his objective. He wanted to take revenge on the 2 great ancient nations. In the rainforest sacred land, the lightning capital Brilliant Oregon legend had it that this was the place where the Bodhi tree's lightning elemental spiritual energy was the densest. 1,000 years ago, there was year-round thunderstorms that washed the land, forming a large and precious ore vein. It was one of the 4 ore veins in the rainforest sacred land that produced the most lightning-refined ores. And this ore vein belonged to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was also a heavily guarded place. The expert that presided over it was the Heavenly Dragon Empire's Lord Long Fan. Hurry up! Leave behind the good quality 1,000-year-old ores and give them to the 4 desolate races. Take out the rest to trade. Yes, Lord. Under the gloomy sky, a large number of miners were busy. Rumble. Although there was much less lightning here now, there were still occasional thunderstorms that illuminated a large area. The densely packed lightning snakes in the clouds were intimidating. According to Qin Zhengtian, Lord Long is here. In the distance, a soft voice sounded amidst the thunderous roars. However, the voice was somewhat cold. Thunderstorm weather, I like it. Beside him, there was a slightly cold voice. Looking over, 2 figures, one black and one white, stood quietly on a mountain peak. They ignored the lightning in the sky and coldly looked at the ancient fortress in the distance. These 2 people were Lin Ling and an Yuer, who had come for revenge. In the past, Lord Long was one of the murderers in the grasslands encirclement that led to the death of Old Man Xiao. Hence, Lord Long was someone that Lin Ling had to kill. This was a vow that he had made a long time ago. However, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would not hand over Lord Long. Hence, Lin Ling could only kill them himself. Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Let's go. Looking at the sky, Lin Ling thought of the benevolent old man. His handsome face was filled with indifference. Swoosh! The 2 jumped down from the mountain peak and walked towards the ancient fortress in front of them. This is an important area of the ore vein. Who are you? Tell me your name or die. The area around the ore vein was heavily guarded. Lin Ling and an Yuer were discovered the moment they appeared. These guards were all experts of the Emperor's spirit realm. From this, it could be seen that the Heavenly Dragon Empire valued this ore vein highly. Kill Lord Long's men. Under the rumbling of thunder in the sky, a cold voice drifted out. Bang! 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 Around the ore vein, everyone put down their hammers and shovels. Their eyes were cold as they stared into the distance. Lord Long was a highly respected old man in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He was loyal and devoted. He had made great contributions to the Empire and guarded the ore vein. He was an amiable and approachable person. But who dared to kill Lord Long? This was touching their reverse scale. All the ore veins stopped working. The miners and guards walked out with weapons in their hands. Take back what you said before or you won't be able to leave this place. From the huge fortress, an angry and cold voice came out. It was a burly man in armor. Junior, Lord Long is a man of honor. He treats his people like his own children. You dare to kill him? What are your intentions? This person can't differentiate good from bad. I'm afraid he's also a villain. The angry voices of the miners also rang out. Their respect for Lord Long came from the bottom of their hearts. This was because Lord Long was an honest and upright official. He treated the people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire very well. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, if there are still people in the ore vein, they will all die. Under the gray ground, one black and one white figure was still striding forward. The young man in the black cloak had cold eyes. He was unmoved, as if he was an emissary from hell. Lin Ling could see that Lord Long was indeed a good person in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. But so what? Every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor. Killing Old Man Xiao, regardless of whether the other party was a good person or a bad person, he would not be soft-hearted. Otherwise, he would be ashamed to face Old Man Xiao. Moreover, the so-called right and wrong, good and evil, in reality, they all had their own masters. Lord Long was loyal to the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but in the Great Qin Empire, he was actually a villain. You're courting death. Since you don't want face, you can die here. Kill. The crowd in the distance released a murderous aura. They would not allow anyone to harm Lord Long. A large number of miners rushed out. When they leaped over, the sky was filled with locust-like figures. Extreme state. At this moment, a cold voice drifted out. Pa pa pa. As if they were struck by invisible lightning, The figures in the sky fell down one by one like raindrops. It was a shocking sight. Chapter 1008. Lei Du Huang Huang, or, Those Two Aren't Ordinary Cultivators. The guards were astonished. How terrifying! What kind of attack was that? They couldn't see any spiritual chi attack, but they were able to kill thousands of cultivators in an instant. They couldn't believe that the girl in white clothes could be so powerful. Bastard! Do you think that there's no one in the Heavenly Dragon Empire who can stop you? However, more and more miners rushed out. They weren't afraid at all. They were determined to kill those two people even if they had to use numbers. G Realm. However, no matter how many people came out, it was useless. Once the G Realm was over, thousands of miners would die. G Realm cultivators could easily kill Holy Spirit layer cultivators. What a strong killing intent! In the distance, the crowd was astonished. Could it be that they were Holy Spirit layer cultivators? Miners, come back! The guards shouted. The girl in white clothes was too strong. The miners were like ants. No matter how many of them there were, they would all die. The two people who dared to come and kill Master Long were obviously not weak. Master Long, are you still not coming out? Do you want all your people to die? At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out, and his eyes became even colder. The ancient fortress was silent. Nobody dared to come out. They were all looking at the middle-aged man. It seemed like he was the only one who could stop those two people. Your Excellency, who are you? The armored middle-aged man took a step forward and floated forward. He was not afraid of death and appeared in front of Lin Ling and an Yu-er. This person had a square face and was firm and resolute. He gave off a good impression. It's none of your business. I have a personal grudge with Master Long. Lin Ling looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. He had a good impression of the middle-aged man. After all, the middle-aged man was only an early Holy Spirit layer cultivator. And Yuer's strength was enough to defeat an early Holy Spirit layer cultivator. However, the middle-aged man still dared to come. It meant that he wasn't afraid of death. Lin Ling would give respect to courageous people. I don't know what misunderstanding there is between you and Master Long, but there is no such thing as an unsolvable knot in the world. I hope that you can give me some face. Even if you can't resolve this matter, don't kill too many people. I can take you to see Master Long. The man saluted Lin Ling, his voice filled with righteousness. However, his gaze was more focused on Yuer. She was very beautiful, like a snow fairy, but she was very strong. There were probably few in the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm who could match her. However, what a pity. Sure. Lin Ling nodded and followed the armored man with Yuer. The crowd in the distance had ice-cold expressions, but there was a sinister look in their eyes. Finally, at a certain moment, they all started to sneer. I'm sorry, but Master Long is our benefactor. How can we let you see him so easily? I don't care who you are, but since you dared to come here, you must die. The armored man suddenly stopped and turned his head. His eyes were cold. At that moment, he was leading Lin Ling towards the ancient fortress. However, he stopped on a hill and shouted coldly, "Come out, God-killing crossbow!" Rumble. As though a taboo had been summoned, the ground shook and the soil churned. A large number of black crossbows appeared, the tips of the crossbows pointing at Lin Ling and Su Yu. They were densely packed and rippled with spirit energy. God-killing crossbows. It was the secret weapon of the Duan family. It was said that once the crossbows were used, even a Saint Spirit Realm expert would find it difficult to block it. Not to mention there were thousands of God-killing crossbows here. The only flaw of the God-killing crossbows was its poor mobility. If Lin Ling didn't trust the armored man and walked into the trap, those God-killing crossbows wouldn't have been effective. Obviously, this place was guarded by the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Apart from the experts guarding it, there were other powerful means. Duanzhengtong, come back! At the same time, 6 figures shot out from the ancient fortress. They were all Saint Spirit Realm experts. They covered Duanzhengtong's retreat. As expected of one of the 6 Qilins, Master Long's right-hand man. He caught the enemy so easily. Kill them. When Duanzhengtong's body shot backward, the crowd on the fortress side cheered, and their killing intent soared. Despicable. And Yuer looked into the distance. She had believed that Duanzhengtong was an upright person, but who knew that he had deceived them? I'm just serving my own master. Duan Zhengtong had arrived at the ancient fortress. When he heard Anuer's words, he smiled coldly. Although his face was still firm and upright, it gave people a feeling that his face was twisted. Lin Ling, to be honest, I didn't expect you to come here. You want to kill Master Long, but you came to the wrong place. You can choose to kill him on the street or in a restaurant, but you shouldn't have come to the mine because it's heavily guarded. An old man looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. When Lin Ling had arrived, the 6 Qilins had already recognized him. However, they had pretended not to know him in order to trick Lin Ling. Now, what else do you have to say? Another old woman said while playing with her nails. She was happy because they had made a great contribution today. After killing Lin Ling, they would definitely become famous in the Rainforest Holy Land. Enemies of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Kill them. The miners and guards were in an uproar as they looked at Lin Ling and Duan Zhengtong. Their eyes were filled with complacency and killing intent. Only now did they know that the black-clothed youth was Lin Ling. According to the legends, Lin Ling was the enemy of the 2 ancient empires and was the most difficult person to deal with. However, after seeing him today, they realized that his reputation was undeserved. It seems like I've been too merciful. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling looked into the distance and the killing intent in his eyes became thicker. Sorry, I think so too. Duan Zhengtong smiled and nodded. Then he shouted, kill that white-clothed girl first. Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. He had the strength of an early Holy Spirit realm expert. However, they had seen that the white-clothed girl was even more terrifying. She had the ability to kill people without them noticing. Duan Zhengtong guessed that Lin Ling dared to kill Master Long because he had the girl by his side. That was why he dared to act so recklessly. God-killing crossbow. Shoot! Swoosh! 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 Dazzling lights bloomed in the sky as if there were stars twinkling in the sky. However, from afar, one could see that those lights were actually crossbows shooting forward. Each of these crossbows cost 100,000 spiritual crystals to activate. Naturally, their power was beyond imagination. Let me do it. Go! Looking at the sky, Lin Ling's killing intent was unprecedentedly strong. Duan Zhengtong had deceived him, and what angered him the most was that he wanted to kill Anuer first. Since that was the case, there was no need to keep them alive. Flame Emperor. Fire. The cold voice was filled with anger as if it was the ancient language of the Flame Emperor. Boom. Incomparably turbulent flames soared into the sky from the top of the hill. It seemed to have transformed into the most ancient volcano. Under countless shocked gazes, an angry fire god appeared. Its emotionless eyes stared at the ancient fortress. In the next instant, an unstoppable flaming fist directly smashed out. Chapter 1009. It's your fault. It's fire, not red lightning. In the distance, the faces of the crowd froze. In their eyes, the world had already disappeared. Apart from the flames, there was nothing else. Especially that towering flame fist, it seemed to want to destroy everything. Boom. Flames erupted and countless god-slaying crossbows were destroyed. 2 figures slowly walked out from the raging flames, one at the front and one at the back. The person in the lead was dressed in a black robe. His cape flapped loudly in the flames, as if an ancient flame god had descended. What a terrifying flaming fist! The 6 senior Qilins widened their eyes and looked around. All the god-killing crossbows had been destroyed by the flame fist. The god-killing crossbows were killing weapons that even Saint Spirit Realm intermediate stage experts didn't dare to face. Lord Long had tested it in the past, and he could only block 300 crossbows at most. He couldn't do anything after that. The newcomer was going to destroy everything. I hate it when people lie to me. An indifferent voice drifted out from the crowd. It made the crowd's heart tremble. It's Lin Ling. Duan Zhengtong stared at the figure in the distance. He sensed that the aura of the young man had reached the middle stage Saint Spirit Realm. Not good. We thought that the white-clothed girl was the strongest, but Lin Ling is actually stronger than her. The other senior Qilins' faces stiffened and their bodies trembled. They were wrong. Lin Ling was the most terrifying one. Moreover, Lord Long could block 300 crossbows and Lin Ling could destroy everything. It meant that Lin Ling was stronger than Lord Long. He was invincible in the middle stage Saint Spirit Realm. What kind of genius was he? Lin Ling was only at the early stage Saint Spirit realm when he fought with Duan Zun Wang of the Duan family. However, in such a short period of time, he was like a dragon that soared to the sky. Lin Ling, Lord Long isn't here today. If you want to find him, you can go to the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Duan Zhengtong's body couldn't help but tremble. What kind of person did the Heavenly Dragon Empire provoke? No wonder Lin Ling dared to come here with only one person. Do you think I'll still believe you? On the ground, Lin Ling's face was ice cold. Some things believing once was enough. There was no need to believe a second time. One sword to break all laws. Without any hesitation, Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the tyrannical song appeared. He coldly and mercilessly slashed out. Whoosh! The sword light was like water, filled with boundless righteousness, capable of killing all demons and ghosts. It was so righteous, so domineering. Rumble! As the sword passed by, the ancient fortress was split into two under countless gazes. In the sky, 5 of the 6 supreme Qilins trembled. Previously, they felt as if something had passed through their bodies, but they didn't feel any pain. However, when they lowered their heads, they discovered that sword marks had appeared on their lower bodies. Blood was slowly seeping out, and even their bodies were gradually splitting apart. Ah! 5 miserable cries reverberated in the sky, causing many people to raise their heads. They immediately saw that the eyes of the experts they had to look up to were still open, but their bodies had already been separated and fell to the ground. Terrifying. He had killed 5 early-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts with a single strike. How terrifying. Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in their lives, causing the weapons in their hands to fall to the ground, but they did not seem to feel it. Among them, Duan Zhengtong was the one who felt it the most. The 6 of them had been nurtured by the Heavenly Dragon Empire since they were young, and they didn't disappoint the Heavenly Dragon Empire's expectations. They had risen step by step and they had wanted to make a name for themselves. However, today, 5 of them had died. It had to be known that they did not underestimate Lin Ling, nor did they overestimate Lin Ling. Everything was based on Lin Ling's strength. However, Lin Ling's strength had risen too quickly, exceeding their expectations. As Duan Zhengtong thought of this, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted anxiously, "Run away!" Everyone was still in shock. They had even forgotten to run until they saw the murderous intent in Lin Ling's eyes. They didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. Their only thought was to run. However, would they be able to escape? When Lin Ling was surrounded by the god-slaying crossbows, they should have run away instead of gloating over his misfortune. Therefore, it was too late for them to run away now. Emperor Yan's fist. Raging flames soared into the sky, and the ancient fist struck the ground fiercely. It was like a huge battering ram, and wherever it passed, all living things were destroyed, killed, and burned into nothingness. A pitch-black crater appeared on the ground. It was caused by the huge fist. The remaining people who were still alive were terrified and regretful. They shouted for Lin Ling to spare their lives as they ran away. They even cursed Lin Ling to die a horrible death. They thought that Lin Ling was too cruel and heartless. However, they had completely forgotten how ugly their faces were when Lin Ling was trapped by the god-slaying crossbows. Now that they were weaker than him, they wanted to run away. They cursed, but it was too late. Extreme state. And Yuer's eyes were cold at this moment. She did not show any mercy because she had given them a chance. No! In the sky, Duan Zhengtong watched as all of his people were burned into nothingness. He knelt in the sky in agony, and his fingers dug into his hair as he trembled continuously. Lin Ling, they are innocent. Why did you kill so many people? A voice filled with unwillingness drifted out from his mouth. However, in the next moment, a slender figure appeared in front of him. The figure stretched out an arm and grabbed him by the neck. You said before that I shouldn't kill too many people. Therefore, even if they wanted to kill me, I didn't want to attack the weak. However, you lied to me and led to this massacre. Therefore, this is your sin. A heartless voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. He had already said that every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. He had come for Lord Long, and previously, as long as Duan Zhengtong had brought him to see Lord Long, he would not have cared about the weak. However, Duan Zhengtong had committed a sin. He had held onto a fluke and thought that he could kill Lin Ling, but in the end, He had killed everyone. It's my sin. Duan Zhengtong mumbled to himself. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Yes, it was his sin. Go to hell and apologize to them. Lin Ling clenched his right hand, and a powerful force exploded. He crushed Duan Zhengtong's neck, and blood rained down like rain. Lord Long, are you still not coming out? Lin Ling threw away the corpse in his hand and looked coldly at the ancient fortress. He then threw a punch. Boom! The third level profound of fire exploded, and the Flame Emperor's fist was unleashed. The fortress, which was already in ruins, exploded. Huge rocks tumbled in the sky like straw, and then were burned into nothingness. However, there was no one in the fortress other than a large number of black rocks that flickered with electric snakes. It's over. Today is New Year's Eve, so I have to go all out. However, I have a lot of things to do today, so please forgive me. At the same time, I ask for a monthly ticket for New Year's Eve. Chapter 1010. Shocking the world. It seems that Lord Long isn't here, and these people have become his scapegoats. Lin Ling shook his head in disappointment. His eyes fell on the black stones, and he smiled. Thunder-refined stones. Currently, his subordinates were lacking spirit artifacts, and forging spirit artifacts required thunder-refined stones. These thunder-refined stones could be used to enhance the strength of his subordinates. Lin Ling, we've made a fortune. And Yuer smiled as she walked over, her eyes filled with joy. Lin Ling also smiled, and with a wave of his hand, a massive amount of spiritual energy swept away all the thunder-refined stones. Not long after, the two figures disappeared from the earth. After a full 2 hours, someone finally arrived. However, they were shocked to see the scene in front of them. It was like a purgatory of flames. Flames soared into the sky, even burning the thunder in the sky. As for the Heavenly Dragon Empire's fortress, it had disappeared. The only thing left were the ghosts floating in the sky. It's over, they're all dead. The people who arrived were from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. At this moment, their faces were pale. Then they saw the flames in the sky forming 2 giant names. Lin Ling. Lin Ling has made his move. Everyone trembled, as if they had encountered a nightmare. They stood there quietly, as if they had lost their souls. The wind blew from the distance, and they trembled even more. In just a day, the news spread like thunder throughout the entire Rainforest Holy Land. Thunder City's Brilliant Brilliance Mine was one of the 4 major mines of the Rainforest Holy Land. It was the property of the 5 great ancient countries, and all of the ancient powerhouses of the Rainforest Holy Land knew about it. However, in just a day, the mine had been destroyed, and everyone had died. And the one who had done this was Lin Ling, who had been silent for 3 months. Lin Ling had begun his revenge? Many people were shocked. Not long ago, Lin Ling had swept through the Hanging Tiger building of the Justice Duan family, and even fought with Duan Zuan Wang at the 7 Profound Martial House. But now, Lin Ling's revenge was heading towards the Heavenly Dragon Empire. This was like a dream. None of this was real. After all, the Rainforest Holy Land was one of the 5 ancient countries with deep roots. A newcomer that rose like a comet dared to challenge the dignity of an ancient country. This was no doubt a first in the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling is amazing. He comes from the middle 3 regions, but he has created countless miracles. I have investigated his deeds for a full year. I admire him. Yeah, I feel like a new king will be born in the Rainforest's sacred land. Nonsense. Lin Ling is only attacking the Thunder City Brilliant Oregon. How can he be a match for Master Long alone? That's right. When Duan Zuanwang's army invaded the 7 Profound Martial House, if it weren't for the Great Qin Empire sending out the Patriarch to help Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would have already died. What's more, even though he has the Rain Clan's bloodline, everyone knows that the Rain Clan won't help him at all. Without the Rain Clan's support, what does Lin Ling count for? He might even be inferior to me. Since you speak so fiercely, then why don't you go challenge Lin Ling, or say these words in front of Lin Ling? I don't think you dare. You only know how to hide in a corner and gloat. What a waste. In the lively restaurant, there was a hubbub of voices. Some worshipped Lin Ling, and some mocked Lin Ling. Everyone had different opinions. But it was undeniable that Lin Ling had swept through the Rainforest sacred land with the momentum of a thunderbolt. He was frivolous and tyrannical, and had shocked the world. At this moment, the 4 great desolate tribes had also received the news. This was because the Thunder City Brilliant Ore's thunder refined stones were supplied to them. Grandfather, that unfilial son Lin Ling has gone too far. In the Rain Clan's Grand Hall, the elders were looking at Rain Master Mo Ping. Because of Lin Ling, their Rain Clan had become famous. But this was not some achievement to be proud of. After all, although Lin Ling had the Rain Clan's bloodline, he did not need the support of the Rain Clan. He alone did not fear the 5 great ancient countries. Rain Master Mo Ping's eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, he waved his hand. Disperse. Soon after, he left with large strides. However, his heart was very complicated. Lin Ling's name had shaken the rainforest sacred land, and he had won glory for the Rain Clan. He should be happy. However, Lin Ling did not rely on the Rain Clan to become famous, but on his own. This point made him feel very uncomfortable. His grandson seemed to be saying that he did not need the help of his family. He alone could decide everything. Then let me see how full your wings are. Finally, Rain Master Mo Ping said indifferently. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He did not believe that Lin Ling could rise without relying on the Rain Clan. This guy is really powerful. Even if we are the Rain Clan's prides, we do not dare to challenge the 5 great ancient countries by ourselves. Mo Zilong walked out of the Grand Hall with a faint smile. Lin Ling, this guy, had disappeared without a trace, making people think he was dead. However, he amazed the world with a single brilliant feat after he returned. He immediately shook the world. Lin Ling. Not far from the Grand Hall, a youth had an ugly expression. He was the former Rain Clan's prides, Mo Zihu. However, he could no longer represent the Rain Clan's younger generation. Lin Ling's rise had stolen his glory. In the gathering of the 4 great desolate clans, the crowd only remembered Mo Zilong and Lin Ling. He had to stand to the side. His heart was boiling with anger. He slowly walked out of the Rain Clan's valley and came to a distant mountain peak. He looked into the distance. Perhaps only by coming here could the depression in his heart be relieved. Zihu, Lin Ling is your nemesis. With him around, you will never rise. At this moment, a smiling voice sounded from afar. In the distant sky, a white-clothed youth was riding a single-legged bull. He stopped above a white cloud. This person was the Sparrow Clan's #1 supernova, someone whose fame was comparable to the Rain Clan's Mo Zilong, Tang Yicheng. The Sparrow Clan also had 2 great geniuses, one male and one female. The male was Tang Yicheng, and the female was Yu Tang. This was something that the 4 great desolate clans knew. Tang Yicheng, are you here to mock me? Mo Zihu's expression turned cold. I don't have such boring interests. It's just that, you and I are considered geniuses of the same generation, and I don't want to see you decline. Let me remind you, you alone cannot suppress Lin Ling. However, you can borrow the hands of the 5 great ancient countries. For example, the Great Tang Empire, or the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. Only those ancient experts can kill Lin Ling. Although we are geniuses, compared to those ancient experts, we are still lacking some time. Tang Yicheng. Tang Yicheng smiled slightly. Then, his feet moved, and he rode the single-horned bull away. Mo Zihu's eyes flashed. Tang Yicheng's words were not without reason. Lin Ling had offended 2 great ancient countries. Although he had the support of the Great Qin Empire, if the 4 great ancient countries all attacked Lin Ling, how could Lin Ling stop them? Furthermore, he was one of the Rain Clan's geniuses. If he were to persuade them, it would not be difficult for the 4 great ancient countries to surround and kill Lin Ling. Thinking of this, Mo Zihu's smile became even colder. If he wanted to kill Lin Ling, sometimes he did not have to do it himself. At the same time, the news of Lin Ling destroying the Thunder City's Huang or also spread to the Justice Duan family and the Heavenly Dragon Empire. The Justice Duan family was silent, and all the experts had ugly expressions. They knew that Lin Ling had come for revenge. Chapter 10-11. Long Chongqing, in my opinion, Lin Ling can only be on good terms with him, not bad terms with him. The strength of this child's growth is too terrifying. Not long ago, Duan Zuanwang was forced to flee, but now, he has already reached the point where he takes the initiative to kill him. Although his cultivation has not increased, he definitely has another trump card, or perhaps there is another expert assisting him. In the silent main hall, an old man slowly said, causing many people to frown. They also felt that Lin Ling was very terrifying. Elder Ren, what do you mean by that? At the highest seat in the hall, a tall and sturdy man looked at the old man who had just spoken. This man was a direct descendant of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's emperor. His status was much higher than everyone present. He was also the Heavenly Dragon Empire's highest authority in the Rainforest's sacred land, Long Chong Sheng. Shake hands with Lin Ling and make peace, the old man suggested. No, we can't. Our Heavenly Dragon Empire has existed for tens of thousands of years. How can we allow such a shameful thing to happen? Elder Ren, you and Master Long are the most powerful people in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, but I know that you and Master Long are not close. Are you trying to kill him with a borrowed knife? Shaking hands and making peace means that His Majesty wants to steal from Lin Ling and hand over Master Long. This is absolutely unacceptable. Many experts with noble statuses shouted coldly. Shake hands and make peace? Lin Ling snatched their lightning brilliant ore. This has already made the Heavenly Dragon Empire lose face. How can they let this brat be so arrogant? The bigger picture is the most important. If we provoke Lin Ling again, the consequences will be unimaginable. However, Elder Ran was firm in his opinion. He had previously researched Lin Ling's deeds and knew that this young junior was very powerful. Anyone who provoked him would end up like this. Elder Ren, return to the Empire. You are no longer needed here. At this moment, Long Chongqing said. Obviously, he thinks that old Ran has lost the face of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Milord. Elder Ren wanted to say something, but Long Chongqing shouted coldly, Shut up! Elder Ren sighed softly and fell silent. Pass down my order. Join forces with the Justice Duan family to kill Lin Ling. Kill everyone who has anything to do with Lin Ling. Announce this to the whole world. Long Chongqing waved his hand and ordered coldly. Lin Ling wants to play with Heavenly Dragon Empire. Let's see if he can afford to play. My lord is mighty. All the experts felt their blood boil. Was Lin Ling qualified to play with them? The next day, the Heavenly Dragon Empire's announcement appeared in the sacred land of the rainforest and the prosperous cities of the 100 territories. Killing Lin Ling, killing everyone related to Lin Ling, killing everyone related to him. The announcement also stated that the Justice Duan family and the Heavenly Dragon Empire were working together. Clearly, the ancient nation was enraged. The most dazzling thing was the name under the announcement. Long Chongqing. This person had the highest status in the sacred land of the rainforest. The sacred land of the rainforest was in an uproar. The two ancient nations finally made their move to kill everyone related to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was very arrogant. But the two ancient nations were telling everyone that they were even more arrogant than Lin Ling. Everyone is quietly waiting for everything to happen. They want to see the final result of Lin Ling facing off against two ancient nations by himself. Night, the sacred land of the rainforest, Heavenly Dragon Mansion, was filled with wine and meat. Laughter was like spring. A large number of Heavenly Dragon Empire's experts were drinking and feasting as if they were celebrating the death of Lin Ling. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling would definitely die if the two ancient nations took action. Killing Lin Ling would not only solve the problem of their enemies, but they would also be able to borrow the prestige of Lin Ling and their ancient nations to deter others from easily offending them. Lord Chongqing is still the most powerful. Now, the entire sacred land of the rainforest and the 100 territories are waiting to see what will happen. That's right. How can a trash like Elder Ren beg for mercy? What a disgrace. In the feast, the experts of Heavenly Dragon Empire respectfully said. Long Chongqing's face was still dignified, but there was a trace of arrogance in the corner of his mouth. He did not expect that a single order would make him famous in the sacred land of the rainforest. He had borrowed Lin Ling's power. Late at night, everyone left and Long Chongqing slowly returned to his luxurious room. Lin Ling is quite powerful. Two ancient nations were able to kill him. He is indeed worthy of being the #1 heaven's pride of the martial palace. It is said that he is a swordsman. It is a pity that I can't get his sword before he dies. Long Chongqing's dignified face had a trace of regret. He had a habit, every time he killed a strong enemy, he would collect the spoils of war, such as swords and so on. This was not a secret in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and he had also collected a large number of spoils of war in the warehouse to prove his proud achievements. It was a pity that it would be difficult for him to obtain Lin Ling's sword. What's the use of the sword to you? However, at that moment, a soft voice came from his room. Long Chongqing's eyes narrowed. He slowly walked through the curtain and saw a young man in a black robe drinking wine in his study. He was reading a book. From a distance, it looked like the emperor was reading a book. Who is this guy? Long Chongqing's heart trembled violently. The Heavenly Dragon Mansion represented the Heavenly Dragon Empire. It was like the imperial city of the rainforest. However, the young man had appeared in his room without anyone noticing. I am curious. How did you get in? The Heavenly Dragon Mansion is heavily guarded. There are more than 100 Saint Spirit Layer cultivators and tens of thousands of Emperor Spirit Layer cultivators. How did you manage to hide from them? Yes. But soon, Long Chongqing smiled indifferently. He was worthy of being called an ambitious and ruthless person. It's very simple. I have a treasure that can conceal my qi. Yes. The young man was still reading and didn't turn his head. Yes. Long Chongqing's eyes narrowed. What a terrifying treasure. It had the power to deceive everyone. Then why are you here? Long Chongqing said indifferently. He put his hands behind his back and a jade talisman appeared in his hand. He wanted to inform the strong cultivators in the mansion to come. He wasn't weak, he was an early Saint Spirit Layer cultivator, but he wasn't the strongest cultivator in the Heavenly Dragon Empire. However, he was the leader of the group because he was directly related to the Emperor. You don't need to inform them because they will be too late. All right. The young man slowly put down the book and looked at Long Chongqing. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Long Chongqing's face stiffened. He didn't look as calm as before. The young man was very strong. It was as if he could sense his every move. Long Chongqing asked coldly, "Who are you?" "All right. You announced to the world that the Heavenly Dragon Empire is powerful. You even put your name on the announcement. Your actions have shocked the entire rainforest sacred land. Now, the person you want to kill is right in front of you." "All right." The young man slowly walked over. His black cloak fluttered in the wind. He looked like an emissary from the depths of hell. "You are Lin Ling." "All right." Chapter 10-12. Another sensation. He thought that he was the vermilion bird and Lin Ling was just a tiny praying mantis. He thought that he was the vermilion bird and that Lin Ling was just a tiny praying mantis. However, he didn't know that he was the real praying mantis. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. You're stupid. You didn't need to die but you wanted to prove your authority. You wanted to save Master Long but you ended up dying. Under the slightly dim light, the murderous intent on Lin Ling's face intensified. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, making Long Chongqing tremble subconsciously. You want to kill me? Do you have the strength to do so? Boom. Long Chongqing's qi exploded from his body. He had decided to fight with all his strength. Maybe he could kill Lin Ling, I'm sorry, but killing you is as easy as killing a dog. Boom. Lin Ling's fists tore through the air and appeared in front of Long Chongqing. Long Chongqing's eyes widened. Lin Ling was in the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Sizzle. Sizzle. The merciless flames burned out. He saw the lower half of his body disappear with his own eyes. The flames spread all the way up. This feeling of fear made him want to shout, but unfortunately, he couldn't shout anything. There was only regret in his heart. He should have listened to Ranbaqian's words, and not to prove his prestige and announce it to the world. Because from that moment on, he had become a death god. Bang! Without saying a word, Long Chongqing's body was incinerated, leaving only his head behind. Lin Ling waved his right hand, wrapping the head with spirit energy and disappearing from the room. For him, a life for a life was an unchangeable principle since ancient times. He just wanted to avenge old man Shao, but the Heavenly Dragon Empire didn't put him in their eyes at all. So, whoever stood in their way would be killed. The room was still silent as if nothing had happened. Only the scorching heat was slowly drifting in the air. The night passed quietly. A maid came in, but Lord Long Chongqing was nowhere to be seen. Only at noon did everyone realize that Lord Long Chongqing was missing. As a result, the entire residence was on the alert as if they were facing a great enemy. Long Chongqing was His Majesty's descendant. If something happened to him, His Majesty would be furious. 2 hours later, news spread from the main city. Long Chongqing's head was hung on the most prosperous street of the main city. It's Lin Ling. In the Sky Dragon Mansion, all the experts felt as if they were in a nightmare. Lin Ling had killed Long Chongqing right in front of their eyes without anyone noticing. It was shocking. Inexplicably, they suddenly remembered what Elder Ren had said not long ago. Everything should be based on the overall situation. If they provoked Lin Ling again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Now, they could feel how terrifying Long Chongqing was. As for the Rainforest Holy Land, it was as if it had gone berserk. Countless people looked at the head hanging on the building, and their hearts trembled fiercely. Lin Ling was someone they could not afford to offend. 2 great ancient countries had joined hands to kill him, and the famous expert Long Chongqing had even used his own name to rally the world. However, in just one day, Long Chongqing had died. It was ironic. 2 ancient nations fought fiercely with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was even more ruthless than them. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's actions were even more shocking than before, causing the emperors of the 2 ancient kingdoms to become furious. Kill him. We will hunt him down with all our strength. If we don't kill him, the Justice Duan family will never have peace. The Rainforest Holy Land sky seemed to become oppressive. The 4 desolate tribes, the various martial arts halls, and all the experts were watching the development of the situation. Especially the martial arts hall's geniuses, they were both impressed and bitter. They were impressed because Lin Ling was a genius like them, but he had done something they didn't even dare to think of. They were bitter because they were much weaker than Lin Ling, or has made his move. In the ancient Flame Clan, everyone had received the news and they were a little excited. In the past, during the Battle of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Holy Race and the Justice Duan family joined hands. If not for the Great Qin Empire's 24 family heads, they would have been doomed. Hence, the Great Qin Empire had helped the Fire Ancient clan. No one dared to forget this favor. This was especially true for Qin Shao. In the past, he had a good relationship with Ancestor Extreme Flame. They drank together and chatted merrily together as if they were brothers. However, under the joint attack of the 2 ancient kingdoms, Qin Zhao's death was very tragic and unjust. Now, their Fire Ancient clan's Lin Ling had finally taken his revenge. Ling, go ahead and do it. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. This is the principle of our Fire Ancient clan. Don't let Brother Shao die with hatred. Patriarch Taiyan said word by word. He was extremely excited. He was looking forward to seeing his enemy die and giving old man Shao justice. At this moment, in a certain manner in the Great Qin Empire, 2 figures strode over. One was dressed in black and the other in white. They were very attractive. The man and woman were like the combination of a demon god and a fairy. Who are you? Outside the ancient door, a guard immediately said sternly. The people who came had an extraordinary aura. They didn't dare to underestimate them. Shut up. That's Patriarch Lin Ling. But soon, an old guard immediately shouted angrily. At the same time, he bowed respectfully to the 2 people who were walking over. The respect and admiration in his eyes came from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ling, one of the patriarchs of the Great Qin Empire, had shocked the world in the past few days. He sought justice for the dead old man Shao and took revenge. Patriarch Lin Ling. All the guards' expressions changed. They all bowed respectfully. Their hearts were filled with admiration. Yes. Lin Ling brought a new heir to the front of the door. He smiled and nodded. Then, he wanted to enter the manor. Plop. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice resounded. The guard who'd shouted angrily at Lin Ling knelt down on one knee and spoke with a firm expression. My lord, I've just come here as a guard, so I didn't know you before, causing me to act rashly. Please punish me. Even if I die, I won't complain at all. The other guards also had determined expressions. Lin Ling was the hero of the Great Qin Empire. However, they had neglected Lin Ling previously. So, they wanted to receive punishment. Moreover, they were willing to accept it. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. Then he smiled and shook his head. He took a step forward and personally helped the guard up. Your duty is limited. Guarding the manor. What is your crime? Sir. The guard's eyes were filled with excitement. Lin Ling didn't blame him? You should be their leader. They are very good. The security is tight. These are the warriors that the Great Qin Empire needs. I hope you will reward them. Lin Ling looked at the older guard and said. The other party nodded his head excitedly. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He entered the manor with a new air. All the guards were so excited that their bodies trembled. Lin Ling was famous. They thought that he would be very majestic and domineering. However, after interacting with him, they realized that this youth was very approachable. He didn't put on any airs at all. As expected of Sir. If I can follow him, even if I have to serve him for the rest of my life, I won't refuse. Yes. Moreover, he is younger than us, but his aura is extraordinary. Okay, Sir has rewarded you guys. Now, stand up straight and guard the manor with all your might. After the change of guard, I will treat you guys to drinks. Haha. Chapter 10:13. Ancient Nations Alliance. At this moment, Lin Ling naturally didn't know what they were thinking. After entering the manor, the first thing he did was pay his respects to Old Man Xiao. In the ancestral hall, looking at the memorial tablet, Lin Ling's eyes flashed as memories of the past flowed through his mind. When he first came to the Great Qin Empire to treat Qin Zhao's illness, they felt like old friends at first sight. Afterwards, Qin Zhao ignored the opinions of others and supported Lin Ling. This kindness was something that Lin Ling would always remember in his heart. As Lin Ling paid his respects, Qin Jingtian stood silently, his heart trembling. Lin Ling was taking revenge for his father. Destroying the Huang mine and killing Long Chongqing. These actions were swift and decisive, cruel and ruthless. They didn't seem like Lin Ling's style at all. However, he knew that Lin Ling had matured and was even more resolute. To Lin Ling, this was a good thing because none of them had the qualifications to rise up and respond to a single call. On the other hand, Lin Ling had the qualifications to be their leader. Only with Lin Ling's swift and decisive actions could they follow him and roam the rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling, thank you. Thank you. After Lin Ling paid his respects, Qin Jingtian said gratefully, "This is what I should do." Thank you. Lin Ling smiled as he shook his head. Revenge was one of his goals, but it was evident that the process wouldn't be simple. The two ancient nations wouldn't hand him over so easily. That's right, the great Qin king told me to tell you that if you come back, go and see him. He said that there's something important to discuss. Following this, Qin Vingtian reminded Lin Ling, causing him to nod. Great Qin had been supporting him this entire time, and it was time to meet him. After exchanging a few words with Qin Jingtian, Lin Ling had a new stay in the manor. Then, Lin Ling left the manor. Great Qin wanted to meet Lin Ling at a secret restaurant, and Lin Ling had learned the location from Qin Jingtian. Lin Ling continued onwards, not fearing any assassination attempts. Soon, he arrived at a very ordinary-looking restaurant in the main city. This restaurant was called the Drunken Fragrance Restaurant. Outside the building, it seemed quite peaceful, but Lin Ling could sense that there were many experts standing guard. Evidently, Great Qin's legatee had come out to patrol, and the guards were quite strict. In the end, this was the rainforest's sacred land and not the 100 Domains. So Great Qin could not act as unbridled as he had in the 100 Domains. Lin Ling, please enter. A middle-aged man recognized Lin Ling at the entrance of the restaurant and nodded. Lin Ling smiled and walked in. There was no one else in the restaurant, so Lin Ling walked to the top floor. There were many people there, and after Lin Ling walked in, everyone's gazes became serious, and the peaceful atmosphere became oppressive. There were many experts here, ranging from mid-stage to late-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts. It could be said that there were as many experts as there were clouds. Lin Ling, you're late. A man in armor said calmly, seeming quite dissatisfied. I just received the news, so I'm late. Sorry. Lin Ling stood there silently and looked at the man as if he did not see him. Do you know who's here? Who allowed you to speak like this? Such rudeness is worthy of 9 familial exterminations. The man in armor said coldly. Besides him, many people frowned and released their dignified auras, as if they were unhappy with Lin Ling's rudeness. It was obvious that everyone here was of noble status. Of course, they were all terrifyingly strong, which proved everything. I've already said my apologies. If you still think I'm rude, then let's talk with our strength. Lin Ling's expression became cold as he said calmly, You're just a mere Saint Spirit Realm expert. Who do you think you are? Let's talk with our strength. Why don't we make a bet? The man in armor said with an even more dignified aura, as if he was the king of generals. As for the crowd, they looked at Lin Ling mockingly. They wanted to see what right Lin Ling had to be so arrogant. All right, let's bet with our lives. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's resolute voice rang out, causing the entire restaurant to fall silent. How arrogant! Once he made a bet, he would bet with his life. The man in armor was at the intermediate stage of the Saint Spirit realm, while Lin Ling was only at the initial stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Lin Ling dared to make a bet. What? You don't dare? Lin Ling took a step forward and shouted coldly when he saw that the man in armor had fallen silent. The man in armor's expression kept changing. He wanted to make a bet, but he wasn't confident enough. According to the rumors, Lin Ling had destroyed the Lightning City Brilliant Ore and killed Long Chongqing in the Sky Dragon Mansion, which was filled with experts. This wasn't something an initial stage Saint Spirit Realm expert could do. At the very least, he couldn't do it. I don't dare. Get lost. Lin Ling took another step forward, causing the man in armor to tremble with anger. Lin Ling, you're going too far. All right, Bahu, come back. It's good that Lin Ling is here. At this moment, a soft voice rang out. It wasn't loud, and it was like a gentle breeze, but it carried an indescribable dignified aura. Silence. Apart from this, another voice sounded out. It was deep and hoarse, causing everyone else to fall silent. The two people who had spoken were obviously of extremely high status. Lin Ling, come here. At this moment, another voice sounded out, causing Lin Ling to look over. He saw that it was a pale-faced scholar holding a white jade fan. He had red lips and white teeth, and he was the most handsome man Lin Ling had ever seen. Moreover, his hand was as white as snow, and his fingers were as white as snow. It was like the most perfect pair of hands in the world. Lin Ling, this is His Majesty, the Great Qin King. An old man respectfully walked towards Lin Ling and whispered into his ear. This caused Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. The Great Qin King was so young? Following this, he calmly walked over and sat down with the pale-faced scholar. After sitting down, Lin Ling smelled a strange fragrance. He couldn't tell what it was, but it made him feel very comfortable. Lin Ling, it's an honor to meet you. The Great Qin King looked at Lin Ling and lightly smiled. His eyes seemed calm, but there was a mysterious power within them that caused Lin Ling's heart to tremble. It was the Emperor's aura. Lin Ling almost wanted to kneel down and worship the Great Qin King. Luckily, his soul was incredibly resilient, so he quickly recovered. The Great Qin King was indeed mysterious. I greet the Great Qin King. I am Lin Ling. Following this, Lin Ling slightly bowed. The Great Qin King had helped him many times, so he had to return this favor. Haha, there's no need for us to be so formal. We can treat each other as friends. The Great Qin King waved his fan. He seemed to be quite familiar with Lin Ling's personality, and he knew that Lin Ling was incredibly prideful and didn't like people kneeling to him the most. I've asked to meet you today because of what you did a few days ago, shocking the rainforest Holy Land. As such, the Great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid came to find me. They want to form an alliance with the Great Qin dynasty to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family. The Great Qin King calmly said after thinking for a moment. This was the reason why he had asked to meet Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the fuse that caused the two ancient kingdoms to see an opportunity, so they wanted to join forces to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire, the Great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he fell into deep thought. From the perspective of the ancient kingdoms, they naturally wanted to destroy their opponents and turn the 5 ancient kingdoms into 3 ancient kingdoms. However, from Lin Ling's perspective, this news was quite shocking. Chapter 10:14. Duan Xuanwang, it's time for you to die. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I'm sure you know what we're here for. The Great Qin King asked for your opinion on this matter. What do you think? Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, a middle-aged man dressed in plain clothes said. His clothes were ordinary, but there was an unconcealable royal aura around him. Evidently, this person was the Emperor of the Lion Orchid Kingdom. On the other side, another man looked at Lin Ling. He should be from the Great Tang Empire. The Great Tang Empire was backed by the Sparrow tribe. Although they had the same bloodline, it didn't mean that they were part of the Sparrow tribe. The difference was that the Sparrow tribe was a direct bloodline, while the Great Tang Empire was a collateral bloodline. Why? Lin Ling didn't agree. Instead, he asked calmly. His words caused the people from the 2 ancient kingdoms to frown. Lin Ling was so rude. Their ancient kingdoms had come to ally with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling wasn't grateful, and he even asked why. Because they believe that this matter won't harm them at all. With you as the great commander of the three ancient kingdoms, you can lead the three ancient kingdoms experts to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family. You and the Great Qin Empire can also take revenge. This is a win-win situation. The Great Qin King explained. He knew that Lin Ling was a cautious person. Lin Ling didn't immediately agree. After a while, he would be able to sweep through the two ancient kingdoms with his strength. Thus, this alliance wasn't necessary. Lin Ling, this matter is beneficial. At this moment, the Great Qin King's voice sounded in Lin Ling's ears. He was secretly reminding Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at the Great Qin King and finally made up his mind. Although this matter was too sudden, he had many trump cards, so he wasn't afraid of anything unexpected. Sure, but after the alliance, I want to become the overall commander of the three ancient nations. All experts will listen to my orders. Lin Ling looked at the people of the two ancient empires and said. The people of the two ancient empires didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation and nodded simultaneously. No harm, but only against the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan clan. If you use our experts for other purposes, this alliance will be cancelled. Alright. In the end, the three great forces came to an agreement and wrote a life and death contract. In the end, the people from the two ancient kingdoms left, leaving only the Great Qin Emperor and Lin Ling in the restaurant. The Great Qin Emperor drank his wine and said, Lin Ling, do you think this matter is inappropriate? Now that there were no outsiders around, Lin Ling found that Great Qin seemed to be even more relaxed, and he gave off the lazy aura of an emperor, giving off a strange feeling. Women. That's right. Lin Ling felt that Great Qin's empress was like a woman lazily sitting on a chair, and she was an extremely beautiful woman. Could it be that Great Qin's empress was a woman? Lin Ling's heart trembled, and he looked at Great Qin's empress. Great Qin's empress had drunk some wine, and her cheeks were red, making her look indescribably alluring. Everything happened too suddenly, and I felt that something was wrong, but I didn't know what it was. That's why I hesitated. After all, I don't know much about the two ancient nations. Lin Ling said bluntly. I have also considered this point, but I also feel that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss it, we might not get another one. If the 5 ancient countries become 3, then the Great Qin dynasty will also be famous in my previous life. Great Qin's empress lightly laughed, and her voice was crisp and clear, but there was an indescribable boldness to it. At that moment, she seemed to have returned to being an emperor who reigned above all. One should not have the heart to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. Over the years, I've seen many backstabbers, so I don't want to be played like a monkey at a crucial moment. Lin Ling faintly smiled. Even though he was wary of the two ancient nations, he had hidden his greatest trump card, which was why he hadn't been afraid before. Haha, don't worry, I'll pay attention to their movements. Finally, the 3 ancient nations commander-in-chief, Lin Ling, I wish you a great victory. Great Qin's empress nodded before standing up and raising her wine cup. Lin Ling also raised his wine cup and clinked glasses with her. If the 3 ancient nations joined forces, then the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family's doomsday would come. Lin Ling had given them a chance, but not only had they not cherished it, but they had instead announced it to the world. As such, Lin Ling could only ruthlessly crush them. In the following days, a storm was brewing in the rainforest's sacred land. On this day, Lin Ling received news from the Great Tang Empire that they had discovered Duan Xuanwang's figure. It seemed that the Great Tang Empire wanted to prove its stance in the alliance, so it was helping Lin Ling find his enemies. Moreover, it had given up a large number of experts to help Lin Ling. The Great Tang Empire is quite fast. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He felt that the Great Tang Empire was too enthusiastic. They had actually helped him find his enemies. However, it didn't matter what the Great Tang Empire's intentions were. What was important was that they had found Duan Xuanwang. When Duan Xuanwang had fled from the 7 Profound Martial House, Lin Ling hadn't cared at that time because he knew that it wouldn't be long before he would personally kill him. But now the time had come. The powerhouses of the 3 ancient nations are helping me. You don't need to appear. Return to the mountain valley. I don't want you to kill too many people. After all, this world is a cycle of karma. Lin Ling found an Yuer and then gently looked at an Yuer. The latter was his woman, He didn't want her to carry too many burdens. Karma is a cycle of karma, but Lin Ling, you will also carry the sin of killing. And Yuer didn't want to leave Lin Ling. She wanted to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling faintly smiled. If there is karma, then let me carry it. Right or wrong, good or evil, I have never cared about that. What I care about is having a clear conscience. If there comes a day when karma arrives and the heavens want to destroy me, then I, Lin Ling, will accept it. However, the heavens won't destroy me so easily. And Yuer saw that Lin Ling had already decided. She could only helplessly nod. She took a step forward and gently hugged her man. Everything was just like when they were children. Her man had always protected her, not fearing any karma of the world. If there came a day when karma descended upon Lin Ling, she would accompany Lin Ling to face it. If they died, they would meet in hell. I know what you are thinking, but I promise you I, Lin Ling, won't die so easily. Lin Ling hugged Yuer and patted her back. He then turned and left. You should return to the Mountain River Valley. My intuition tells me that the Mountain River Valley's secret trump card will be revealed to the world soon. With that, Lin Ling strode away. He sensed that someone wanted to harm him. Or perhaps, someone wanted to borrow his hand to wipe out the two great ancient nations and then let him die. One had to know that the heart of an emperor was the most ruthless and the most difficult to guess. Alliance? Lin Ling didn't believe it. However, no matter what tricks the other party played, they shouldn't provoke him. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't mind turning the 5 great ancient nations into one great ancient nation. And now, Duanzun Wang, your time of death has come. At this moment, at the border of the vast rainforest, there was a small town isolated from the rest of the world. In a restaurant, a white-haired but tall and sturdy old man with eyes like lightning was drinking wine. A large number of experts were hidden around him, as if they were secretly protecting him. Lin Ling. The old man drank a mouthful of wine and angrily shouted. He was the Duanzun Wang who was hiding here. Chapter 10:15. Run away. Duanzun Wang was the great duke of the Justice Duan family. Who dared to look down on him in the 100 territories and the rainforest sacred land? However, Lin Ling had swept through everything with lightning speed. Duanzun Wang, a great duke, had to hide in this remote town. This was a great humiliation. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would have to hide from Lin Ling like a stray dog. Lin Ling, don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, I will kill you. Damn! Duanzun Wang said angrily and started drinking again. Your goal is not bad, but unfortunately, you won't have a chance. Ha ha! However, at this moment, a smiling voice resounded in the restaurant. A slender figure slowly walked in from the entrance. He was wearing a pitch-black robe and a cloak. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He held a jug of wine in his hand as he walked in. He looked free and unrestrained with a hint of coldness. Lin Ling. Duanzun Wang's eyes widened. He stared at the person in disbelief. He felt like he was dreaming. Lin Ling had come. He had appeared in front of him. How was this possible? Haha, an old acquaintance. Am I not welcome? Lin Ling smiled faintly as if he was an old friend of Duanzun Wang. He sat down in front of Duanzun Wang's table. Duanzun Wang felt a great pressure from his casual appearance. Someone come. Duanzun Wang glared at Lin Ling and shouted coldly. He was shouting for the experts of the Justice Duan family outside the restaurant. After all, even though he was hiding here, the Justice Duan family had arranged a large number of experts to protect him. Usually, if he made any movements, a large number of experts would come. But this time, after he shouted, there was only silence. It was as if everyone had disappeared from the world. Someone come. Duanzun Wang shouted again. There's no need to shout, they're all dead. At this moment, Lin Ling's soft voice sounded out, causing Duanzun Wang's face to instantly turn pale. He had guessed this before, but he didn't really believe it. However, reality proved that if Lin Ling wanted to kill him, it didn't matter if he hid to the ends of the earth or how many experts he had by his side. It was all useless. Lin Ling, don't be too flamboyant. Duanzun Wang was instantly enraged. Lin Ling gave him the feeling that he was a king who controlled everything. He found him like a ghost, and appeared in front of him like a divine king. All of this gave him a lot of pressure. White cloud smoke, rosy afterglow swing, Kunlun earth, jade snow ice, Purple Star River, Black Primal Chaos. As long as you are not destroyed, die. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted as the middle stage Saint Spirit Realm strength smashed the restaurant into pieces. An ancient Qilin appeared and rushed towards Lin Ling alongside the fist. Ultimate Profound. This was a power similar to Sword Profound. It had the power of heaven, earth and man profound. It was said that when a person was in despair, they would release a mysterious power that could see through life and death, and they wouldn't fear anything in the world. Only a few people could control this power, but once they could control it, it would explode with shocking power. Duan Zun Wang was one of them, and his ultimate profound had reached the second level. Lin Ling gave Duan Zun Wang a mysterious feeling, but Lin Ling was still in the early stage Saint Spirit Realm after all. You shouldn't have faced me alone. At this moment, Duan Zun Wang seemed to have found the confidence to turn the tables. So what? However, it was all just his wishful thinking. Boom. Duan Zun Wang also threw out a punch, burning the void and colliding with Duan Zun Wang's absolute power. The destructive flames broke through Duan Zun Wang's fist and forced him to retreat. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Middle stage Saint Spirit Realm. In an instant, Duan Zun Wang's shocked voice floated out from his mouth. All of this was like a dream. Not too long ago, he had slaughtered his way into the 7 profound martial house. At that time, Lin Ling had to draw support from the Great Qin Empire to force him to flee. Duan Zun Wang had always thought that as long as he could find an opportunity, killing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, 3 months had passed and Lin Ling had reached the middle stage of the Saint Spirit Realm. Moreover, in a single collision, Lin Ling had injured Duan Zun Wang. Not only are you at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit Realm, but you also have 3 levels of ultimate profound. Lin Ling said, his words even more shocking to Duan Zun Wang. Facing Lin Ling, he didn't even have the strength to fight back? No wonder Lin Ling dared to attack 2 ancient countries. I admit that you are terrifying. As long as there is life, there is hope. See you next time. Duan Zun Wang's complexion constantly changed. He finally made a decision, and that was to run away again. He was sullen in his heart. Lin Ling had already forced him to run away like a stray dog twice. White cloud smoke, rosy afterglow swing. Duan Zun Wang slammed his palm on the ground, and a strange smoke spread out. Then, he used the smoke to rush out of the broken restaurant. In the small town, there was no one to be seen. After Duan Zun Wang rushed out, he felt a chill in his heart. Sure enough, all the experts on his side had been killed by Lin Ling. But fortunately, he had escaped this time. After returning to the Duan family, he would definitely ask His Majesty to kill Lin Ling. Right now, in the Duan family, there were only a few people who could shake Lin Ling apart from His Majesty. Shill. Duan Zun Wang stomped on the ground and shot forward like a meteor. He only wanted to run away now. When he left the small town, he finally relaxed. However, he was still worried. He ran madly towards the rainforest's sacred land because there were the most experts there, and it was the closest to him. However, just as he relaxed, a strange feeling rose in his heart. He sensed that someone was secretly following him. It's Lin Ling. Duan Zun Wang's face stiffened. Could it be that he still hadn't escaped from Lin Ling's encirclement? Run! Duan Zun Wang increased his speed and leaped across the sky like lightning. After a full 2 hours, he arrived at the edge of the Rain Sea. A huge dragon boat was parked on the sea. Right now, he was at the border area. It would take a long time to cross the mountains to reach the main city, so taking the dragon boat was the fastest way. As long as I reach the rainforest's sacred land, there will be countless experts there. There will definitely be someone who can suppress Lin Ling. Duan Zun Wang kept comforting himself. He shot towards the dragon boat in midair, trying to use it to reach the rainforest's sacred land. Who is this person? He's crazy. He didn't follow the rules and came straight to the dragon boat. On the dragon boat, a large number of warriors' eyes narrowed. But soon someone said, "It seems to be Duan Zun Wang from the Duan family. This person is a top expert in the rainforest's sacred land. No wonder he's so domineering and carefree." He came straight to the dragon boat. As soon as the words fell, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. There were many famous experts in the rainforest's sacred land, and Duan Zun Wang was one of them. However, many of them saw that Duan Zun Wang didn't seem to be carefree. He seemed to be panicking. Panicking? Did they see wrongly? A great king would panic? Bang! In the end, Duan Zunwang landed on the dragon boat as he wished. His heart relaxed, but this relaxation didn't last long. The indifferent feeling of being watched appeared again. That's right, it was indifferent. It wasn't a focused surveillance at all. It was a casual surveillance. Come out. You followed me for so long. Don't tell me you don't dare to show yourself? Chapter 1016. Chasing down. What is Duan Zunwang doing? Everyone on the dragon boat sucked in a cold breath. They were sure that Duan Zunwang was panicking. Just who was he afraid of? Whoosh! At this time, from the distant edge of the Sea of Rain, a beam of light shot over. A black cloak fluttered in the wind, as if a king had arrived. Everyone on the dragon boat sucked in a breath of cold air. It had to be known that the Sea of Rain was turbulent. Besides the dragon boat that could ride the winds and break through the waves, ordinary martial artists simply didn't dare to cross the sea. Even a peak royal spirit realm powerhouse didn't dare, because that was tantamount to touching upon the might of the heavens and earth. Unless it was a rumored saint spirit realm powerhouse. And before, Duan Zunwang had freely crossed the Sea of Rain. He had the qualifications to do so, but now there was another person. Just who was this person? As for Duan Zunwang, his pupils froze in the sky. Lin Ling had really caught up to him. Before, he hadn't been able to escape from Lin Ling's palm. Lin Ling had been playing with him. Pang! A moment later, Lin Ling stepped onto the dragon boat. His right hand was still holding a jug of wine, smiling as he drank. His calm demeanor caused the crowd to admire him even more. This person was even younger than they had imagined. Lin Ling, just what are you trying to do? Duan Zunwang's heart chilled. He was flustered and even afraid, but even more than that, he was angry. It had to be known that he was a grand and dignified king. He had always been the one to control the lives of others. He had never been controlled like this before. Lin Ling. Everyone's hearts trembled. They finally knew who this person was. Moreover, Duan Zunwang's face was filled with panic. He was actually afraid of Lin Ling? This was simply ridiculous. Not too long ago, Duan Zunwang had brought powerhouses to the Seven Profound Martial House to kill Lin Ling. Although they had failed, the martial artists of the Rainforest Holy Land knew that Lin Ling had powerhouses helping him. But now, Lin Ling was playing with Duan Zunwang like a cat playing with a mouse. This 180-degree change in the situation made it impossible for anyone to react. All eyes were on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still calmly drinking his wine, not saying a single word. There was even a slight smile on his face, as if he was on a sightseeing tour, without the slightest bit of killing intent. If not for the fact that everyone knew of the grudge between Lin Ling and the Lin Ling Duan family, they would have thought that Lin Ling was here on a sightseeing tour. However, this silence felt like years to Duan Zunwang. He was flustered and angry. He wanted to attack Lin Ling, but he also knew that he wasn't Lin Ling's match. Moreover, Duan Zunwang could clearly sense that although Lin Ling was smiling, that smile was extremely cold, so cold that it pierced into his heart. He knew that Lin Ling was definitely going to kill him, but before he killed him, he felt incomparably depressed. Lin Ling, how can the grudge between you and me be resolved? The feeling of suppression was even more unbearable than killing Duan Zunwang. He couldn't help but roar. In the past, I had no enmity with you. You brought the experts of the Justice Duan family to kill me, causing Old Man Shao to die. Tell me, can this grudge be resolved? Lin Ling smiled slightly, still as cordial as before. I am a member of the Justice Duan family. At that time, you were very weak, but you offended the dignity of the Justice Duan family, so the Justice Duan family sent me to kill you. This is not a grudge between you and me, it's just that our standpoints are different. Duan Zunwang's attitude softened, as if he was begging for mercy. When many people saw this scene, they felt that it was even more surreal. Duan Zunwang was begging for mercy? Lin Ling so powerful. Yeah, at that time I was still very weak, so if you wanted to kill me you could kill me. If you could kill me, you would have contributed greatly to the Justice Duan family, but you couldn't kill me. This is just your standpoint, so I shouldn't kill you? Lin Ling asked indifferently, causing Duan Zunwang to be speechless. When Lin Ling was weak he could kill him if he wanted to, but when Lin Ling was strong, He could kill him if he wanted to, the logic was the same. I'm not a saint, I just do things with a clear conscience, a life for a life. Your life must be left behind. No matter who comes to stop me, of course, others can also come to kill me, but if they can't, then wait for my revenge. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine. His voice cold, magnanimous, with a clear conscience. This was Lin Ling's principle of living. You! Duan Xuanwang's face was pale. He knew that he could not compromise with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling still did not make a move, and was still playing with him. Run! Without saying anything more, Duan Xuanwang stepped on the dragon boat, turned into a rainbow light, and shot towards the rainforest's sacred ground. He could not bear the oppressive feeling. Duan Xuanwang crossed several magnificent mountains and an ancient academy appeared in front of him. A large number of young people were studying there. It was one of the 7 great martial arts palaces, the Howling Sky Academy. I have a good relationship with the master of this academy. I have given him a lot of heavenly treasures in the past, asking him to help me. Duan Xuanwang's eyes lit up. He rushed towards the Howling Sky Academy, and his arrival was immediately alerted. After all, it was very rude, but when the disciples saw that it was Duan Xuanwang, they felt relieved. Duan Xuanwang and Lin Xiaotian had a good relationship. It seemed that Duan Xuanwang was here to see the master. However, Duan Xuanwang's face was pale, as if he was running away from something. Duan Xuanwang, what are you doing? After Duan Xuanwang landed, a disciple said with a smile. You, when are you going to die? If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you chasing after me? However, Duan Xuanwang did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at the sky and said, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Then, the clouds in the sky parted, and a handsome young man in black robe walked down from the sky. Lin Ling. Many people recognized Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was a heaven's pride like them in the past. Many people still remembered his proud figure in the semi-finals. Lin Ling is here to kill Duan Xuanwang. More people guessed Lin Ling's reason for coming here. Then they heard a clear voice from the sky. Duan Xuanwang, are you so afraid of me? You've been running all the way from the border. You even escaped on a dragon boat. Now that you're here, you're still trying to escape. You're a great king, where's your dignity? Lin Ling. Duan Xuanwang said in a low voice. Lin Ling's words were too sharp, like a sword that stabbed into his heart. Indeed, he used to be a sacred place in the rainforest, and anyone who saw him had to bow respectfully. However, in front of strength he was nothing. In front of Lin Ling, other than running away, he was afraid. Duan Xuanwang's silence made the faces of the heavens' prides in the academy heavy. As expected, strength was everything. Lin Ling had grown up, and he had the strength to suppress the imperial power. Duan Xuanwang could only panic and run in fear when facing him. However, Lin Ling did not seem to be in a hurry to kill him. He was slowly pressuring Duan Xuanwang, making Duan Xuanwang, a king, regret his actions in the past. The entire Xiaotian Academy was dead silent. Everyone stared at Lin Ling as if they were looking at a king. Lin Ling, it's your first time in my Xiaotian Academy. Chapter 10:17. If God blocks, kill God. If Buddha blocks, kill Buddha. Palace Master. Brother Xiaotian. Duan Xuanwang and the people around him shouted. Especially Duan Xuanwang. It was as if he had found a life-saving straw. After all, the palace master of one of the 7 great martial arts palaces was comparable to the emperors of the 5 great ancient nations. The old man nodded solemnly, but he was still looking at Lin Ling. How about you give me some face and let Duan Xuanwang go? Why should I give you face? Countless gazes were on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still drinking. He replied faintly, but his tone was somewhat cold. Lin Ling, how overbearing. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They thought that Lin Ling would restrain himself since the palace master had appeared, but who knew that Lin Ling was not afraid at all? He even said indifferently, why should I give you face? Lin Ling, don't go too far. A middle-aged man walked out from behind the old man. He looked at Lin Ling and shouted coldly. He was a scholar and was at the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Going too far? Lin Ling chuckled and stared at the middle-aged man. So what if I bully you? Rumble. Formless soul power was released. Although the middle-stage Holy Spirit realm expert was strong, Lin Ling was unparalleled in the mid-stage Holy Spirit realm. How could he be afraid of him? Dang! Dang! The middle-stage Holy Spirit Realm expert took 3 steps back with a pale face. Lin Ling's strength had become so powerful. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was a genius of the same age as them, but his strength... You only have one choice, hand over Duanzun Wang, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Ling took a step forward and said coldly. Even the heavens and earth could not stop him from killing Duanzun Wang. Moreover, he did not kill Duanzun Wang and allowed him to escape. That was to let everyone know that Duanzun Wang was doomed to die. It was useless even if he fled to the ends of the earth. As for going too far? If you have the strength, why don't you bully others? In the past, when Duanzun Wang had besieged him on the prairie and tried to kill him in the 7 Profound Martial House, why hadn't anyone said that he had gone too far? To put it bluntly, strength determined everything. Lin Ling is killing Duanzun Wang. At this moment, countless experts in the rainforest were paying attention. Lin Ling's actions shocked them because Lin Ling wasn't trying to assassinate Old Man Xiao. Instead, he was killing him openly. Perhaps to Lin Ling, how could he assassinate Old Man Xiao's murderer? If he was going to kill, he would do it in a grand manner to pay homage to Old Master Zhao's soul. This kid is crazy enough. Many experts who were secretly paying attention sucked in a breath of cold air, but they were curious. Could Lin Ling kill Duanzun Wang in front of the rainforest's sacred land? A choice? What if I refuse? The chief of the Howling Academy looked terrible. Lin Ling was threatening him and did not give him any choice. If Lin Ling killed Duanzun Wang in front of him, what face would he have left as the manor head? So what if he refused? Everyone was curious as well. What would Lin Ling do if the powerful chief had rejected him? If I refuse, the entire Howling Academy will be annihilated. Lin Ling glanced at everyone and said coldly, causing the entire place to become silent. If I refuse, I'll destroy everything. Do you have the strength to do so? The chief's face turned even uglier. Did Lin Ling think that he didn't exist? Lin Ling nodded and ignored the mansion master. Instead, he took out an exquisite jade token and transmitted his cold voice into the jade token. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, if the Howling Sky Academy says no or refuses, I'll slaughter everyone here. His voice drifted out like the wind. Many people's eyes widened. Lin Ling was even more arrogant than they had imagined. Did he think that he was an expert? Rumble. However, at this moment, wind and clouds surged in 3 directions as if the sky was divided into 3 parts. Countless voices stepped on the clouds and flew towards the Howling Academy. Moreover, 3 flags were flying in the sky. They were the Great Tang Empire, the Great Qin Empire, and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. The experts of the 3 great ancient kingdoms had arrived. In an instant, the sky was filled with people. The weakest of them was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were many Saint Spirit Realm experts. At this moment, they looked at Lin Ling and shouted in unison, "Commander Lin Ling!" Their voices shook the heavens and the earth, causing the earth to become deathly silent. The king had returned. Previously, everyone thought that Lin Ling was joking. However, they now realized that it wasn't a joke. Lin Ling's call was answered by hundreds of people. This was the true king's return. The experts of the 3 great ancient kingdoms have been summoned by Lin Ling. The experts who were secretly observing the situation from afar were shocked. Since when did Lin Ling have such terrifying charisma? As for the Howling Sky Academy, it was deathly silent at this moment. Everyone subconsciously covered their mouths, afraid that if they made a sound, it would lead to a massacre. Although there were many experts among them, they could not be compared to those ancient experts. One must know that those were the top experts of the 3 ancient countries. As for the Howling Academy's chief, his expression changed greatly. With his strength, he could kill Lin Ling, but he couldn't guarantee the safety of the Howling Academy. It seemed that Lin Ling was determined to kill Duanzun Wang. If God tried to stop him, he would kill God. If Buddha tried to stop him, he would destroy Buddha. Say, do you refuse? Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked at the chief and shouted. The chief didn't dare to speak at this moment. He looked at Lin Ling and sighed, shaking his head. Do as you wish. In the end, he gave in and didn't dare to refuse. Instead, he slowly left with a few apprentices. However, he felt extremely sullen because today, Lin Ling killed Duanzun Wang in Shaotian Academy and killed his good friend in front of his eyes. Yet, He could only remain silent and even acquiesce. He had never imagined that a young man in his 20s would be able to make him, an ancient powerhouse, concede. Plop. Duan Wang sat down powerlessly. His last straw of hope had left him. He was even afraid of Lin Ling. Even if he, Duan Wang, fled to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. No wonder Lin Ling was not in a hurry to kill him. Because under Lin Ling's absolute strength and influence, he was like an ant. Today, Lin Ling dominated everything. Get lost. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the people of the Howling Academy and shouted coldly. Yes. None of them dared to refuse and left quickly. In this world, strength was everything. Although Lin Ling was the same age as them, he had the strength to easily crush them. Therefore they had no choice but to leave. Moreover, there was no resentment in their hearts. Instead, there was a strong admiration in their hearts. This was the world of martial arts. If the difference in strength wasn't big, then both sides would be unconvinced. However, if the difference in strength was too big and there was no hope of surpassing the other side, then there would only be admiration left. Today, Lin Ling was all-powerful and they yearned for his courage to dominate everything. After all, this was the lifelong pursuit of martial artists. You guys leave too. Lin Ling looked at the sky and asked the people of the 3 ancient countries to leave. Only Lin Ling and Duan Wang were left on the ground. Whoosh! The wind blew gently, bringing with it sorrow and natural selection. The fall of the old generation and the rise of the new generation. This was the law of heaven and earth since ancient times. Lin Ling stood quietly and looked into the distance. He allowed the wind to blow through his long hair and his lips curved into a smile. In the sky, he vaguely saw a familiar figure. It was the old man who had supported him and spoiled him, Qin Shao. Today, he was going to kill one of the 2 murderers in the prairie. Duan Wang, you're very sad. You've been ruling the Duan family for your whole life. However, you've become a scapegoat before your death. Lin Ling gently exhaled and slowly walked towards Duan Wang. His words made Duan Wang's expression change. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and his face turned pale. Today, I've paid a visit to my relatives. I'm dizzy from being drunk by the elders. I've been dozing off while writing my story. That's why I'm late. I'm only at the 3rd update today. I can't take it anymore. I'll make up for the 2nd update tomorrow. Chapter 1018. Undercurrent surging. Lin Ling wanted to kill him. No matter who tried to stop him, how could the Justice Duan family not know? However, after so long, the Justice Duan family didn't send any experts over. What did this mean? It meant that the Justice Duan family wanted to sacrifice him. The so-called prestige of an ancient country was actually a joke. That kind of prestige could only be used against the weak. Once it was used against the strong, it would disappear without a trace. A scapegoat. Duan Wang's old face became even older. It was a kind of loss. Then he looked at Lin Ling with a firm gaze. I know I can't escape death, but I've lived an open and above-board life. I hope I can solve it myself. At this moment, he didn't have the domineering demeanor of a king. He was like an old man on the verge of death. Perhaps when death approached, his former prestige would be blown away with the wind. No. Lin Ling shook his head indifferently. Open and above-board? Indeed, it was just that kind of open and above-board way of looking down on the weak. To put it bluntly, it was overbearingly crushing everything. Moreover, if it was someone else, Lin Ling could solve it himself. However, Duan Wang couldn't. Lin Ling wanted to kill his enemy with his own hands. Duan Wang's heart was in pain. He wanted to commit suicide, but Lin Ling wasn't willing. His family and friends didn't come to help him, not even to send him off. He had been proud his whole life, but in the end, he had no one to send him off. Perhaps in the past, he shouldn't have made a move against Lin Ling, because from that moment on, he had fallen into the depths of hell. One sword breaking 10,000 laws. The sword came from the horizon, overwhelming righteousness and magnanimity, causing a bloody scar to appear on Duan Wang's neck. He looked at Lin Ling and suddenly laughed. Perhaps, dying in the hands of this rising king was also a kind of blessing. Lin Ling was expressionless. With a wave of his right hand, Duan Wang's head flew over. He wrapped it in spirit energy and then shot it into the distance. Duan Xuanwang had dealt with his two enemies. At the same time, the entire rainforest sacred land was silent. Duan Xuanwang's death had caused huge waves in the seemingly peaceful rainforest sacred land. Everyone knew that Lin Ling had vowed to kill Duan Xuanwang. This was something that Lin Ling had said a long time ago, but at that time, everyone thought that it was just a joke. But today, Duan Xuanwang had died at the hands of Lin Ling. He had truly died. Moreover, through Duan Xuanwang's death, everyone knew that the former #1 genius of the martial arts palace had risen. As for the next target, it was Lord Long. No one doubted Lin Ling's strength. If Lin Ling could kill Duan Xuanwang, then he would definitely be able to kill Master Long. Now, it all depends on how Lin Ling kills Duan Xuanwang. Let's see how the Heavenly Dragon Empire will deal with the frivolous Lin Ling. At this moment, in the Justice Duan family's territory, the entire vast country was silent. Countless people were grieving for Duan Xuanwang's death, but there was nothing they could do. In the imperial palace, a middle-aged man wearing a 9-dragon robe looked at the sky. His dignified face was filled with killing intent. Lin Ling had made his move, and he had killed Duan Xuanwang in front of everyone. This was a further provocation to the Justice Duan family. Right now, the entire ancient country was filled with resentment. After all, the Justice Duan family had a noble bloodline. How could they allow others to humiliate them? However, as the emperor, he remained silent. Duan Xuanwang, I will always remember your contribution to the ancient country. However, in this time of crisis, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. The middle-aged man in the 9-dragon robe sighed softly. But soon, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Only by sacrificing you can we kill Lin Ling. At the same time, in the Heavenly Dragon Empire, Heavenly Dragon King was also looking at the sky. Behind him was Lord Long. All right, Duan Xuanwang has been sacrificed. Long Fan, you don't have to die. Heavenly Dragon King's voice was incomparably deep. Now, he wanted to let Lin Ling be arrogant. But soon, Lin Ling couldn't laugh anymore. Behind him, Lord Long also smiled coldly. He didn't have to die. Although he gave others the impression that he was approachable, it was just an act. In fact, he was very afraid of death. But fortunately, he didn't have to die. Lin Ling couldn't kill him. This Lin Ling is really terrifying. But even so, Lord Long still had some lingering fear. He had never thought that the great massacre in the grassland would be exchanged for such a price. One must know that he had killed countless people in his life, but he had never been avenged like this. Now that Duan Xuanwang has died, Lin Ling will believe in the great Tang Empire. Then, it's time for us to take action. Heavenly Dragon King suddenly laughed. Now, the entire Rainforest Holy Land knows that Lin Ling has risen. But if we bring him a fatal injury, then I don't know what changes will occur in the Rainforest Holy Land. This can be considered as pouring a bucket of cold water on the fire when it is at its most exuberant. Your Majesty is wise. Lord Long's smile was incomparably cold. At the same time, in the Justice Duan family's area, the Duan family's emperor seemed to have a tacit understanding. He finally waved his hand. The trap has been laid. Lin Ling has already believed in the great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. We can counterattack now. The first step is to make Lin Ling angry. The powerhouses of the two ancient countries majestically moved out. They did not move towards Lin Ling, but instead moved towards another person. That person was an Yuer, who was rushing back to the 7 profound martial house. Before, the two ancient countries had been patiently enduring. They had even not hesitated to sacrifice Duan Xuanwang, and their goal was to make Lin Ling believe in the great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. After all, Lin Ling's temperament was cautious. On the surface, he had allied with the great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. Therefore, they had sacrificed Duan Xuanwang in order to make Lin Ling believe in the great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. As for their goal, it was very simple. They wanted to make Lin Ling reveal all of his cards and finally catch him in one fell swoop. After all, a resurgent Lin Ling was too terrifying. As long as he was not completely erased, then Lin Ling would never be able to be controlled. Of course, to be able to summon the 4 ancient countries and secretly form an alliance, the person behind all of this was incomparably terrifying. And this person was one of the 4 desolate races, Mozihu. Mozihu was one of the twin prides of the Rain clan. Although his strength was inferior to Lin Ling's, he was backed by the Rain clan. Just this point alone was enough to summon the four ancient countries. Not just that, but this matter was beneficial to the four ancient countries. Besides him, there was also another hidden person behind the scenes that was adding fuel to the fire. This person was one of the four desolate races, Tang Yicheng. At this moment, in a secluded mountain valley in the rainforest Holy Land, the sound of a zither drifted through the air. It was like the wind and the rain, and the hazy sounds added a sense of beauty to the atmosphere. And in this mountain valley, where birds sang and flowers bloomed, a youth sat playing a zither. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He was intoxicated with himself, as if nothing in the world could escape from the palm of his hand. This person was Tang Yicheng, a supernova of the Sparrow clan. What was most terrifying was that not only was Tang Yicheng strong, but his shrewdness was also incomparably deep. In the past, when Lin Ling had met Lin Ling, he had given off an amiable and approachable feeling. But the real him was like an undercurrent in the depths of the sea. It was unknown when it would erupt. Lin Ling, you shouldn't have offended me. Chapter 10:19. Gu country takes action. Moreover, Lin Ling stole the person he loved and even announced it to the world. That person was none other than Tang Yuyu. Although he and Tang Yuyu were related by blood, it didn't stop him from liking her. When he first saw Yuyu, he was shocked like a celestial being. He believed that he was the only one in the world who was worthy of Tang Yuyu. Everyone else was just an ant. However, the marriage alliance between the Rain clan and the Sparrow clan, and Mo Zilong snatching away his beloved, made him furious. Originally, he wanted to make a move against Mo Zilong, but who would have thought that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? Lin Ling rose up and even announced everything domineeringly. Therefore, he wanted to make a move against Lin Ling. Lin Ling, when you die, you will know that I am the one who caused your death. I am like an enemy you can never see through. Tang Yicheng was still smiling, but his smile was very cold, even very sinister. It made the valley indescribably cold. He was like the coldest viper in the world, the king of all vipers. In the rainforest sacred land, everyone thought that Lin Ling had risen up, but they didn't know that the next heaven and earth would be turned upside down. Perhaps, the rainforest sacred land's change was also to welcome the arrival of the heavenly meteor era. In the long river of history, every time the world changed, countless people would die and become cannon fodder for the merciless wheel of heaven and earth. No matter how powerful a king was, no matter how powerful they were in the past, they would all fall in the end. However, among the kings, there would always be a new king rising up. This was the will of heaven. The sky was indescribably oppressive. Lin Ling's speed was very fast. In a flash, he passed through a large number of green mountains and went straight for the Qin Manor. However, his eyes flickered. The sky seemed calm, but it always gave him a feeling that a storm was coming. Lin Ling, you are even more powerful than I imagined. Boom! At this time, a clear and melodious voice came from a mountain peak. A woman wearing a long black dress quietly stood there like a fairy under the night sky. The umbrella in her hand gave off a mysterious and dreamy feeling. The second dream. Boom! Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He was extremely surprised. Back then, after you defeated me, there was a long period of time where I was unwilling to accept it. But now, I am completely convinced. Losing to you is not an injustice. The second dream's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Ling in the sky, and Hongyan's small mouth moved slightly. That's why you're here now. You want to kill me, steal my glory, and shake the rainforest's holy land. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the second dream with an indifferent expression. The second dream shook his head. I really want to kill you, but I know that I can't. In fact, the moment I attack will be the moment I die. Then you're not afraid I'll kill you? Lin Ling asked again. He was curious. What was the second dream? His biggest impression of this woman was that she was very mysterious and shrewd. You won't kill me. The enmity between us ended when you defeated me. The second dream smiled. Her smile was very beautiful. However, she was indeed intelligent. Her guess was correct. Lin Ling would not kill her because Lin Ling had left her life to Sakura. I'm here to say that a storm is brewing in the rainforest's holy land. The assassination plot against you has already begun. Furthermore, it has shocked everyone. There are many experts and factions that have been mobilized. The second dream's beautiful face suddenly turned serious. Lin Ling's heart trembled. No wonder he felt that everything was going too smoothly. It seemed like someone was really going to make a move on him. Be careful of the people behind the scenes. Those who can summon the 5 great ancient countries. Think about it. Who have you offended in the 4 great desolate races? The second dream took a step forward and flew into the distance as if she was stepping on a lotus. The umbrella in her hand made her look even more mysterious. Also, your friend is in danger. I can see that you like her a lot, so I don't want you to lose anything. Finally, I hope that you won't treat me as an enemy. Her. Lin Ling frowned. He wanted to ask something, but the second dream had already disappeared into the distance. This caused Lin Ling to ponder. To be honest, he didn't really believe in the second dream. This was because this woman was too shrewd. In the past, she had deceived his big brother, and now she might deceive him. Perhaps all of this was just a trap. But her. At present, everyone in the 7 profound martial house was safe. Then this her, besides Yu was an Yuer. Not good. Lin Ling's complexion changed, and his pupils became cold and gloomy. Before, he had destroyed Thunder City's brilliance mine, killed Long Chongsheng, and then killed Duan Zuanwang. Each of his actions had been vast and mighty, shocking the world. The reason he had done this was to make his enemies fear him and not dare to move against him. However, no one knew that even though Lin Ling had shocked the world, there were still people who dared to touch his reverse scale. At this juncture, to touch Lin Ling's people, that was simply courting death. At this moment, in the direction of the main city, a massive number of powerhouses were flying towards a street like locusts. There, a white-clothed woman was like a fairy that had come from the horizon, but she was surrounded by a massive number of powerhouses. These powerhouses were all at the Saint Spirit realm, and from their clothes, one could see that they were from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family. How terrifying, they are all at the Saint Spirit realm. In the distance, many people were shocked. Saint Spirit realm powerhouses were not rare in the Rainforest Holy Land, but for so many of them to appear at the same time was very rare. Besides a limited number of large influences, who else could summon such a large force? The person they're surrounding, is she Lin Ling's woman? Many people began to speculate. This wasn't difficult to guess. After all, if 2 powerhouses from 2 ancient countries joined forces, then they must be the one who killed Lin Ling. And Yuer's origin is a mystery, but her hometown is from the Cloud Domain, and she is Lin Ling's childhood friend, am I right? In the silence, an old man in armor looked at an Yuer indifferently and said. His voice was full of majesty, as if he was the judge of death. You're all not afraid of death. And Yuer's beautiful face became even colder after being surrounded by so many powerhouses. In fact, she was also very surprised. After all, Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire Rainforest Holy Land, and at this time, no one would dare to provoke Lin Ling, but she didn't expect that the Heavenly Dragon Empire would be so shameless as to use her to kill her. Die. It's not up to you to say that. The old man shouted coldly, and the other powerhouses also looked indifferent, but their eyes were filled with deep hatred. Lin Ling had humiliated the people of 2 ancient countries, but the imperial family had asked them to endure. They didn't know why they had to endure, but this time, they could finally take action and sweep away the grievances in their hearts. If Lin Ling knew that when he went to kill Duan Zuanwang, his woman was also killed, then who knew what kind of mood Lin Ling would have? Maybe he would vomit blood in anger. Moreover, no one knew what kind of huge waves would be set off in the Rainforest Holy Land. After all, Lin Ling was in the limelight, but they dared to touch Lin Ling's reverse scale. This huge contrast was enough to shock the world. If Lin Ling knows that you came to kill me, you will all die. Chapter 10:20. Fury of the Infernal Gods, he won't know, because we already have a plan. Moreover, we were just enduring before, but now the counterattack has truly begun. You will be the first sacrifice. The armored old man's eyes were still cold. Fighting for the Empire was his honor. My lord, I'll kill her. Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man took a large step forward. Surging spiritual energy burst out and transformed into a long spear, directly attacking an Yuer. Rumble! The void exploded as the long spear came through the void, carrying with it an ancient aura. It was a profound martial skill. Extreme Realm. and Yuer's eyes flashed with red lightning. It was similar to the sword in Lin Ling's hand. Perhaps, her mutated soul force was also caused by Lin Ling. Crack! The sound of thunder rang out, and the void spear shattered like glass, causing the middle-aged man's eyes to widen. Previously, he had not placed a Yuer in his eyes, but who would have thought that this young girl would be so powerful? In the next moment, the red lightning struck him, causing his body to tremble and fall from the sky. An instant kill. The crowd was shocked. Lin Ling was very strong, this was a well-known fact, but no one would have thought that Lin Ling's woman was also so powerful. That white-clothed girl was indeed a fairy-like existence. This woman is a genius. I'm afraid that even an early-stage Holy Spirit realm expert won't be able to kill her. Let's attack her together. The armored old man's expression was still cold as he waved his hand. Kill. The sky became vast and mighty as killing intent surged, shocking the direction of the main city. It even attracted the attention of many powers. Many people rejoiced in Lin Ling's misfortune, especially the Great Serpent Mansion. They had a grudge with Lin Ling in the past. Now, they couldn't wait to see ancient country obliterate Lin Ling. Extreme Realm. And Yuer Hongyan's lips moved slightly as she stared at the sky with her beautiful eyes. Plop. As soon as the Extreme Realm appeared, a large number of figures descended from the sky. It was extremely easy for him to instantly annihilate an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. However, the experts here weren't just at the early stage of the Saint Spirit Realm. Moreover, there were too many of them. And Yuer wasn't able to resist all of them. Extreme Shield. And Yuer was enveloped in a ball of lightning. Moreover, this ball of soul power was very powerful. As long as one attacked the ball, a bolt of lightning would be sent back. If the opponent was only at the early stage of the Saint Spirit Realm, it would be a one-hit kill. And Yuer was the Holy Son of the Water Moon Holy Land. Her strength was naturally incomparably powerful. Kill. However, the powerhouses that rushed over were not afraid of death. Clearly, they were all death warriors. As long as it was for the glory of the Empire, they would not be afraid even if they were sent to hell. And Yuer's attack methods were very mysterious, making it impossible for them to guard against it. However, they still wanted to use numbers to kill an Yuer. Bastard! And Yuer's countenance paled when she saw the endless stream of experts attacking, causing the hearts of the spectators to tremble. They didn't know why, but a feeling of wanting to help this young girl rose up in their hearts. After all, the people from the two ancient countries were too despicable. They actually joined forces to kill an Yuer. As for Lin Ling, most of the time, he would decide everything by himself. He was straightforward and upright. It was much better than the ancient countries. That young girl is so determined. For Lin Ling, she would rather die than live in dishonor. If she could have such a confidant by her side, her life would not have been in vain. Someone enviously said in the crowd. They all knew that the fairy-like girl was implicated by Lin Ling, otherwise, she would not have died. However, that young girl did not have any complaints. She was willing to do everything for Lin Ling. Such a beautiful and powerful girl. Who wouldn't be jealous of her? What a powerful soul power. She can even block the attack of an intermediate stage Saint Spirit Realm expert. However, I see that her face is getting paler and paler. I'm afraid she won't be able to block them for much longer. In the middle of the street, a man stared at an Yuer who was fighting a group of powerhouses and sneered. Lin Ling was very tyrannical in the past. He came to my Great Serpent Mansion and killed the third young master. Today I can avenge him. Solitary serpent wandering. The man clapped his right hand and a gray snake shot out. It instantly disappeared between heaven and earth. In the next moment, a small gray snake appeared at an Yuer's waist. Then, its cold teeth flashed and it suddenly bit her. This snake was obviously poisonous. Normally, this kind of attack would be ineffective against an Yuer. However, an Yuer's mind was focused on the powerhouses of the ancient country. She did not have time to pay attention to what was happening behind her. Therefore, she was bitten by the snake. As a result, an Yuer's breath became weak. She firmly bit her red lips. Many people in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw that the red lightning balls around an Yuer had disappeared. Many people subconsciously looked at the person who had launched the sneak attack. Their eyes were filled with anger. An Yuer fought a group of heroes alone. This was enough to make people sympathize with her. However, someone had launched a sneak attack on her. That person was too despicable and sinister. It's the people of the Great Serpent Mansion. They launched a sneak attack on others. Sinister. How sinister? The crowd saw the man hiding in the street. That man's expression changed. He laughed and arrogantly said, "My skill was inferior. Who can I blame?" Moreover, even if I did not launch a sneak attack, she would still die in the end. Finished speaking, he left with large strides. Previously, he only wanted to take revenge. He did not expect others to see him. Anywhere, you still have one chance to live. Give up on Lin Ling and follow our two great ancient countries. Sigh. That armored old man looked down at Anywhere indifferently. They did not immediately kill Anywhere. Instead, they thought that if Anywhere betrayed Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would suffer even more. Repent and be saved. This is your only chance to atone for your sins. Why go to hell with the wicked? Sigh. Others also coldly said, as if they represented the righteous side. No need to say more. If you want to kill me, then kill me. I would rather die standing than live kneeling. Under thousands of gazes, Anuera's white clothes were whiter than snow. Her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Her white clothes were stained with her blood. She looked like a withered flower. It was a ghastly sight. I would rather die standing than live kneeling. The distant crowd's hearts fiercely trembled. Anuera was as proud as Lin Ling. We have advised you. You are stubborn. You want to follow Lin Ling and disturb the balance of the rainforest's sacred land. We can only let you die. The armored old man's face was filled with holiness. It was as if he represented heaven and earth. He was the judge. Kill. His hand finally heavily swung down. Die. Many people could not bear to watch and muttered with a sigh. Yendi's fist. However, at this time, flames surged in the sky. Clouds of fire appeared. The entire sky turned into a sea of fire. It was shocking. Moreover, those flames seemed to be ancient flames. They carried a destructive aura and even more so anger. Flames of anger. The flaming fist smashed down like a meteor. The illusion of a flame god appeared and occupied one side of the world. Boom. Wherever the fist passed, everything was burned. Even a middle-stage saint spirit expert would be filled with hatred in the underworld. This sudden change caused the eyes of the two great ancient countries' death warriors to widen. What a terrifying flaming fist. They all scattered, but a large number of people still died. Finally, the fist smashed into the ground, causing the entire main city to violently shake. The distant buildings also turned into a sea of fire. Chapter 1021. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, I can't bear to part with you. Everything happened so quickly that no one knew what happened. They could only watch as heaven and earth turned into a flaming purgatory. Swish! At this moment, a meteor jumped down from the sea of fire in the sky and heavily smashed into the ground. Boom! Layers of cracks appeared on the ground, and then it exploded. Under countless shocked gazes, the figure that fell like a giant appeared in front of them. It was a young man wearing a black cloak. His long hair danced crazily like fire, and in his indifferent eyes, there was actually a kind of fire burning. Lin Ling is here. In the next moment, countless people's hearts trembled violently. The two ancient kingdoms' death warriors' eyes widened. They dared to kill Anuer, so they naturally knew that Lin Ling would not appear. Who knew that Lin Ling would still rush over? Who exactly informed Lin Ling? Lin Ling. Anuer was still standing on the ground at this moment, like a stubborn flower in the wind and frost. However, after seeing the arrival of the young man, her tense nerves finally relaxed, and she powerlessly sat down on the ground. Her man was here. Previously, she was already thinking about death because she knew that Lin Ling had gone to kill Duan Zuanwang and should not be able to rush over. However, when death approached, she did not have much fear. Her only regret was that she had to leave him, and she was somewhat reluctant to part with him. At that moment, the bits and pieces of the Gu Yen sect flowed through her heart. The first time she met Lin Ling was in the alchemy hall. At that time, Lin Ling was insignificant and nameless, but with his elixir skills, he left a heavy shadow in her heart. Then, during the Gu Yen sect's inner sect disciple assessment, Lin Ling would rather die than live in dishonor. He stubbornly refused to admit his mistakes to the sect, and that young man walked into her heart. When the Heaven Mystics' kingdom suffered a calamity, their clan declined, and she, a new heir, almost became a prostitute. However, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. The young man came and helped her, and even saved her from the 9 nether hell. All of this seemed to have happened yesterday, and only the moment of death was so clear. Lin Ling, I can't bear to part with you. And Yuer, who had always been cold, had tears in her eyes at this moment, and she finally said what was in her heart. Pa! The ground shook heavily, and Lin Ling took a step on the ground. When the beauty was about to hit the ground, he helped in Yuer she Yuer. His eyes' Huayu, the anger disappeared, and in its place, it was replaced by fear and regret. He had almost lost his love. Sorry, I'm... Thousands of words. Lin Ling, finally. Lin Ling's eyes Zhang Chen. Yang's, love. And Yu rested her head on Lin Ling's chest, and the tears in her eyes finally flowed out. At this moment, she no longer looked like an aloof fairy. Instead, she looked like a girl who had been hiding her thoughts for a long time and was finally able to speak them out. So, you'll never die. Lin Ling gently patted Inuara's back. His eyes looked into the distance, and the flames of anger burned again. Heavenly Dragon Empire, Justice Duan family, you're courting death. At this moment, he was furious. No matter who it was, he had to kill anyone who touched the reverse scale. He killed Duan Zun Wang, and those who stopped him died, but those who didn't stop him, even if they were from the Justice Duan family, he wouldn't care. But the Justice Duan family didn't do that. They didn't send people to kill him, but to kill Inuer. This move was too shameless. No matter what secrets they were hiding, Lin Ling didn't care about anything today. He only wanted to erase everything. Boom! As he held Inuer in his arms, terrifying flames swept out wildly from the two of them, causing countless buildings on the ground to collapse and turn into a sea of fire. Kill! In the sky, the experts of the 2 ancient countries were all death warriors. They didn't fear anything. They only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Death sword. Still hugging Inuer, Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, and the Tyrant Song Sword appeared in his hand. At this moment, the Tyrant Song Sword wasn't filled with righteous energy. It was filled with sharp killing intent. In the past, the killing intent that Gu Yan Mo left in Lin Ling's body was suppressed by Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling didn't suppress it. He only wanted to kill. He did things with a clear conscience, but he wasn't pedantic. He killed those who deserved it. Shill! The sword fiercely slashed out, and a decisive sword chi gushed out. It actually turned the sword into a world of killing intent. Bang! 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 With a single slash, more than 10 Saint Spirit Realm experts were split into 2. The Sword of Death wasn't dazzling. It only had one purpose, and that was to kill the enemy. Kill! However, in the sky, the experts of the 2 ancient countries were still flying over like locusts. Death warriors didn't fear death. Kill! Lin Ling coldly shouted. He tightened his grip on the sword, and once again, he decisively slashed out. Instantly, blood rained down from the sky, and a large number of experts died. So powerful! Is Lin Ling invincible in the middle stage of the Saint Spirit Realm? The crowd in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing Lin Ling kill so many experts by himself, they were shocked. Yuer, wait for a moment. Lin Ling whispered in Inuer's ear, and Inuer nodded. Then, Lin Ling took a step forward. Flame Emperor's fury. Staring at the death warriors, Lin Ling's eyes turned colder. Not afraid of death? Then all of you can die. The flame of anger in his heart burst out crazily with his fire power Upanishad. Rumble! Rings of flame rippled out from his body and exploded in the void. A giant image of a flame god appeared. Lin Ling had already cultivated the profound meaning of fire to the 4th level, but he had always been using the 3rd level of the profound meaning of fire. But now, the 4th level of the world had exploded. With him as the center, it was like an erupting volcano. Countless extreme flames bloomed. No! In the distance, the Saint Spirit Realm experts sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, their fearlessness for death was shaken. The flames burned over, shaking the heavens and earth. As soon as they touched their bodies, countless death warriors were burned to ashes, destroying everything. Run! The death warriors wanted to run away at this moment. Lin Ling was too crazy. They simply couldn't defeat him. However, they only wanted to run because they were afraid of death. So, how could they escape? The Death Warriors should have been prepared to die a long time ago. They wanted to kill Wuxia and shock the entire rainforest Holy Land, but in the end, they were all annihilated. Countless meteor-like flames shot out in all directions as if they had a spirit. They wrapped around the Death Warriors and burned them alive. Among them, there were even late-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts. When the crowd saw this scene, they forgot how to breathe. Lin Ling had finally displayed his terrifying strength in the rainforest Holy Land. And this display undoubtedly shocked the world once again. The main city turned into a sea of fire, as if the name Flame had descended. All the martial arts palaces in the rainforest Holy Land sucked in a breath of cold air. Obviously, they were shocked by Lin Ling's strength. One had to know that Lin Ling's name had shaken the rainforest Holy Land before, but that was because of his arrogant actions. This time it was because of his strength. This kid is really a genius. Chapter 1022. The Final Battle Chi. The flames were burning crazily, and there were no longer any figures in the sky. The Death Warriors of the two ancient countries came to kill Lin Ling. They originally thought that Wuxia's death would cause Lin Ling to be heartbroken, and this could be considered as the most painful blow they could give Lin Ling. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling would receive the news and rush over at the crucial moment, causing all of their Death Warriors to die in battle? This group of Death Warriors was cultivated by the two ancient countries using countless resources. Today, they died in battle, so the ancient countries would definitely be heartbroken. Lin Ling, we didn't do anything before. You shouldn't have burned the main city. Silence. In the silence, an old man braced himself and said, this was because more than half of the main city was burning. It was Lin Ling's flame. Silence. Lin Ling's eyes indifferently looked over, causing the old man's body to tremble. What a terrifying gaze, but the old man still braced himself and said, this is between you and the ancient countries, it has nothing to do with us. Silence. This time, he didn't dare to speak loudly, and there was even a hint of begging for mercy. Lin Ling slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the anger in his eyes was somewhat restrained, and his eyes became clear and clean. Then, he waved his right hand, and all of the flames on the ground flew back, causing the land to gradually recover its tranquility. Only the smoke continued to float out from the ground. Amazing! Silence! The crowd looked at Lin Ling's methods, then looked at the main city that was destroyed, and their hearts were filled with admiration. When the Flame Emperor was angry, it was terrifying. Lin Ling, thank you. Silence! Many people respectfully bowed towards Lin Ling. They also knew Lin Ling's character. This person clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred, and was magnanimous. As long as you didn't provoke him, Lin Ling was very easy to talk to. Previously, it was because the Great Serpent Mansion's people sneakily attacked your friend, causing her to be injured. The old man who spoke first said gratefully. Because Lin Ling gave him face, he was somewhat moved. Great Serpent Mansion. Lin Ling said in a low voice, and a jade medallion appeared in his hand. Everyone, gather together and destroy the House of Great Serpents. In 2 hours, I will disappear from the rainforest. Exterminate the Great Serpent Mansion? The crowd gasped. Although the Great Serpent Prefecture couldn't be compared to the 5 ancient nations, it was still a sacred land of the rainforest. Moreover, the Great Serpent Mother was in the Great Serpent Prefecture. She was an extremely ancient figure. However, Lin Ling had said that he would destroy the Great Serpent Prefecture. Would a natural disaster befall the Great Serpent Prefecture? Commander Lin Ling, the Great Serpent Mansion is not one of the 2 ancient nations. This is beyond our agreement. A man's dignified voice came from the Jade Token. Then are you going to die or not? Lin Ling's voice became even more gloomy. Right now, he wanted the 3 great ancient nations to exterminate the Great Serpent Mansion. Move out. The other party was silent for a long time before he finally spoke. At the same time, the Great Serpent Manor was on high alert. Lin Ling had arrived at blazing main city and frivolous rainforest. It was impossible for them not to know about this. Bastard, who told you to provoke Lin Ling? The Great Serpent Manor's patriarch angrily glared at the man who attacked. Provoking Lin Ling was the same as provoking an evil star. In order to vent their anger, the Great Serpent Manor had consigned themselves to eternal damnation. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous roar resounded, shaking the entire Great Serpent Manor. Everyone rushed out of the manor and saw that the sky was filled with martial artists. Lin Ling's attack had arrived. Kill! Kill! Without saying anything, the experts of the three great ancient nations attacked one after another, destroying the earth. No! The Great Serpent Manor's patriarch shouted in fear. Although their Great Serpent Manor had a reputation, it couldn't compare to the five great ancient nations, let alone the alliance of the three great ancient nations. Where is Lin Ling? I want to talk to him. Kill! The Great Serpent Mother also came out of seclusion. She could not come out, otherwise, her bloodline would be exterminated. However, the experts in the sky didn't seem to care at all, only continuing to attack. This caused the Great Serpent Mother's expression to become extremely ugly. Her strength was terrifying, and she could kill many experts of the three great ancient nations, but she couldn't guarantee that none of her bloodline would die. After all, the three great ancient nations had joined hands, and there were too many of them. She could choose to kill Lin Ling and stop this disaster. Unfortunately, in the entire rainforest sacred land, only she knew that Lin Ling was from that place. She couldn't afford to provoke that place. Everyone, leave this place and go to the 100 territories. The Great Serpent Mother coldly shouted. She could only do her best to save people. Grandmother, where are we going? Grandmother. The Great Serpent Manor's patriarch anxiously asked. He thought that since his grandmother had appeared, she would definitely lead them in an all-out attack. However, his grandmother had chosen to escape. The 100 territories, this place is no longer suitable for us. The Great Serpent Mother sighed softly. Their Great Serpent bloodline was about to leave the rainforest sacred land forever. She then shook her head and said, "You shouldn't have provoked him." Sigh. If it was anyone else, she wouldn't be afraid. However, Lin Ling made her feel apprehensive. That was because Lin Ling had that enemy protecting him. If she dared to make a move, the price she would have to pay would be even more terrifying. Let's go. Sigh. Seeing the Great Serpent Mother's serious expression, the patriarch felt a chill in his heart. In his heart, Lin Ling had become an existence akin to the Grim Reaper. The remaining people of the Great Serpent Manor all left. As for the three ancient countries in the sky, they didn't continue to pursue. They only returned to report after destroying the 1,000-year-old Great Serpent Manor. As for the others in the rainforest sacred land, they thought that since Lin Ling dared to destroy the Great Serpent Manor, he would definitely suffer a desperate counterattack. However, who would have thought that the Great Serpent Mother would remain silent? She was afraid of Lin Ling. For Lin Ling, she gave up her ancestral land and left the rainforest sacred land. This also meant that the Great Serpent Manor had been destroyed. The rainforest sacred land was a place they would never dare to step into again. And the reason was because of one person, Lin Ling. And the source of the fuse was because an Yuer was ambushed. Lin Ling, no one can stop you when you're angry for a woman. The crowd felt like they were in a dream. Lin Ling's rise was getting more and more frightening. It was as if he was going to dominate the entire rainforest sacred land. But what was he going to do next? After all, the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the other two ancient countries had made a move on him. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. At this moment, on the main street of the main city, Lin Ling waited quietly for 2 hours. Finally, in the sky, a large number of powerful figures appeared. Other than the patriarch of the Great Qin Empire, the other two ancient countries' people looked at Lin Ling meaningfully. They seemed to be angry because Lin Ling casually ordered them to do things. This made them very unwilling. But since it was an order, they had to do it even if they didn't want to. Lin Ling looked at these people indifferently and said nothing. In his mind, countless thoughts flashed. From the Great Tang Empire telling him about Duan Xuanwang's appearance, to an Yuer being ambushed, all kinds of things made him feel that this was a conspiracy. The Great Tang Empire told him about Duan Xuanwang's whereabouts. Lin Ling didn't know what was hidden in this, but an Yuer being ambushed, the intention was very obvious. It was to provoke him. After all, Lin Ling's footsteps of revenge had shocked the entire rainforest sacred land. Unless the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Duan family were idiots, they should be focusing on defense instead of provoking him. So what was their purpose? Let's have a final battle. Go! Chapter 1023. The 5 great ancient countries gather. The final battle. The powerhouses in the sky narrowed their eyes. Was it finally here? Was Lin Ling finally going to reveal his true strength? As for the distant crowd, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The final battle seemed to mean that Lin Ling was about to make his move. Not only was he going to attack Lord Long, but he was also going to fight the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the other two ancient countries. At this moment, everyone's hearts were shaken. The era of the Holy Land of the Rainforest had quietly begun. But no one knew whether Lin Ling, the new king, would become king or fall. All of them? A prince from the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid lightly said. Of course all of them. All the powerhouses of your three ancient countries have gathered. Lin Ling calmly replied. The great Qin Empire's side let out excited cries. They had also been waiting for this moment, but their wait was different from the great Tang's. All right, Lin Ling, release your full strength. The great Qin Empire, Great Tang, and ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid will also erupt with their full strength. An expert from the Great Tang Empire also spoke up. Good, the first battle is to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yes. Lin Ling didn't seem to know what they were thinking. He lightly nodded and waved his flag. All the powerhouses of the three ancient countries moved out. They've finally made their move? It seems that Lin Ling trusts us, and the Great Qin Emperor trusts Lin Ling. Since Lin Ling has spoken, then the Great Qin Empire's powerhouses will all move out. Yes. Most importantly, Lin Ling can release his trump card. That is the most precious thing. Yes. Maybe he doesn't have a trump card, and is only relying on the Great Qin Empire. But no matter what, Lin Ling has become a sinner of the Great Qin Empire. Let them all die. Yes. Although there are people in the Seven Profound Martial House who support Lin Ling, they are only protecting him. They don't follow Lin Ling's orders. So let's catch them all in one fell swoop. The Great Qin Emperor and Lin Ling must die. Yes. A low voice sounded from the Great Tang Empire and the ancient kingdom of Lion Orchid. All of this was indeed a scheme. The Great Tang Empire had revealed Duan Xuanwang's whereabouts and sent experts to help Lin Ling in order to gain Great Lin Ling's trust. If Lin Ling trusted them, then Great Qin's king would also trust them. As for the sneak attack on Anuer, it was because they knew that Anuer was Lin Ling's reverse scale. For a beauty, Lin Ling would not be afraid to fight with the heavens and earth. If Lin Ling was furious, he would naturally take revenge, resulting in a decisive battle. At that time, all the trump cards of the Grand Qin dynasty and Lin Ling would be revealed, and at that time, it would be the time to wipe them all out. The skies of the Rainforest Holy Land finally began to stir. Countless people were paying attention to everything that was happening. On the ground, Lin Ling looked at the gradually departing powerhouses. His pupils flashed, but he didn't say anything. He returned to the Seven Profound Martial House with Anuer. He had reached an agreement with the three ancient countries. One day later, he would go to the Heavenly Dragon Domain and destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Thus, he guessed that at this time tomorrow, powerhouses would descend from the Heavenly Dragon Domain. The war of the ancient countries would begin. Whoever controlled the winds and clouds, everything would be decided tomorrow. You want to see my trump card? Good, I'll let you see. But the moment you see it is also the moment of your death. Lin Ling sneered in his heart. He had already sensed that something was wrong, but with the reminder of the second dream, the doubts in his heart were easily resolved. Everyone wanted to see Lin Ling's final trump card, so he would show them. With the ancient tomb's endless resources piled up, it was time to show them. 100 territories. Heavenly Dragon Domain. This was the homeland of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Every bloodline had the pride of the dragon. Everyone here was surnamed Long, and they even believed that they were the descendants of the dragon. Of course, this was only what they believed. After all, the 9 sons of the dragon were all different. They only had impure bloodlines, so how could they have the qualifications to call themselves the descendants of the dragon? At this moment, a massive number of the common people of the Heavenly Dragon Domain had left. The vast Heavenly Dragon Empire was incomparably peaceful. The only ones that remained were the Emperor's Spirit Realm powerhouses. This was because the final battle had begun. Without the strength of an Emperor's Spirit Realm powerhouse, they were no different from ants. No matter how many people there were, it was useless. But an Emperor's Spirit Realm powerhouse was the cornerstone of the ancient countries. Your Majesty, the Justice Duan family has arrived. All of the Emperor's Spirit Realm and above powerhouses have arrived. At this moment, on top of the walls of the massive dragon city, a middle-aged man wearing a robe with 9 dragons on it looked into the distance. Behind him, a guard respectfully reported. "They've all arrived?" The middle-aged man smiled faintly, as if he was in control of the world. The 3 ancient countries had joined forces to kill. The Justice Duan family would definitely come to help the Heavenly Dragon Empire. After all, once the Heavenly Dragon Empire was destroyed, the Justice Duan family would be next. Shill. Shill. On the other side, densely packed martial artists appeared. Qilin Aura was released. There were a total of 100,000 experts from the Justice Duan clan. Among them, an emperor wearing a Qilin robe looked at Dragon King Tian and nodded faintly. Qilin Immortal King. The current emperor of the Justice Duan family. His strength had reached the level of omnipotence. The 2 emperors of the ancient countries had appeared. Clearly, they placed great importance on today's final battle. "How confident are you in destroying them?" The Qilin Immortal King said faintly. 80%. Dragon King Tian's lips curled into a confident smile. Because he was so happy, 9 dragons appeared on the surface of his body. 90%. On the other side, the Qilin Immortal King shook his head and smiled. Ha ha. The 2 emperors looked at each other and laughed. Lin Ling was very arrogant. They had no choice but to fear him. However, today, Lin Ling would die here. Being able to kill such a rising king would undoubtedly give them a sense of accomplishment. The net has been cast. It's time to collect the prey. Finally, the 2 emperors sat down and quietly waited for Lin Ling's arrival. Other than them, many warriors of the rainforest sacred land had come to watch the battle. One had to know that the 5 ancient countries were established under the heavens. Other than the martial arts hall and the 4 desolate races, no one could shake their prestige. Today, the final battle had begun. Hence, they wanted to see who would be the final king in the rolling wheel of history. What a huge faction! Many experts looked at the 2 ancient countries' people and were secretly shocked. There were countless Emperor Spirit Realm experts and a large number of Saint Spirit Realm experts. Among them, there were even peak Saint Spirit Realm experts. One had to know that Emperor Spirit Realm experts were existences that could summon wind and rain in the 100 domains, not to mention Saint Spirit Realm experts. "Look over there." At this moment, someone pointed into the distance. A large number of experts had arrived. Among them were several dazzling banners. They were the Great Tang Empire, the ancient country of Lion Orchid, and the Great Qin Dynasty. Furthermore, they had brought many experts with them. It seemed like they had turned out in full force. "Is that the Great Tang Emperor? He looks so majestic." The ancient country of Lion Orchid's emperor looks like an old man. He's at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm. Only the Great Qin Dynasty's emperor is the youngest. He's also very handsome. He can be said to be the most beautiful man in the world. The crowd began to discuss. Chapter 1024. Betrayal of the Ancient Kingdoms. Looks like the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the others are going all out. Great Tang's king said calmly. "We're the same." Lion Orchid King's elder nodded and looked at Great Qin's king. "Lin Ling hasn't arrived yet?" "He'll come when it's time." Great Qin's king was as handsome as ever. He looked calm on the surface, but he felt uneasy inwardly. If they won this battle, the Great Qin dynasty would benefit greatly, and its name would shake the world. The 5 ancient kingdoms would become 3 ancient kingdoms. However, if they lost, the Great Qin dynasty would disappear from this world forever. After all, the Great Qin dynasty had mobilized all of its forces today. If they were all captured in one fell swoop, the Great Qin dynasty would no longer have any experts to defend it. However, Lin Ling was the one who had said that the final battle would happen, and he trusted Lin Ling a lot. He knew that Lin Ling was very cautious, and if he was certain that the final battle would happen, he would be confident. Lin Ling is here. At that moment, someone spoke, causing the heavens and earth to fall silent. Millions of people looked at the figure in the sky, especially the younger generation. Their hearts beat violently. Lin Ling was their idol, and he had become a king as a genius. They didn't know when they would be able to reach the same height as Lin Ling. 5 people? Plus a demonic beast? Following this, the crowd looked at the people following Lin Ling and found that there were only 4 people and a giant red-furred ape. Lin Ling and the others were sitting on top of that giant ape. However, apart from one person, Lin Ling is at the Saint Spirit realm. Yes. Are these all of his trump cards? Many people thought to themselves. In such a big battle, Lin Ling should have used all of his trump cards. The eyes of the 5 ancient kingdoms' emperors flickered. Following this, when Lin Ling arrived at the mountain range, Great Qin's king smiled and said, "He's here." Yes. Lin Ling glanced at the emperors of the other 2 ancient countries and nodded. This was the first time he had seen the emperors of the other 2 ancient countries. They were very powerful, at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. If he did not use his trump card, he would not be a match for them. "You're Lin Ling." The emperors of the 2 ancient countries looked at Lin Ling. This was also the first time they had seen him, but they couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's name had shaken the entire rainforest Holy Land, but only after seeing him with their own eyes did they realize that his aura was indeed extraordinary. A black cloak, long robes, and long hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was indifferent, unaffected by the world. It was clear that Lin Ling had experienced many great battles. Only like this could he remain calm when facing an ancient expert. "Let's begin." Lin Ling did not care about the attitude of the 2 emperors. Instead, he said calmly, "Sure." The 3 emperors nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling came to the edge of the mountain and looked at the endless sky. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "The great battle begins." Boom. Along with his voice, the entire world seemed to tremble. Countless experts narrowed their eyes and killing intent leaked out from the depths of their eyes. "Fight!" A mighty voice sounded. Then, Lin Ling took a step forward and the army followed Lin Ling towards Heavenly Dragon City. So handsome. Many people in the distance were trembling in their hearts, especially the female experts. Their eyes were flickering with light. Lin Ling was indeed very handsome to be able to summon 3 ancient countries. As for the Heavenly Dragon Empire, they had been waiting for Lin Ling's arrival for a long time. The moment they saw Lin Ling, everyone's eyes focused on him. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen Lin Ling, but now, they could faintly feel that Lin Ling was difficult to deal with. "Get ready!" Dragon King Tian waved his hand and all the experts prepared themselves for battle. In the sky, invisible auras collided with each other. King's chi bloomed. A total of 6 kings were like dazzling stars, intimidating the entire world. After an incense sticks time, the experts of the 5 ancient countries drew their swords and clashed with each other, making the sky inexplicably more oppressive. Lin Ling, as expected of a young hero. "However, the enmity between you and me, is it unresolvable?" Dragon King Tian looked at the black-clothed Lin Ling in the distance and said indifferently. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he scanned the crowd. Finally, he found Lord Long, who had a cold expression on his face. He said coldly, "Unless he dies and you 2 emperors apologize, we will never understand." "Lin Ling, what kind of attitude is this? How dare you speak to our emperor like this?" Lin Ling's voice was as if he did not hear anything. This made many people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire angry. "Do you have the right to speak?" However, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The sword in his right hand ruthlessly slashed out and instantly took the lives of those people. The current situation was very clear. However, those people still wanted to show off. In addition, the 2 armies were fighting. Lin Ling naturally could not show weakness. It seems that there is no solution. However, I also did not think that there would be a solution. Because those who violated my Justice Duan family cannot possibly still be alive. Immortal Qilin said indifferently. Then he suddenly laughed. "Before the battle, I want to ask you a question. Lin Ling, have you ever thought that you would die?" When these words came out, many people of the Justice Duan family laughed. They seemed to be looking forward to this question. "No." Lin Ling did not know why the other party was laughing and shook his head indifferently. "If one day, you discover that everything you control is a dream and you are about to die, how would you feel?" Dragon King Tian said indifferently. "No." Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent. "Haha, you don't have now, but you will in a while." Dragon King Tian laughed lightly. His expression suddenly became somewhat playful. He even looked at the great Tang King behind Lin Ling and said, "Yesterday, the wine at the Imperial Wine Banquet was not bad." Haha, that was the great Tang Empire's 1,000-year ice-burning jade. Naturally it can't be wrong. However, the great Tang King also laughed. His words caused the eyes of the great Qin dynasty's people to narrow. What was going on? The battle was about to begin, but Dragon King Tian and the great Tang King were drinking yesterday? The great Qin King's expression changed slightly as he frowned at the two of them. Haha, sorry, I was also at the imperial wine banquet yesterday. However, what made him even more surprised was that the immortal Qilin also said with a faint smile. Immortal Qilin, you are like a Qilin, but your alcohol tolerance is poor. After the immortal Qilin spoke, the Lion Orchid King laughed. His voice was indescribably heroic. Silence. The entire world fell silent. Countless people in the distance narrowed their eyes. They also couldn't see what was going on. The great Qin dynasty's people began to tremble. Vaguely, they seemed to have guessed something. They had been betrayed. Or it could be said that the entire battle was a trap to deceive the great Qin dynasty. Are you surprised? Originally, 3 ancient countries joined forces to wipe out 2 ancient countries. Now, it has become 4 ancient countries to wipe out the great Qin dynasty. As if he felt that there was no need to hide it anymore, the great Tang King spoke indifferently and spoke the truth. Qi. Although many people in the great Qin dynasty had guessed it, when the truth was revealed, they were still shocked and gasped. 4 ancient countries joined forces to wipe out the great Qin dynasty, wipe out Lin Ling. The crowd in the distance stiffened. The situation had changed beyond their imagination. Lin Ling had been tricked. On the 3rd day of the new year, I still pay my New Year's greetings. The Chapter 1 ode yesterday has been made up today. Chapter 1025. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. After a moment of silence, the 4 sovereigns suddenly started to loudly laugh. They seemed to enjoy seeing the great Qin King and Lin Ling's shocked expressions. Perhaps they knew that Lin Ling had wanted to take revenge, but now that things had changed, he had become a ghost under someone else's blade. As such, he felt quite uncomfortable. The people of the great Qin dynasty were pale. They had come out in full force, but they were facing the experts of the 4 ancient kingdoms. They could not escape this calamity. All of you are despicable. I should have listened to Lin Ling. I should not have trusted you. Ha ha ha. The great Qin King's handsome face was filled with anger, but his anger was met with even more mockery. It was as if the great Qin dynasty was an ant that they were toying with. Great Qin Emperor, you were too focused on benefits, and in the end, you lost the entire battle. Lin Ling was much more cautious than you, and he was not blinded by benefits. However, we sacrificed Duan Zuanwang as bait, and then ambushed an Yuer. In the end, Lin Ling still fell for it. You trusted Lin Ling, and brought all the powerful cultivators of the great Qin Empire out, and you were all wiped out. The great Tang King seemed to have everything under control. Great Qin King, you must be in pain. More painful things have yet to come. Your great Qin dynasty will disappear from this world, and you, the high and mighty emperor, will become a slave. Furthermore, I know that you are a woman, the most beautiful woman in the world. I look forward to the day when you serve me. Ha ha ha. TSK, a slave like an emperor, and a beauty. I look forward to it too. Ha ha ha. The other emperors could not help but laugh. Among them, Dragon King Tianlong looked at Lin Ling and suddenly shouted, Lin Ling, I said before, have you ever thought that you would die? How do you feel now? As he said this, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's name had shaken the holy land of the rainforest not long ago, but today, he had fallen from heaven to hell. They wondered how Lin Ling would feel. If you were an ant, then so be it if you died. However, you can be considered a great king, so before you die, tell me your thoughts. The Qilin Immortal King looked down from above and indifferently asked. He was also looking forward to what Lin Ling would say. Perhaps he would beg for mercy, perhaps he would regret his actions, but no matter what he said, he would be incomparably pleased. I just want to know what kind of person can make the 4 great ancient nations work together. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he calmly spoke. Everyone was astonished. They didn't think that Lin Ling would ask such a question. The 4 great kings looked at each other but remained silent. This made everyone feel that they were incomparably mysterious. It was because of me. At this moment, a clear and elegant voice drifted out. Under countless gazes, a young man with long flowing hair strode out. He had a slender physique and his hands were clasped behind his back. He had an indescribable expression on his face, causing many spectators to suck in a breath of cold air. This young man was very strong. He had surpassed all the heavens chosen from the martial arts palace. But who was he? Many people didn't recognize that young man. One of the Rain clan's twin prides, Mozihu. Lin Ling coldly said. He already had a guess in his heart, but now he had finally confirmed it. Rain clan. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. To them, the four desolate races were like the most mysterious ancient races. They were rarely seen, but today, they had finally seen a genius from the Rain clan. And his strength was astonishing. Young Master Zihu. The four great kings looked at Mozihu and laughed. They had to give face to the desolate race's bloodline. And according to what they knew, although Lin Ling also had the Rain clan's bloodline, he wasn't treated well in the Rain clan. He was treated like a servant. As for Mozihu, he had the true Rain clan's bloodline. Heh. Mozihu faintly smiled. He enjoyed the respectful gazes from all around him. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "You never thought that it would be me in the end, right?" He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's shocked expression. And he guessed that Lin Ling would be extremely shocked, or even regretful. However, he didn't know that he was overthinking things. "It's not much of a surprise. I already guessed it," Lin Ling calmly said. It made Mozihu's pupils constrict. He came here proudly because he wanted to see Lin Ling's shock, but Lin Ling was too calm. It made him feel extremely uncomfortable. To be able to summon the four great ancient countries, other than the desolate race, no one else has the ability. And the person in the desolate race who hates me the most is none other than you, a loser. Furthermore, you are a piece of trash who has been defeated twice by me. Lin Ling's lips twitched as his disdainful voice floated out. Mozihu has lost to Lin Ling before. The crowd's pupils trembled. This matter came from the desolate race, so they did not know about it. The four great kings also frowned. To them, Mozihu represented the Rain clan. His status was extremely noble, but he had lost to Lin Ling? This seemed somewhat embarrassing. Why does a dying person like you have so much nonsense to say? Mozihu's expression instantly turned ugly. He came here with pride, enjoying the reverent gazes of the crowd. However, Lin Ling had reopened his scars. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded once again. Mozihu, you are very impressive. You think you control everything, but in fact, you are just a piece of trash who relies on his family clan. Besides, if the Rain clan's patriarch knows of your actions, I wonder what punishment you will receive. After all, the Rain clan is considered a large family clan. How can it produce a sinister and cunning person like you? Upon hearing this, the four great kings' hearts trembled once again. They believed that Mozihu had come here on behalf of the Rain clan, but Lin Ling's words had said that everything was Mozihu's personal wishes. The Rain clan did not know of any of this. Mozihu's body began to tremble. Today, the scene he imagined did not happen. Instead, Lin Ling's few words had made him lose face. Mozihu's embarrassment has turned into anger. In the distance, the crowd's gazes focused. Facing Lin Ling, Mozihu could not be arrogant. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Mozihu roared, afraid that Lin Ling would say something else. You don't dare to face me alone, so you borrowed the hands of the four great ancient nations? Mozihu, after losing to me, you seem to be declining more and more. Lin Ling was still not afraid. The four great kings took a step forward. Now that the arrow was on the bow, they had no choice but to release it. Destroying the great Qin Empire and killing Lin Ling, this was a fact that could not be changed. Lin Ling, what's the use of saying so much? Winner takes all. Today all of you will die. I will still say the same thing. Have you ever thought that you would die? The four great kings released their powerful auras as if they were invincible war gods that had conquered the north and south. Haha. However, under the pressure of the great army and countless experts, Lin Ling laughed loudly. His laughter was frivolous and carefree, shaking the clouds and causing the entire world to become silent. Not to mention the people from the four great ancient nations, even the people from the great Qin dynasty were stunned. Lin Ling, such courage. Facing the pressure of experts, he was still unafraid of death. Just based on this fearless courage, he was much better than the two prides of the Rain clan, Mozihu. You said before, Have I ever thought that I would die? Let me tell you now, no, I have never thought of it. Instead, I want to ask you this question. Have you ever thought that you would die? Chapter 10:26. Unsheathing the sword. You asked me what I was thinking before I died. Now, I'll ask you what you were thinking before you died. However, an even more shocking voice floated out. Lin Ling was like an unsheathed sword, causing the four kings' eyes to twitch. One had to know that Lin Ling should be panicking in the current situation, but Lin Ling asked them what they were thinking before they died? Could it be that Lin Ling was hiding something? The world suddenly became silent. The experts of the four ancient kingdoms were silent with solemn expressions. Lin Ling was like a sword that was about to be unsheathed. It made them feel as if the sky and earth had changed color. Although they did not know what Lin Ling was relying on, based on their understanding of Lin Ling had never dared to play his cards according to common sense. He had never dared to turn the tide and turn defeat into victory unless you could nail him to death in one move. You set up this trap to catch us all in one fell swoop. But did you think I didn't know? Everything was just a plan to beat you at your own game. Under the heavens, only Lin Ling's voice floated out. It was as if today was his stage, his battlefield, and he was all-powerful and dominating everything. Beat them at their own game? As for the experts of the four ancient kingdoms, they were even more silent. The excitement from before had completely disappeared, and the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. This was because the more Lin Ling showed off his ability, the more afraid they were. They couldn't see through Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling knew they had set up a trap, but he still dared to come. This meant that Lin Ling had absolute confidence. He's only deliberately mystifying to scare you. Don't be scared by him. Kill. Mo Zihu couldn't help but be shocked by Lin Ling's boldness. 3 sentences to intimidate the world. This was something he couldn't do. That's right. The situation has been decided. The Qin dynasty's experts are all here, and Lin Ling only has a few Saint Spirit Realm experts as helpers. There's nothing to worry about. He's just trying to scare us. Unfortunately, we've fought on the battlefield millions of times. How can we be so easily scared? Kill. The four kings took a deep breath. They were indeed intimidated by Lin Ling before. To them, this was a great humiliation. Of course, it wasn't because they were cowards, but because Lin Ling was too mysterious. After his rise, his name repeatedly shook the rainforest sacred ground. They couldn't help but be afraid. Intimidating? Kill. Lin Ling laughed coldly, unsheathing the sword in his hand. Haven't you always wanted to see my trump card? Today, I'll let you see a powerful trump card that can kill any Saint Spirit Realm expert. Kill. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the front. Mystic Golden Ox. Yiding Tengu Formation. 100 Demon. Universe Tiger King Formation. At the same time, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky. Illusions of ancient beasts appeared one after another, shaking the heavens and the earth. Among them, there was a giant ox, a roaring tengu, a mighty demon rat, and a heaven's might tiger king. These were the ancient 12 zodiacs. What was surprising was that these 12 zodiacs looked like demonic beasts, but they seemed to be condensed by spiritual energy. What is that? No one understood. Everyone's heart trembled. They felt as if they were trapped in the 12 zodiacs. This is his trump card. The four kings looked around in shock. One must know that they had been waiting for Lin Ling's final trump card to appear. They wanted to catch him in one fell swoop, but now, Lin Ling finally showed it. However, they didn't know why, but they felt that it was irresistible. Deliberately mystifying, kill. Kill. Dragon King Tian coldly shouted and waved his hand. He didn't believe that the 12 beasts could stop the experts of the 4 ancient countries. Dark gold sky shaking. At this moment, a voice came from behind Lin Ling. It was the heavenly concubine who had been following Lin Ling. A banner appeared in her small hand, and she waved it in a beautiful arc. Roar! At the same time, the indomitable and resplendent giant bull let out a roar. Golden rays of light shot out from its mouth like needles. That aura was incomparably terrifying. Boom! Wherever the needles passed, it was like a forbidden light. Countless experts who rushed towards the dark gold giant ox were pierced through, and then they were destroyed like paper. In one move, 30,000 experts were killed. Moreover, the weakest of these experts were at the Emperor Spirit Realm, and there were even quite a few Saint Spirit Realm experts. So terrifying, what is that? The faces of the 4 ancient countries' experts stiffened, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. That's a human array. As expected of someone from the Rain clan, Moz, whose knowledge was vast, and he immediately made a guess. That was because he vaguely saw someone within the colossal ox of profound gold when it attacked. This meant that the colossal ox of profound gold was a human formation set up by an expert. As for the 12 ancient zodiac beasts, they were all human arrays set up by experts. The Tao of arrays was ancient and mysterious. It was vast and boundless, allowing a martial artist to display 10 times or even 100 times the power. However, the more powerful an array, the more difficult it was to set up. Disregarding everything else, just the array diagrams alone were enough to stump many people. This was because these mysterious things only appeared in ancient times. Those human arrays were probably set up by Emperor Spirit Realm experts. The great Tang King said in fear. At this moment, he no longer had any of his previous arrogance. Kill! I don't believe that a mere 12 arrays can defy the heavens. The immortal Qilin King angrily roared. Lin Ling was too hateful. They had wanted to see how Lin Ling would die, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would be the Oriole behind the mantis, revealing his trump card in the end. 12 strands. At the same time, the heavenly concubine lightly shouted. The silk banners in her hands began to intertwine, releasing a dazzling light. As if an order had been issued, the 12 vicious beasts that occupied the heavens and the earth began to radiate a majestic aura. Like a blazing sun, they began to release powerful attacks. Roar! The dark gold giant ox roared, causing everyone to feel a splitting headache. Roar! The Universe Tiger King array was activated. Heaven and earth turned into a giant black and white circle. A terrifying suction force was produced. Any martial artist that was sucked in would be turned to ashes. All of the human arrays displayed a terrifying might. One had to know that this was an ancient array from a higher-level saint realm. Moreover, the ones who set up the array were the Flame Core. They had grown with Lin Ling's endless cultivation resources, and each one of them was extremely powerful. Even without the array, they could match the power of an ancient country, let alone when the array was fully formed. Massacre! The moment the 12 strands were activated, the Flame Core released a dazzling light. Any Emperor Spirit Realm expert would be strangled to death. Even mid-stage and late-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts would find it difficult to resist. Outside the 12 beasts, the people from the rainforest's holy land widened their eyes. There was no blood falling from the sky, but they could see countless lives being devoured. The strength of the 12 beasts had probably reached the peak of the Saint Spirit Realm. This also meant that 12 peak Saint Spirit Realm beasts were slaughtering. How terrifying! Many people muttered to themselves. When Lin Ling hadn't revealed his trump card, no one knew how terrifying it was. However, after he revealed it, the 4 great ancient countries were still able to sweep through them. Your Majesty, they're too powerful. These beasts don't even come from the rainforest's holy land. A large number of ancient countries' experts were alarmed. They saw the 12 beasts in the sky with their own eyes. As for the 4 great kings, there was no need for them to say anything. They could see it themselves. Peak Saint Spirit Realm Array. Chapter 1027. Controlling the Mountains and Rivers. Kill that girl. At this moment, Dragon King Tion's pupils shrank as he looked at the heavenly concubine. Although this array formation was powerful, it also had a flaw, and that was the eye of the array. As long as the eye of the array was broken, then the array formation would collapse. The remaining people all looked at the heavenly concubine. They no longer had any arrogant aura, but were now like trapped beasts. Protect that girl. The great Qin king was incomparably excited. He had thought that the great Qin dynasty would be destroyed, but in the next moment, Lin Ling had rescued them from the 9 nether hells, and even killed them back. Protect Lin Ling. Everyone from the great Qin dynasty was excited. Lin Ling was their hero. No need. If they dare to come, then kill them. However, Lin Ling coldly shouted, causing everyone's complexions to change. Lin Ling was still hiding a trump card? Since things have gotten to this point, if we don't break the array then we will all die. Kill. The 4 kings glared at Lin Ling, their vast auras billowing out. They were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm, comparable to Elder Xian of the 7 great martial halls. With 4 kings attacking together, they didn't believe that Lin Ling would still be alive. Heavenly Dragon descends. Kirin appears. Monstrous Sparrow King. Ancient Infernal Lion. The 4 kings all had ancient bloodlines. When they erupted with their full strength, they were extremely terrifying. King after king appeared in front of everyone, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This was the first time that they had seen the emperor of an ancient country attack. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling. Just how would Lin Ling face this? Kill me, then I will destroy your entire country. Lin Ling's pupils were incomparably cold. He was not a fledgling. He knew that in this situation, it was either you die or I die. 49 Flame Array. Lin Ling raised his sword once more, proudly pointing it in front of him. His cold voice came out from his mouth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the 12 giant beasts, 49 figures shot out. These people were even stronger. They were all at the Middle Saint Spirit realm. Moreover, many people could see that they were all students of the 7 profound martial house. Could it be? Someone suddenly had a terrifying thought. The 12 colossal beasts formation had been set up by countless Emperor Spirit Realm experts, but it had been able to kill late-stage Saint Spirit Realm experts. Now it was being set up by Saint Spirit Realm experts. How terrifying would their formation be? This was hard to imagine. Moreover, all of them thought that Lin Ling was so arrogant because he had the Grand Qin dynasty's backing. But now, they noticed that he actually had a force of his own, and he even had a huge amount of Saint Spirit Realm experts by his side. The wheel of history was moving forward. Among the myriad kings, a new king would rise. Lin Ling was proving his kingly demeanor. You've already missed the chance to live. You can only use your lives to wash away everything. Lin Ling swung his sword heavily. If it wasn't a situation of life and death, he would naturally choose to let his friends live and let his enemies die. Boom! The 49 Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses arranged themselves in a mysterious array formation, forming a massive flame giant. This giant seemed to be formed from the rocks at the bottom of a volcano. Its flames were yellow, but these flames seemed to come from the depths of hell. It had to be known that in ancient legends, hell had a fire demon. A fire demon was born from flames, and was the most terrifying demon king. And this 49 flame array was created by simulating a fire demon. Bang! The massive flame giant strode through the sky, its billowing fists sweeping out. Suddenly, the world changed color, the clouds were incinerated, and flames swept through every corner of the world. Ah! On the side of the 4 ancient countries, countless powerhouses cried out in pain. This was the first time that they had seen such a terrifying array formation. Perhaps in their hearts, they didn't even know what an array formation was. Still, there was no blood, because everyone had been incinerated into nothingness. There were only endless ghosts floating in the air. The flame giant was even crazier. With a single fist, several thousand Saint Spirit Realm powerhouses were turned to ashes. This was too dreamy. To many people, a Saint Spirit Realm powerhouse was like a mountain on the horizon. But now, they had disappeared in front of them like paper. Supernatural strength? The 4 kings' mouths trembled. They had already evaluated Lin Ling and knew that the desolate race would not help Lin Ling. They knew that the 7 profound martial houses Old Xian would not move, and the Rainforest Holy Land did not have any powerhouses to help Lin Ling. But, they had missed a point. They did not know where Lin Ling had obtained methods that surpassed the Rainforest Holy Lands, but he had ruthlessly suppressed them. You are too inexperienced. As they were still in shock, Lin Ling's icy voice sounded out. Indeed, the 4 kings were too inexperienced. They thought that they were very powerful, that they could command the heavens and earth. But, they didn't know that there were always people stronger than them. They didn't know that outside the Rainforest Holy Land, there were countless powerhouses. They didn't know that the heavenly meteor era had arrived, and they didn't know about the ancient flame demon. There were far too many things that they didn't know. They didn't know anything, and yet they wanted to kill Lin Ling? That was just courting death. Kill! Lin Ling waved his sword again, his eyes cold and merciless. Countless people looked at him. Today, Lin Ling controlled the world. Boom! The 12 giant beasts and the infernal flame demon from hell pressed forward, surrounding and killing the 4 ancient kingdoms' people. Amazing! The the great Qin king said in shock. It turned out that Lin Ling had the power to destroy an ancient kingdom. Previously, he had allied with them to beat them at their own game. The great Tang king and the others were stupid. They didn't have to die, but they had been bewitched by Mo Zilong and wanted to destroy the great Qin dynasty. In the end, they had been completely annihilated. The experts here were the elites of the ancient kingdoms. If they were destroyed, the ancient kingdoms would no longer have the power to intimidate others. That meant that Lin Ling hadn't been fooled, but the four kings had been fooled. Lin Ling. The four kings' expressions were savage as they watched their experts being killed. Before I die, I want to know what you think. Yes. However, Lin Ling calmly replied. This was the question that the four kings had asked Lin Ling before. At that time, they had been mocking him. Now, Lin Ling wanted to see how the four kings would answer. But how should they answer? Could they answer? They couldn't answer at all. The sky had become a battlefield of slaughter. Flames, tsunamis, tornadoes, and thunderstorms swept through every corner of the sky, plunging the sky into misery and suffering. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. If you dare to kill me, I'll destroy your entire country. This was Lin Ling's tyranny. For his family and friends, he had become the most tyrannical ruler, but he had a clear conscience. With a human formation that can kill any saint spirit realm expert and a transcendent flame demon, Lin Ling's power is comparable to the four desolate races. Many people sighed in the distance. They could already see the rise of a generation's king, but they still had doubts in their hearts. After all, Lin Ling was just an ordinary youth. Where did he get so many resources to nurture experts? How could they know that Lin Ling had obtained all of Yan's treasures in the old tomb? How could he not have nurtured powerful subordinates? Yan was an expert comparable to the holy king of the Bodhi sacred palace. How could the treasures that caught his eye be ordinary? Lin Ling, we admit defeat in this battle. Stop your slaughter. The four kings roared madly as they dodged the flame demon. After all, they were no match for a human formation comparable to a transcendent. Have you ever thought that you would die? However, Lin Ling didn't answer. Instead, he asked calmly. Today is the third update. I have to go out tonight to socialize. In the next few days, I might not be able to update much. I'll start saving up and prepare for the next explosion. After all, I didn't save up during the new year, sacrificing a lot of time to accompany my family and relatives. On the fourth day of the new year, I'll start celebrating the new year. Chapter 1028. Blood Oath Bastard. The Qilin Immortal King roared. Lin Ling was humiliating them. They wanted to get close to Lin Ling, but they were blocked by the fire demon. As long as the fire demon was not extinguished, the 12 giant beasts would wreak havoc. They could only watch as the experts of the ancient countries were annihilated. They had set up a trap with the intention of catching all of them in one fell swoop. However, Lin Ling had a trump card that was beyond their imagination. Once he used his trump card, they were the ones who had wanted to catch all of Lin Ling in one fell swoop. The mistake was that they had underestimated Lin Ling's trump card. That trump card was not something they could shake. Don't kill me, I admit defeat. Dragon King Tion's heart was bleeding. It's too late to admit defeat now. Lin Ling's eyes were still emotionless. How could this life and death battle end just because someone admitted defeat? Sin. Lord Long had been following Dragon King Tion. Seeing his bloodline dying, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Because of you, all of them will be buried with you. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was cold, but his voice made Lord Long's body tremble violently. Because of him? Indeed, a life for a life. If he had surrendered his life, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would have been safe and sound. Unfortunately, he refused and wanted the four ancient countries to annihilate the great Qin dynasty. In the end, countless deaths fell on his body. The ancient countries are finished. As for the crowd in the distance, they could see that the experts of the four ancient countries were getting fewer and fewer. Those kings and generals had fallen one after another. Only the four great emperors were left. Although the fire demon was terrifying, it would be difficult for him to kill the four great emperors in a short period of time. After all, the four great emperors were at the peak of the saint spirit realm. Lin Ling, the Heavenly Dragon Empire, and you cannot live under the same sky. The enmity of destroying our empire will be repaid for generations to come. Dragon King Tian roared with red eyes. The other three kings were the same. If they did not die today, they would definitely kill Linling. Linling, if I don't die today, you will die in the future. The Justice Duan family will definitely annihilate you, and your family, your 9 generations will be annihilated. A slave for life. The other kings roared furiously. They could see that it would be very difficult for the fire demon to kill them, and if they escaped, they would definitely hide and regroup. They would use 10 years to build up their forces, and if 10 years weren't enough, they would use 100 years. Finally, the day would come when they would exterminate Linling's 9 generations. Pang pang pang. Heaven and earth suddenly became blood-red. Clouds of blood surged, shaking heaven and earth. In the end, they turned into 4 blood-colored pearls that shot towards the 4 great kings. Blood oath. The hearts of some of the elders in the crowd trembled. That was a long-lost blood oath. It was said that those who made the blood oath would greatly increase their strength, but it would consume dozens of years of their lifespan. Once the blood oath was made, the oath had to be fulfilled. Otherwise, after death, they would not enter the cycle of reincarnation and would disappear from this world forever. The 4 great emperors swore a blood oath. They want to escape. Many people had the same thought. The 4 great kings and Linling were absolutely irreconcilable. In the future, they would definitely destroy Linling. If the 4 great kings were to escape, Linling's days would undoubtedly become a nightmare. He would have to constantly be on guard against the 4 great kings who were hiding in the dark. After all, it was easier to block a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. Stop them. The great Qin emperor's expression greatly fell. He knew that the 4 great kings had been forced into a dead end, but it would be very difficult for the great Qin dynasty to stop the 4 great kings. As such, he could only try his best. Even if he had to use all of his strength, he had to stop at least one of them. Of course, he knew that this was just wishful thinking. We can't stop them. Everyone shook their heads. The 4 great kings were all at the peak of the Saint Spirit realm, so even if the great Qin emperor and the flame demon worked together, they would only be able to stop 2 of them. Moreover, this was only if they were lucky. If they were unlucky, they might not even be able to stop one of them. Let me do it. At that moment, a soft voice sounded out, causing everyone's pupils to narrow. The person who had spoken was Linling. He was going to do it? Linling was the most terrifying genius in the rainforest's holy land, but compared to the ancient kings, he was still a bit lacking. Could he succeed? Linling this. The great Qin emperor couldn't believe it. I returned to the rainforest's holy land and dared to take revenge for old man Shao, so I naturally made preparations. In fact, I've been preparing for this day for a long time. Linling calmly nodded, his gaze cold. The 4 great kings had sworn a blood oath to kill Linling and his family, and they would kill him for generations to come. Since that was the case, what was the point of Linling keeping them alive? Originally, Linling didn't want to destroy the ancient kingdoms, but the 4 great ancient kingdoms working together to kill him had infuriated him. Afterwards, the ancient kingdoms' experts had all been wiped out. If the 4 great kings had sworn a blood oath to never offend Linling again, then perhaps apart from the Heavenly Dragon King and the Qilin Immortal King, Linling wouldn't have cared about the other 2. However, they still wanted to die. Then, he would destroy their ancient kingdoms. Do you think you can escape? Linling's voice was low. In his right hand, a lamp of destruction that seemed to come from ancient times appeared. The lamp was mysterious green and had the majesty of an ancient Buddha. Under Linling's gentle blow, it seemed to blow out the origin of fire. Chi! Chi! The green flame was extremely fast, even faster than the flame demon. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the 4 great kings, causing their pupils to narrow. Lamp? What was that? Insignificant tricks. Today, this emperor wants to leave. Can you stop me? Heavenly Dragon King roared, and 9 dragons appeared on his body to protect him, causing his head to become a golden dragon head. He took a big step forward, and the surging emperor's chi in his hand shot out. What was shocking was that his hand also turned into a dragon's claw. Obviously, after swearing the blood oath, his strength had already stepped half a step into the transcendent realm. Heavenly Dragon King, I will help you. The great Tang King also coldly snorted. His body trembled as colorful feather screens appeared behind him. It was as though he was protected by the halo of a king. His hands fluttered like wings as an ancient peacock king appeared behind him. That peacock king let out a sharp cry as countless resplendent feather screens enveloped him and the heavenly dragon king. Obviously, he wanted to use his bloodline to block Lin Ling's green flame, while Heavenly Dragon King was responsible for attacking. Perhaps he could kill Lin Ling, and even if he couldn't, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Kings had the pride of a king. They had already lost face by running away today, but if they even failed to escape, how could they still have the face to call themselves kings? Hong long long. The void exploded, and the terrifying shockwaves from the shockwaves killed countless onlookers on the ground. The power was too great. Obviously, this clash had reached the peak of the battle. Retreat! Many people shouted in horror, and they retreated again, hiding in the mountains. At the same time, they looked at the sky in shock. Chi! In the sky, the green flame was sacred and majestic, but it also carried an aura of nirvana. After it collided with the five-colored feather screen of the Great Tang King, the Great Tang King took a deep breath. His feather screen was on fire, burned by the green flame. How is this possible? Chapter 1029. Vengeance, no. The Great Tang King's voice became softer and softer as he was burned into nothingness under countless gazes. Beside him, Dragon King Tian maintained his dragon claw posture and even had a sneer on his face. He was looking forward to Lin Ling being killed by him in one move, and even if he failed, he would be able to escape unscathed. But now, the sneer on his face had become somewhat eerie. The Great Tang King was dead, and he had died right beside him. This was too terrifying. What kind of fire is this? In the next moment, Dragon King Tian had no time to worry about the Great Tang King, because the flames had already wrapped around him and could not be extinguished. In fact, he even felt like he had given up his butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. Not only was the fire sacred and scorching, it had also disintegrated his fighting spirit. Lin Ling. A furious roar came from Dragon King Tian's mouth. In the sky, Dragon King Tian gradually turned into ashes and was burned into nothingness. The whole world fell silent as countless gazes looked at the ashes drifting away with the wind, their hearts trembling fiercely. They thought that Lin Ling's trump card came from the human array, but they did not expect that Lin Ling had an ancient artifact that could instantly kill a half-step transcendent. Lin Ling had too many trump cards, and none of them could be seen through. Kill. As for the immortal Qilin King and Lion Orchid King in the distance, their bodies trembled. They had wanted to watch a good show before, but now, they began to worry about themselves. They even regretted making the blood oath because it would have killed them even faster. Chi. The ancient green flames rolled over, forming a vortex that swept towards the two kings. Its speed was very strange, and although it seemed slow, it appeared in front of them in an instant. This was the ancient Buddhist flame, which not only burned the body, but also the soul. In other words, a part of this fire was actually born in their hearts. The combination of the fire in their hearts and the ancient Buddhist flame allowed the sacred flames to appear in front of them. Stop it! The two kings roared, but they were more sorrowful in their hearts. Were they going to die? In fact, they had already lost the will to resist. The two great kings were all-powerful, and they were the most mysterious kings in the 100 domains. Everyone looked at them with reverence, and if they did not provoke Lin Ling, they could continue to enjoy the feeling of being above others. However, one wrong step would destroy the entire situation, especially the elder, King Lion Orchid. He did not have any grudges with Lin Ling. The reason he attacked Lin Ling was because of benefits. He had originally thought that by killing Lin Ling, not only would the 5 great ancient countries become the 4 great ancient countries, he would also be able to improve his relationship with the desolate race. However, this was only his own wishful thinking. He chose Mo Zihu and didn't choose Lin Ling. This caused everything to turn into ashes. I regret it so much. Lion Orchid King let out the most regretful sound in his life. Chi. However, they were still unable to withstand the burning of the green flames. In merely an instant, the two king tears had fallen again. Heaven and earth became silent. The 4 great kings were annihilated. Everything was just too unreal. What kind of lamp was Lin Ling holding in his hand? How could it be so terrifying? How could they know that even the ancient tomb's Yen would have to avoid the ancient Buddha's burning lamp? Yen was a genuine transcendent realm expert, while the 4 great kings were only half-step transcendent realm experts. How could they withstand the burning of the green Buddha flames? And this was Lin Ling's confidence. That was because he had a powerful treasure that the rainforest Holy Land did not have. Dead. On the ground, the crowd's face stiffened. The four great ancient countries had destroyed Lin Ling and the Great Qin dynasty. In the end, not a single person from the Great Qin dynasty had died. Lin Ling had resolved everything. In terms of power, Lin Ling had it. He had swept through the four great ancient countries. In terms of strength, Lin Ling also had it. He had swept through the four great kings. Lin Ling's rise today was comparable to that of the four great desolate races. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Finally, they were all dead. The blood oath no longer existed. This allowed him to relax. After all, if the four great kings were to leave, there would be endless trouble in the future. No one could guarantee that the Fire Ancient clan would be assassinated one day. Lin Ling would not let such a regrettable thing happen. Therefore, even if it meant the destruction of the world, he would destroy the four great ancient countries. However, this was also within his expectations. After all, he knew how powerful the ancient Buddha was. The only thing that surprised him was the power of the human array. This was beyond his imagination. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was normal. After all, the Fire Legion had used up all his treasures. If it was not strong, then it would be unreasonable. It's your turn. Looking around, Lin Ling looked at Lord Long. However, Lord Long's face was extremely pale. He was dead. The four great ancient countries' experts were all dead. He was the only one left. Lin Ling was the last to kill him. I'm willing to die. However, you have killed so many people. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Countless thoughts surfaced in Lord Long's mind. Finally, Lord Long said in despair. He knew that he had no way out. At the moment Lin Ling decided to take revenge, no matter how many experts came to stop him, it was useless. Anyone who tried to stop him would be killed. He would kill Lord Long even if he had to go to the ends of the earth. The world is heartless. It treats all living things like dogs. I can't be a saint, but I do things with a clear conscience. Since you killed Old Man Xiao, then I will definitely kill you. If 1,000,000 people come to stop me, I will kill 1,000,000 people until the day I get my revenge. Lin Ling replied coldly. He raised the sword in his hand. His words represented his heart of martial arts, and also his principle of being a man. Right and wrong, good and evil, in this heartless world, it was difficult to distinguish. Therefore, all he needed to do was be himself. Lord Long, you're talking nonsense. At that moment, the great Qin Emperor coldly shouted. You said that Lin Ling will suffer retribution, but that's just the weak comforting themselves. If the four great ancient countries won today and killed the great Qin dynasty, would you feel guilty? When two armies fight, it's either you die or I die. You lost, yet you're saying that the other side is vicious and merciless. You're shameless. Shameless. Everyone from the great Qin dynasty furiously roared. They didn't think that Lin Ling would suffer retribution. After all, even though Lin Ling had killed 1,000,000 people, he had also saved them. Shameless. The people from the Flame Corps also furiously roared. They had killed those people, yet Lord Long blamed Lin Ling evidently. This old man was very sinister and wanted to feel guilty for Lin Ling even before he died. Thank you. Lin Ling faintly smiled. There were many people who supported him, but he knew that they didn't want him to feel guilty. However, what they didn't know was that he didn't feel guilty at all. Lord Long, you said that I would suffer retribution. Haha, I'm already waiting for it. So what? You. Lord Long's expression became unsightly. Before he died, he wanted to harm Lin Ling and cause Lin Ling to have an inner demon in his heart. However, Lin Ling was telling him that he wanted to kill even more. With such a firm martial heart, how could he have an inner demon? You can die now. The sword slashed out, and a sword mark appeared on Lord Long's neck. He unwillingly looked at Lin Ling before finally closing his eyes. Today, the people from the four great ancient countries had been completely annihilated. Revenge has been taken. Chapter 10:30. Killing the Rain Clan, Qin Jingtian. Sacrifice these two heads to your father. Lin Ling coldly shouted. On the ground, Qin Jingtian took a step forward and looked at the heads of the two enemies floating in the sky. His eyes were cold as he kowtowed towards Lin Ling. In the past, Old Man Xiao had died protecting Lin Ling. Today, Lin Ling had helped him get justice. Father, you're right. Lin Ling is a good person. Being friends with Lin Ling is your lifetime's fortune. Tears flowed out of Qin Zhengtian's eyes, and his heart was moved. The enmity of killing his father was irreconcilable, and he had always wanted to take revenge. However, he knew that there was no hope in this life because he didn't have enough strength. Now that Lin Ling had helped him, he would kill anyone who dared to stop him. If the 4 ancient nations dared to stop him, he would destroy their ancient nations. He, Qin Zhengtian, would never forget this great kindness. All right, there's still one more enemy that needs to be dealt with. Lin Ling looked into the distance as his cold voice drifted out. There was still one more enemy? Many people were puzzled. Who was this enemy? However, in the next moment, the crowd's pupils fiercely trembled. They had forgotten that the person behind all of this was the Rain Clan's Mo Zihu. In the previous battle, Mo Zihu, one of the 2 prides of the Rain Clan, had actually escaped. However, they hadn't forgotten. Perhaps they hadn't even thought of taking revenge on Mo Zihu because the Rain Clan was too powerful for them. Lin Ling, Mo Zihu has returned to the Rain Clan. If we want to take revenge, it'll be very difficult. The great Qin Emperor said worriedly. Kill him without hesitation. However, Lin Ling coldly shouted. He had already spared Mo Zihu many times, but Mo Zihu hadn't learned his lesson and had come to seek death. How could Lin Ling let him off? Moreover, even if he spared him this time, Mo Zihu might not appreciate it. Next time he would still harm him. Those are the 4 desolate clans. The great Qin Emperor sucked in a cold breath. Lin Ling was so bold. I want to kill Mo Zihu. If the Rain Clan dares to stop me, I will stop them from plunging them into misery and suffering. Lin Ling said softly. Now that his faction and strength had increased greatly, he had strength that could match the desolate race. If he continued to endure, then what was the point of talking about martial arts? Attack the Rain Clan. Lin Ling pointed his sword forward, and the Flame Legion immediately shouted, Kill the Rain Clan. Under Lin Ling's lead, the group advanced towards the rainforest. Other than the Flame Corps, there were also people from the Qin dynasty. Lin Ling was their hero, and if Lin Ling wanted to fight, they would follow him. How crazy! On the ground, countless people were mumbling to themselves. They felt that everything was too surreal. At this moment, the battle in the Heavenly Dragon region had ended, but the people in the Rainforest Holy Land didn't know about it. After all, the battle had just ended, so they didn't have time to figure out the details. Above the Rain Sea, a mighty crowd appeared. They boarded the dragon boats and headed straight to the Rainforest Holy Land. Who are these people? Their strength is terrifying. Many people gasped. They saw a large number of Emperor's Spirit Realm experts, and there were even countless Saints' Spirit Realm experts. With so many experts summoned, the king must be extremely powerful. The dragon boats took 2 hours before they finally arrived at the Rainforest Holy Land. Following that, Lin Ling waved his hand and everyone dispersed, heading towards the Rain Clan from every corner. As for Lin Ling, he led Anywhere and company straight towards the Rain Clan. That's Lin Ling. Beside the Rain Sea, many people saw the crowd disperse. They stared at the black-robed youth and said. They recognized Lin Ling. Previously, Lin Ling said that he would attack the Rain Clan. But soon, someone said in trepidation. The Rain Clan was one of the 4 great desolate clans. It was the most ancient clan in the Rainforest Holy Land. Many people did not even know the whereabouts of the ancient clan. This showed how mysterious the Rain Clan was. But today, Lin Ling said that he would attack the Rain Clan. Not long ago, there was a rumor that although Lin Ling is of the Rain Clan's bloodline, he was bullied by the Rain Clan and was greatly wronged. But today, Lin Ling is going to kill his way back. He wants to take back his dignity. I heard that Lin Ling's mother is trapped in the Rain Clan. Lin Ling probably wants to save his mother. Your information is too outdated. In this War of the Ancient Countries, I heard that Lin Ling was deceived by someone, and the person behind it was a top genius of the Rain Clan. The crowd whispered. There were all sorts of rumors. Many people were curious and followed Lin Ling. Of course, there were some people that asked about the final result of the War of the Ancient Countries. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had arrived at the Rainforest Holy Land much faster than the martial artists from the Sky Dragon region. Because of this, no one knew the truth of the matter. However, they could guess that Lin Ling had won. Otherwise, Lin Ling would never appear here. A massive number of people followed Lin Ling. This also drew out the proud sons of heaven from the martial hall. They were also watching from afar. But as they saw the young man that was like a king descending from the heavens, their eyes flashed. Lin Ling. Each time he was fiercer than the last. First in the semi-finals, then at the 7 Profound Martial House he was surrounded and killed by Duan Xuanwang. Then there was Lin Ling's revenge, and now he could proudly go to the Rain clan. This young man was only 20 years old, so how could his battle record be so terrifying? Bastard, where did these people come from? You must know that the Rain clan is the most sacred and noble of all. How can we allow some weak ants to come and watch our Rain clan's valley? At this moment, in the Rain clan's valley, the Rain clansmen were fuming with anger. This was because they could see that a massive number of people were approaching the Rain clan. This was the same as removing the mysterious veil covering their Rain clan and turning them into an ordinary clan. This was not something that they could accept. It's Lin Ling. A person ran back from outside the valley. That unfilial son is going to rebel against the heavens. The Rain clansmen were even more furious. Lin Ling was looking down on them more and more. Of course, their bloodline was noble, so they had never placed Lin Ling in their eyes. It was just that they didn't want to admit it. Good, since you dare to come. Then today I will strip Lin Ling of his Rain clan status in front of everyone. I will no longer recognize him as my nephew. A blue-clothed middle-aged man coldly shouted. If he didn't recognize Lin Ling as his nephew, then Lin Ling would surely regret it. Mozihu, get out here. However, at this moment, a cold shout shook the world, causing the Rain clansmen to grit their teeth. Lin Ling had come. Let's go, I want to see how this unfilial son will rebel against the heavens. A large number of Rain clansmen rushed out of the valley. Their auras surged and their anger overflowed. Today, they would punish this disgraceful scum of the Rain clan's bloodline in front of everyone. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered outside the Rain clan. They did not dare to get too close, so they watched from afar. This was also the first time they saw the Rain clan's residence. It was indeed extremely ancient, like a paradise. Following that, their gazes landed on a person at the valley's entrance. That person was Lin Ling. They did not know why Lin Ling had come, but they were curious. Where did Lin Ling get the courage to fight against the 4 great desolate clans? Was Lin Ling courting death? Lin Ling, you sure have guts. Under countless gazes, a large number of experts walked out, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. It was the Rain clan's people. They were very strong, especially the middle-aged man who spoke. They could not see through his strength. You scram. Chapter 1031. The 4 desolate races gathered. The ancient valley of the Rain clan was filled with mist and light, making it look like an immortal realm. The Rain clan members were like immortals from another world. They wore long robes and looked elegant. However, these mysterious people all had ferocious looks on their faces. Their anger was clearly displayed. Clearly, Lin Ling's words of scram had humiliated their noble bloodline. Most importantly, there were countless people watching. This was even more embarrassing. Lin Ling, do not be rude. If not, I will represent the Rain clan's patriarch and strip you of your status as a Rain clan member. I will no longer be your uncle. One of the middle-aged men roared angrily. He released his surging aura. His strength was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. In the rainforest's sacred land, he was an existence comparable to a king. From this point, it could be seen why the desolate race was able to reign supreme in the rainforest's sacred land. He is Lin Ling's uncle. Many people's pupils constricted. Lin Ling's background was indeed impressive. His uncle was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. If Lin Ling could lower his voice and say a few words, it meant that he had a large number of experts backing him. Is the Rain clan very big? That's all there is to it. As for uncle? Sorry, don't randomly claim kinship. I have never treated you as my uncle. However, Lin Ling only chuckled. His disdainful voice floated out. People from the various martial arts halls drew a cold gasp. To have a peak Holy Spirit realm expert as an uncle was something that others would burn incense for several lifetimes. However, Lin Ling actually disdained it. He even said in a high and mighty manner, "Don't randomly claim kinship. I don't recognize you." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth in anger. Lin Ling was disdaining him in front of countless people. Bastard! Everyone from the Rain clan could not bear it any longer. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He only had a bit of strength. Who gave him the guts? Haha, it sure is lively. However, Lin Ling, feel free to speak. With us 3 desolate race here, if you are right, we can uphold justice for you. At this time, a large number of figures mysteriously appeared around the vast valley. No one knew when they had arrived, but all of them had an otherworldly aura, like fairies from another world. Among them, 3 old men smiled at Lin Ling. The strength of the 3 old men was unfathomable. No one dared to look directly at them. They were like ancient saints. Feng Bo of the Wind clan, Yi Ming of the Night clan, and Sparrow God of the Sparrow clan. The others did not know these people, but the people from the Rain clan knew them. These people were from the other 3 desolate races. Furthermore, the patriarchs had come. It seemed like the sensational event today had shocked the 4 desolate races. Of course, this was not strange, because the 4 desolate races had formed their own circle. How could they not know that something had happened to the Rain clan? Little fellow, did that old ghost Rain Master bully you? Don't worry, we will speak up for you. Rain Master Mo Ping is a serious person. As his grandson, you naturally feel a lot of pressure. However, he is only thinking for the Rain clan. As for you, you have alarmed the world and brought people to the Rain clan to seek justice. This has caused your grandfather to lose face. Regardless, the 4 desolate races are not the 4 royal races. We do not bully the weak. What injustice do you have? Say it. The 3 old men calmly spoke as they stared at Lin Ling. It was as though they had a good relationship with Rain Master Mo Ping. However, Rain Master Mo Ping was too old-fashioned. Hence, they wanted to remind Rain Master Mo Ping today that he had to treat the juniors more kindly. Lin Ling sure is lucky. He actually got 3 ancient experts to seek justice for him. Many people's hearts were thumping. They could see the situation. As for the people from the Rain clan, their faces turned ugly. The 3 patriarchs were speaking up for Lin Ling. It seemed like they did not have the qualifications to speak up. Who do you think you are? Are you trying to take advantage of your seniority? If you want to support me, just stand by the side and watch. If you want to watch a good show or show your patriarch demeanor, then sorry, go sleep somewhere else. Just as everyone thought that Lin Ling would be grateful, Lin Ling said lightly. He did not think much of them. What? Outside the valley, there was complete silence. Lin Ling had gone mad. He actually dared to speak to the patriarchs of the 4 desolate races in such a manner. He did not give them any face. Did he think that he was a desolate race patriarch? After the crowd fell silent, shocked voices sounded one after another. Only Lin Ling remained calm. Other than him, Anuer and company smiled faintly. With the arrival of the 3 patriarchs, they believed that they were highly respected, so they supported Lin Ling. Lin Ling had to give them face. However, they did not know that Lin Ling needed them to give him face. Although the trump cards Lin Ling had could not compare to the 4 desolate races, they were not far off. Hence, they had to give him face? And if the 3 patriarchs were sincere in helping Lin Ling, then Lin Ling would give them face. However, it was clear that the 3 patriarchs were not sincere. They only wanted to build him up. At the same time, they wanted to tease Rain Master Mo Ping. And Lin Ling was their chess piece. A chess piece used to teach Rain Master Mo Ping a lesson. Unfortunately, did they have the qualifications to treat Lin Ling as a chess piece? Lin Ling, you are too rude. The patriarchs are trying to help you, but you do not show any respect. This is not good. Listen to me. Apologize. The patriarchs will not blame you on account of your youthful frivolity. At this moment, a clear voice floated out, causing countless gazes to look over. They saw a white-clothed youth with a handsome and feminine face looking over. Tang Yicheng, one of the Rain clan's supernovas. He was also one of the most dazzling existences among the 4 desolate races. How handsome! Many of the elites in the martial hall were shocked. This was the first time they were seeing a genius from the Rain clan. And with just a glance, they felt a sense of inferiority. Tang Yicheng was a genius among geniuses. They could not compare to him. Brother Yicheng, Lin Ling's visit to the Rain clan today is a matter between him and the Rain clan. It is inappropriate for outsiders like us to interfere, so how can you blame Lin Ling? Another voice sounded. It was a purple-clothed girl. She was like a lotus in the snow. She had an agile and otherworldly aura. Coupled with her devastatingly beautiful face, it made the hearts of many youths in the martial hall thump violently. What a beautiful girl! And she was Yu Yu, Tang Yicheng. After Yu Yu said that, she took a step forward and came beside Lin Ling. At the same time, she looked at Anuer and company and smiled happily. Clearly, she did not expect that Anuer and company would come. She knows Lin Ling. Seeing this scene, many people began to feel jealous. There were a few beautiful girls standing beside Lin Ling. All of them had different temperaments that made them captivate the birds and beasts. It made people envious. And the last girl from the desolate race made countless people envious. After all, anyone could tell that the girl was supporting Lin Ling. She did not even hesitate to oppose the desolate race. Sister Yu. Tang Yicheng's expression was extremely ugly. After all, in the sparrow race, he would often find opportunities to approach Yu Yu, hoping to gain her favor. However, he never expected that the girl would not reject him. She would reply politely every time, but whenever he wanted to have a deep conversation, the girl would reject him coldly. As for Tang Yicheng, he believed that sincerity could move metal and stone. As long as he put in some effort, he would eventually be able to win the girl's heart. However, he now realized that it was just wishful thinking. It was impossible for him to succeed. With Lin Ling around, he would never be able to win the girl's heart. Chapter 1032. Meet the strong and become strong. AI. A grown girl can't be kept at home. The sparrow race's patriarch, Sparrow Deity, sighed and shook his head. Obviously, he also knew about the matter between Yu Yu and Lin Ling, brother Lin Ling. In order to help you, Yu Yu has provoked the displeasure of the sparrow race's elders. If you really like Yu Yu, you should leave her and not drag her down. Tang Yicheng also sighed and spoke again. He seemed to have a good relationship with Lin Ling, and his words were all for Lin Ling. You get lost too. However, how could Lin Ling not know what kind of person he was? He was just a sinister, smiling tiger. Tang Yicheng was so angry that he couldn't speak. He wanted to portray a perfect image in front of the elders, so he pretended to be sincere and tried to persuade Lin Ling. However, who knew that Lin Ling wouldn't even try to reason with him, and would directly and overbearingly say, "Get lost." He could even see that not only did Lin Ling not give him any face, but he also didn't give any face to the three great patriarchs. Haha, the younger generation these days is indeed frivolous and ignorant. Forget it, old friend. Let's slowly watch the show. Some young people are too arrogant and don't know how to respect the older generation. Only when they suffer will they regret it. Fine, let's see how he clears up this mess. Let him face Rainmaster Mo Ping himself. The three great patriarchs faintly smiled and didn't become angry. Obviously, with their seniority, it wasn't good for them to be angry at Lin Ling. But they said to let Lin Ling deal with it himself. Then, Lin Ling would have to face the Rain Clan himself. My purpose in coming to the Rain Clan is very simple, and that is to kill Mo Zihu. So, hand over Mo Zihu and I will leave immediately. Lin Ling didn't care about what the others were thinking. His style of doing things his own way caused many proud sons of heaven in the martial arts hall to secretly admire him. This was a true martial artist of their generation. No wonder those young girls liked Lin Ling, because Lin Ling had a charm that no one his age had. You want to kill Mo Zihu? You are too bold. At this moment, the clouds in the valley parted, and an old man with an ashen face slowly walked out with a young man. Patriarch! Everyone from the Rain Clan saluted. The elder was dressed in a standard long robe. His long hair was tied to the back of his head. His eyes were like lightning and his back was straight. He had an indescribable dignity that made people feel reverence just by looking at him. And among the four desolate races, Rainmaster Mo Ping was indeed the most dignified, but he was also the most old-fashioned. Everyone was shocked, but Lin Ling's expression was calm. His voice floated out. Rainmaster Mo Ping. Unfilial son, you don't call the clan leader grandfather when you see him. Do you know how to show respect? The young man behind Rainmaster Mo Ping was Mo Zihu. He had never imagined that Lin Ling would come to kill him. Now, he wanted to frame Lin Ling with a crime. He wanted to turn Lin Ling into a demon-like existence with no respect for his elders and no distinction between good and evil. Unfortunately, although his idea was good and useful to others, it was useless against Lin Ling. For Lin Ling to dare come, he naturally had absolute confidence. One had to know that in this world, the strong were respected, while the weak had to bow respectfully to them. However, when the strong faced the strong, why would they need to give face? Hence, Lin Ling did not treat Rainmaster as a strong person, but as a warrior of the same generation. If that was the case, why would he need to bow respectfully? The way of respect? Respect is for those who must be respected. I can respect Old Man Shao of the Great Qin dynasty because he treats me like a son. I can respect the old man who has no martial arts because he is indeed my senior. However, I will not respect those who look down on me or wrongly accuse me. I, Lin Ling, am a man of integrity. If others respect me, I will return them 10 feet. I will repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. This is my principle as a man, Lin Ling said. Lin Ling took a step forward and coldly shouted, his voice imposing. Those words caused many of the Qin dynasty's people behind him to feel excited. Yes, this was Lin Ling. It had to be known that although Qin Shao had died, he was not a match for Lin Ling based on his current strength and influence. However, Lin Ling still respected him, sought justice for his death, and even knelt down to worship him. However, he did not bow or kneel to Rainmaster Mo Ping, who was even stronger. This was not lowering his head for power, but for the principles in his heart. He didn't treat me as his grandson, so why should I treat him as my grandfather? Also, people of the Rain clan, don't try to claim kinship with me. Have you ever asked me if I want to be your relative? I don't care. Lin Ling said coldly again. So arrogant. Many people felt deep admiration. After all, if it were them, they would definitely hug the thick thighs of the Rain clan and not be as arrogant as Lin Ling. Then why did you kill Mozihu? Rainmaster Mo Ping said with an indifferent expression. He was not surprised by his grandson's character. In fact, he liked him from the bottom of his heart. Unfortunately, his grandson's brilliance was too great. It embarrassed him, so he could not put down his pride to speak to his grandson. He wants to kill me. Lin Ling only said one sentence. You previously said that you are not from the Rain clan. If you are not, then what right do you have to take his life if he wants to kill you? In the Rain clan, Lin Ling's uncle shouted coldly. If Lin Ling was from the Rain clan, then Mo Zihu would be handed over according to the clan's rules. However, Lin Ling had said that he was not from the Rain clan, so how could the Rain clan allow him to kill Mo Zihu? After all, the 4 desolate races had the pride of the desolate race. Even if their bloodline had made a mistake, they would not easily hand it over. At most, they would give some other compensation. As for Rainmaster, he fell silent, silently agreeing with the middle-aged man's words. Countless people looked at Lin Ling. What right did Lin Ling have? Haha, it's good for a young man to have drive, but unfortunately, he is too proud. The 3 desolate races patriarchs sneered. Lin Ling did not have anything to rely on, so he was nothing. And if he wanted to kill Mo Zihu, then he had to take out something that allowed him to resist the Rain clan. You don't dare to speak? Sure, today on account of all the important figures here you can scram. From today onwards, disappear from the rainforest's sacred land. Seeing Lin Ling fall silent, Rainmaster Mo Ping finally said lightly. Although he was liking this stubborn grandson of his from the bottom of his heart, today's matter concerned the Rain clan's reputation, so he could not give in. What if I can? Lin Ling said with an indifferent expression. Then Mo Zihu will be handed over to you. My Rain clan is the fairest. Those who harm others must pay with their lives. Rainmaster Mo Ping gave a disdainful smile, treating Lin Ling's words as a joke. Sure, if I can't, I will never appear in the rainforest's sacred land again. But if I can, not only will I hand over Mo Zihu, I will also hand over my mother. Rainmaster Mo Ping, do you dare? Lin Ling took a step forward as his eyes revealed a resolute look. This was the first time. This was the first time he was resisting Rainmaster Mo Ping. One had to know that back when he was living in the Rain clan, he was resisting, not resisting. How dare you? Is this how you speak to the patriarch? The Rain clan's people were enraged. Lin Ling seemed to think of himself as the desolate race's patriarch. He was too arrogant. Do you dare? However, Lin Ling did not even bother speaking to them. He still took a step forward and looked at Rain Master Mo Ping. Lin Ling. Chapter 1033. To hand it over or not, in the rainforest's sacred land, other than the three of us, this little guy is the only one who dares to force Rain Master Mo Ping. Humph. The other three clan leaders gasped. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Sparrow God, if I can make Mozihu hand it over today, do you dare to make a bet with me? Humph. Lin Ling looked at one of the three clan leaders. The Sparrow God's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling wanted to make a bet with him? You don't dare? Humph. While he was still in shock, Lin Ling coldly shouted. Haha, little guy, you really know how to take advantage of the situation. You want to use the fact that everyone is here to provoke us, the experts of the older generation. However, I can tell you that the glory before your eyes will only last for a short time. The pain after your arrogance will accompany you for the rest of your life. Why wouldn't I dare? As long as Mozihu is handed over, I can agree to any of your conditions. The Sparrow God's elder laughed. How could he be afraid of a junior who had just come out? The Sparrow God has also agreed. Rain Master Mo Ping, do you dare? Humph. Lin Ling looked at Rain Master Mo Ping. In the end, Rain Master Mo Ping nodded. Lin Ling had forced him to nod. Fine, let me see what you have. Humph. The Rain Master Mo Ping's cold voice drifted out from his mouth. His eyes were filled with anger. Just as the old man from the Sparrow God had said, the glory in front of him was short-lived, and Lin Ling had offended an ancient powerhouse for this brief moment of glory. Then, in his next life, Lin Ling would be accompanied by a lifetime of pain. This grandson of his was very sad. Based on us. Humph. At this moment, a large number of voices came from behind Lin Ling. The people of the Qin dynasty slowly walked out. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Based on the Flame Legion. Humph. Another majestic voice came out. The clouds in the sky churned. The Flame Legion had arrived. So many people. When did Lin Ling develop such a terrifying force? The desolate race members' pupils constricted. They were certain that these were Lin Ling's loyalists. After all, in the present situation, as long as Lin Ling lost, there would be no hope of redemption. And those who followed him knew this, but they still dared to fight alongside Lin Ling. This meant that these people had given their hearts and bodies to Lin Ling. As for the people from the four desolate races, it was not difficult to get them to summon experts to help them, but to win their hearts, that was very difficult. Impressive. Lin Ling, I have to admit that I have underestimated you. However, the Great Qin dynasty is only one of the 5 great ancient countries. Together with your useless army, you only have a few Saint Spirit Realm experts. With that, do you think you can shake the 4 desolate races? Rain Master Mo Ping roared with laughter. His laughter had a deep meaning, as if he was laughing at himself for misjudging Lin Ling. He never expected Lin Ling to be more terrifying than he imagined, but he also seemed to be laughing at Lin Ling's frivolity, which led to his eventual demise. Sorry, the rainforest sacred land no longer has the 5 great ancient countries. There is only one great ancient country. Lin Ling shook his head and said, causing Rain Master Mo Ping's pupils to constrict. At this moment, someone in the crowd finally exclaimed, the outcome of the Tianlong region battle has been determined. The 4 great ancient countries have been destroyed. The 4 great kings have fallen, and the entire army has been wiped out. What? Everyone drew a cold gasp. Although some of them had guessed that Lin Ling had won the battle with the 5 great ancient countries, they never expected that Lin Ling would wipe out the 4 great ancient countries in one fell swoop, completely wiping them out. Flame Legion, I promised you in the past to let you roam the rainforest sacred land. Today, against the 4 great desolate races, this promise has been fulfilled. Come out and let them see if you are a useless army. Ignoring the surprised voices around him, Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The members of the Flame Corps soared up into the sky like locusts, and they left mysterious trajectories that formed terrifying storms of spiritual energy in the sky. In just an instant, 12 invincible figures at the Holy Spirit realm had appeared, and they shook the heavens and the earth. Roar! As for the Saint Spirit Masters, they laid down an ancient flame demon array, turning the skies into the most ferocious sea of fire. The 12 ancient beasts and the flame demons roared. These terrifying human arrays floated above Lin Ling's head. Lin Ling's long hair wildly danced in the wind, his black robes flapping in the wind. His sword pointed forwards, completely revealing himself in the rainforest sacred land. What are those? Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Among them were the 7 martial hall masters, especially the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house and the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house, Sky Lin. Their complexions were extremely ugly. The former was filled with fear. In the past, when he had given in to Lin Ling, that had been the best choice. Otherwise, if those terrifying ancient beasts had swept through the martial hall, all of them would have died. As for martial house master Sky Lin, his heart was heavy. Lin Ling already had the ability to not fear him, especially that terrifying flame demon. It gave him a feeling that it would be difficult to resist. It had to be known that in the rainforest's sacred land, the number of opponents he feared could be counted on one hand. And now, that flame demon was one of them. It should be at the transcendent realm. The transcendent realm had the strength to reach the other shore. In the rainforest's sacred land, they were the Peak Kings. Hand it over. At this moment, outside the mountain valley, there was complete silence. The only sound that could be heard was Lin Ling's voice. Countless people looked at Lin Ling. They saw that beside Lin Ling were hundreds of thousands of people from the great Qin dynasty, and in the sky were the 12 ancient beasts and the terrifying flame demon. In terms of numbers, Lin Ling was not inferior to any of the other forces. In terms of strength, Lin Ling had a transcendent realm existence. He was already comparable to the 4 great desolate races. Was this the army that everyone thought was trash? If you don't hand it over, then we will fight to the death. Perhaps I will die, but the Rain clan will definitely suffer. I would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Lin Ling's firm voice floated out. The army was pressing down, forcing the Rain clan to hand over their people. This bastard! The 3 desolate race patriarchs' complexions changed. A moment ago, they had taken advantage of their seniority, but now they discovered that Lin Ling really did have the right to not give them any face. You have proven yourself. Rain Master Mo Ping looked deeply at the sky, and finally, his gaze fell on Lin Ling. His heart was as shocked as thunder. In the past, Lin Ling had said in front of him that Yu was his person, but he had objected. Lin Ling had proudly left, and at the same time, said that he would prove himself in half a year. But now, half a year was not enough, and Lin Ling had proven himself. With his own strength, he had nurtured an existence that was not weaker than the 4 great desolate races, and from then on, a 5th great force had appeared in the rainforest's sacred land, the Flame Core. And when all of this appeared before his eyes, it was undoubtedly a heavy slap to his face. His grandson, who had not been nurtured by the Rain clan, had surpassed everyone in the Rain clan. This slap was very loud and very painful. Boom! In the sky, as if to prove the pride of the Flame Core, the 12 ancient beasts exploded with a terrifying aura. Flames, tsunamis, tornadoes, and thunderstorms swept through the sky, shocking everyone. If you don't hand it over, then all of you will be plunged into misery and suffering. In the distance, at the 7 profound martial house, everyone from the Fire Ancient clan was looking at the sky. The appearance of the 12 ancient beasts caused their hearts to be filled with excitement. When Lin Ling had returned, he had said that he would make the entire rainforest sacred land go wild. And now, the rainforest sacred land had indeed gone wild. Chapter 1034. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios, the 5th great power. Just by relying on that fire demon, you already have a power that is not weaker than our clan leader. Hand him over. Hand him over. Rain Master Mo Ping sighed lightly, and finally nodded. If he didn't hand him over, then Lin Ling would fight with his Rain clan. At that time, Lin Ling might die, but the Rain clan would also die, and he would be the only one left. He didn't want to see this kind of scene where both sides suffered losses. Moreover, subconsciously, he didn't want his grandson to die, because his grandson was really too terrifying. If such a genius fell, then even if he could pass this trial, he wouldn't have the face to face his ancestors. Hand him over. Hand him over. The Rain clan's people also said with pale faces. They no longer had their previous arrogance. Among them, the middle-aged man sighed and said, Lin Ling, in the end, we are relatives and I am your uncle. Although Zihu is young and has done some wrong, I hope you will spare his life for the sake of your relatives. Hand him over. He was begging for mercy, and he was begging in a low voice. That's right, nephew, how can there be overnight enmity between family members? The others also laughed and said. However, when Lin Ling was weak, they didn't treat Lin Ling as a relative. But when Lin Ling had everything, they treated Lin Ling as a relative. This kind of opportunistic attitude was very disgusting. Don't randomly claim to be relatives. Hand him over. Lin Ling said indifferently, and his words were filled with ridicule. When they wronged him in the past, these relatives all said one after another, but now they were all flattering him. Ugly, incomparably ugly. His words made the Rain Clan's people laugh awkwardly, but this time, they didn't dare to have any objections. Facing the powerful Lin Ling, they could only speak in a low voice. Today is the Rain Clan's dirty linen. You don't need to do anything, I will. Hand him over. Rain Master Mo Ping said coldly, knowing that Mo Zihu would undoubtedly die. After all, this world was actually very cruel. If he didn't sacrifice Mo Zihu, then he would have to sacrifice the Rain Clan. Moreover, this world was also very realistic. If Lin Ling didn't have enough qualifications today, then Lin Ling would be consigned to eternal damnation. But if Lin Ling had the qualifications, then he would have to yield. In this world where strength reigned supreme, strength ultimately represented everything. Grandpa, no. Mo Zihu let out a terrified cry. He was incomparably regretful. He thought that Lin Ling was not a direct descendant of the Rain Clan, and that even if he provoked him, it would only be so. But who would have thought that even his grandfather would be afraid of Lin Ling? Provoking Lin Ling was simply courting death. Soon after, he suddenly thought of something. He looked towards Lin Ling and continuously kowtowed. Rain Master Mo Ping's palm also stopped. He knew that Mo Zihu's life and death all depended on Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling, spare my life. I was wrong. I won't dare to provoke you again. I should be convinced that I lost to you. I was wrong. Please spare my life on account of the fact that we are relatives. Many people shook their heads when they saw Mo Zihu kowtowing and begging for mercy. They roughly understood the situation, but if they were in Mo Zihu's shoes, they wouldn't be so soft-hearted as to spare Mo Zihu. Because there were some things that couldn't be wrong. Mo Zihu, when you brought the 4 ancient countries to kill me, you were extremely arrogant. But now you are in such dire straits. Have you ever thought that today would come? Lin Ling's expression was calm as he spoke. His words caused Mo Zihu to feel even more regret as he continued kowtowing. You are very foolish. When I exterminated the 4 ancient countries, you shouldn't have hidden in the Rain Clan. Instead, you should have knelt down in front of the Rain Clan, begging for forgiveness and waiting for my arrival. Maybe I would have spared your life on account of your sincerity. However, you still held on to your luck. You didn't know that Rain Master Mo Ping was the most ruthless and cold person. For the sake of the Rain Clan, he didn't dare to face me head-on and could only sacrifice you. Lin Ling's voice drifted out again, causing Mo Zihu's heart to tremble. That's right, his grandfather had always said that everything was for the benefit of the Rain Clan. Then, he would definitely be sacrificed. Kill. The cold voice was like the judgment of a death god drifting out, causing Rain Master Mo Ping to look at Lin Ling for the last time before slapping out with his palm. Tang Yicheng, you harmed me. Die. At the moment of his death, Mo Zihu glared at a person in the distance. If not for Tang Yicheng, how could he be so impulsive? Moreover, at this moment, he discovered that he had been used as a gun by Tang Yicheng. Pang. The palm that carried a vigorous power slapped out, causing Mo Zihu to die unwillingly, turning into dust. Zihu, why bother? Sigh. Among the Rain Clan's crowd, Mo Zilong sighed lightly. Jealousy had killed Mo Zihu. After all, Mo Zihu and Lin Ling didn't have much enmity. That resentment actually came from the fact that Mo Zihu had lost to Lin Ling. Soon after, he looked at Lin Ling who was standing there indifferently. The 2 prides of the Rain Clan? There's no need for them to exist. It's better to call them the Rain Clan Supernova. I don't even have the face to stand side by side with him. In the past, the Rain Clan's most dazzling people were the 2 prides of the Rain Clan. But now, he had taken a step back, allowing Lin Ling to become the #1 genius of the Rain Clan. Furthermore, he was convinced. After all, Nurturing an existence that could match the desolate race was not something anyone could do. Lin Ling, the Rain clan is very fair. You have proven yourself today, so your mother can come out. Rain Master Mo Ping said lightly, making Lin Ling nod. He was somewhat excited. In fact, he could forcefully bring his mother out, but that would be disrespecting his mother. After all, the Rain Master was his mother's father. Hence, with the Rain Master admitting it himself, his mother would be able to come out with a clear conscience. I did it! At this moment, Lin Ling clenched his right hand into a fist as he looked into the sky. Vaguely, he could see his father smiling at him, feeling proud of him. Lin Ling, you did it! Yu and Yuer, and the others also walked over, holding Lin Ling's hand. They were very excited. They knew that Lin Ling had put in a lot of blood and sweat for this day. Others only saw Lin Ling's glory, but did not see Lin Ling's many life and death situations. Hence, Lin Ling's glory today was well deserved. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had completed 2 of his goals. Then he looked at the 3 clan leaders. Senior Sparrow God, does the promise from before still count? It seems that I have no possibility of refusing, unless I want the Sparrow clan to fight with your army. The old man from the Sparrow race stared deeply at Lin Ling before finally sighing. He had noticed that the 12 ancient beasts could sweep away all Saint Spirit Realm Masters while the fire demon was no weaker than a transcendent. Although this force wasn't as strong as the Sparrow race, it was still strong enough to shake the Sparrow race, so he also approved of Lin Ling. Grandpa, you're raising others' morale and lowering your own. Tang Yicheng shouted anxiously from the side. All his calculations had failed, and Lin Ling was becoming more and more dazzling. This made him very uncomfortable. Shut up! However, the Sparrow clan elder shouted coldly, causing Tang Yicheng's face to turn pale. This was the first time his grandfather had shouted at him. And it was for Lin Ling. Was Lin Ling really that terrifying in his grandfather's heart? It seems that the Rainforest Holy Land has changed. The 5th force has appeared. The crowd muttered to themselves. From the attitude of the 4 desolate clan leaders, it could be seen that they acknowledged Lin Ling's position. In the history of the Rainforest Holy Land, Lin Ling was the first person to be acknowledged by the ancient desolate clan, making the 4 clan leaders treat him as an equal. This was all too surreal. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Chapter 1035. Tang Yicheng, what promise do you have? The old man smiled. His tone was no longer arrogant, as if he was talking to a friend. He had clearly acknowledged Lin Ling's identity. The other patriarchs also looked at Lin Ling and smiled. This scene made the Rain Master Mo Ping feel very uncomfortable. Lin Ling was his grandson, but now he was on the same level as him. Lin Ling's proof was too terrifying. 2 conditions. First, Yu and I will marry. She is my woman. Lin Ling looked at the girl next to him gently and said proudly. When he left the Rain clan, he had said that he would marry Yu in front of the world because it was his respect for Yu. Lin Ling. Yu's eyes were moist. She remembered the innocent young man in the ancient Yen sect. At that time, he held her hand and said that he would take her to the ends of the earth. Now he was a man of his words. If the Rain clan opposed, he would force them to not dare to speak. If the Sparrow clan opposed, he would use his power to make them agree. Lin Ling had the power, the treasures, and the strength. In the current Rainforest Holy Land, who among the younger generation could compete with him? Perfect, the most perfect genius. Therefore, Lin Ling was absolutely qualified to propose marriage. Yes, yes. The old man from the Sparrow tribe smiled faintly. He wasn't as stubborn as the Rain Master Mo Ping. He was very satisfied with Lin Ling's potential. He was definitely qualified to be paired with the most perfect princess of the Sparrow tribe. Indeed, he is qualified. Many people looked at Lin Ling and Yu. The man was handsome like a dragon among men, and the woman was devastatingly beautiful. They were indeed a match made in heaven. Thank you, senior. Lin Ling also smiled. He felt that Yu's patriarch was easy to get along with. You still call me senior? You can also call me grandpa. Lin Ling was stunned after hearing this. He helplessly smiled and found that this senior was even more anxious than him. It was as if he was afraid that this grandson-in-law would run away. Not too far away, Rain Master Mo Ping felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. There was jealousy, unwillingness, and all sorts of emotions that made him sigh. He seemed to have personally pushed away the most perfect genius from him. There's one more thing. I'm a person who draws a clear line between gratitude and grudges. If there's enmity, there's revenge. If there's a favor to be repaid. I heard Mo Zihu say that he was provoked by someone, and before he died, he said, Tang Yicheng. So, I want Grandpa to hand over the killer. Lin Ling said again. Lin Ling, don't slander me. Tang Yicheng frowned. Then, he quickly looked at the peacock deity. Grandpa, you know your grandson's temperament. The thing I hate the most is provoking others. Moreover, I've only met Lin Ling once. How could I harm him? Many people from the Sparrow tribe nodded. Tang Yicheng had given them a good impression. He was knowledgeable and approachable. How could he harm Lin Ling? Lin Ling, there's a misunderstanding. Yicheng isn't the kind of person you think he is. Yes, perhaps Mo Zihu wanted to harm Tang Yicheng before he died. Many people from the Sparrow tribe spoke, but they didn't dare to be too arrogant because they were still very wary of Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. Based on his intuition, he trusted Mo Zihu. Mo Zihu was bold but not astute. He shouldn't have thought of using the 4 ancient nations to kill him. As for Tang Yicheng, although Lin Ling didn't have much contact with him, he didn't have a good impression of him. Lin Ling, this must be a misunderstanding. However, you're already engaged to Yu. You're also my family. I hope you won't fall into someone else's trap and affect our relationship. Tang Yicheng walked over to Lin Ling and extended his hand. His attitude was sincere. Many people nodded. Tang Yicheng didn't look like someone who wanted to harm Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He also extended his hand, but at this moment, he heard a faint laughter in his ears. Mo Zihu, that trash, actually didn't kill you. What a disappointment. However, Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, the enmity between us isn't over yet. It was Tang Yicheng's voice. At this moment, he still had a smile on his face, but his words were threatening Lin Ling. How sinister! The people in the surroundings couldn't hear the voice. On the contrary, they were all praising Tang Yicheng's magnanimity. After all, Lin Ling had wanted to kill him earlier, but he didn't care about the past. Instead, he shook hands with Lin Ling. This wasn't something that anyone could do. In the depths of Lin Ling's eyes, a cold light flickered. This person was too despicable. Mo Zihu was indeed instigated by him. The most despicable thing was that this person wanted to harm him in the dark, but on the surface, he called him brother. You and I don't seem to have any enmity between us, right? Lin Ling indifferently asked. Yes, you stole my light, you stole my woman. Tang Yicheng's voice drifted into Lin Ling's ears, causing Lin Ling's heart to turn cold. He had stolen Tang Yicheng's limelight. Hence, Tang Yicheng wanted to kill him. This hatred was too sudden. Could it be that Tang Yicheng thought that the entire world revolved around him? That everything belonged to him? Yu, I like her very much. One day, I will snatch her back. Furthermore, I will let you watch me and Yu consummate our marriage with your own eyes. Tang Yicheng's expression was still amiable. However, after that voice, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The flames in his hand erupted, burning Tang Yicheng's palm. He could endure anything, but Yu, he couldn't. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Inexplicably burned by the flames, Tang Yicheng let out an angry roar. He seemed to be puzzled by Lin Ling's actions. The crowd gasped. One should know that Tang Yicheng didn't care about Lin Ling's previous grievances. Instead, he shook hands and made peace. However, Lin Ling wanted to kill him. Lin Ling, you are too overbearing. I sincerely want to be friends with you. Tang Yicheng held his hand that was wrapped in flames and kept retreating. His expression was bitter and hateful. He seemed to be very disappointed. Lin Ling, you don't give me any face. The old man from the bird deity frowned. He was obviously surprised by Lin Ling's actions. However, they didn't know that Tang Yicheng had said to Lin Ling before. This Tang Yicheng was indeed very sinister. On the surface, he treated Lin Ling with sincerity, but in the dark, he was plotting against Lin Ling. Grandpa, Lin Ling was just being impulsive. Don't blame him. After Tang Yicheng extinguished the flames on his hand, he looked at the old man from the bird deity. He was pleading for Lin Ling. As a result, Everyone felt that Tang Yicheng was magnanimous. Tang Yicheng is indeed a supernova of the bird race. He has such a good temperament. He is full of righteousness and doesn't bother about trifles. The crowd began to discuss, making Tang Yicheng secretly delighted. Following that, he looked forward to hearing the voices of the crowd denouncing Lin Ling. However, after waiting for a moment, those voices of anticipation didn't appear. Tang Yicheng looked at the crowd and saw them looking at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. However, no one blamed Lin Ling. Even his grandfather was only unhappy, but he didn't say a word. This unforeseen event made Tang Yicheng's heart palpitate. Why wasn't anyone criticizing Lin Ling? Yes, it was strength. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Lin Ling had the strength to match the 4 desolate races. Therefore, even if he made a mistake, no one dared to casually criticize him. After all, Lin Ling was the 5th king of the rainforest sacred land. Bastard! Chapter 1036. The Strong Arrives. You said I wanted to kill you? At this moment, Lin Ling said lightly, causing Tang Yicheng to frown. However, he quickly smiled and nodded. Lin Ling, you misunderstand me too deeply. Previously, everyone saw you sneak attack me. You really wanted to kill me. If I wanted to kill you, why would I need to sneak attack you? But in the next moment, Lin Ling's disdainful voice floated out, causing Tang Yicheng's pupils to constrict. He could not say a word. As for the crowd, their faces froze. They previously thought that Lin Ling was too petty to sneak attack Tang Yicheng. But now their thoughts were shaken. After all, Lin Ling was the leader of the 5th largest faction in the rainforest sacred land. If he wanted to kill Tang Yicheng, why would he need to sneak attack him? Furthermore, Lin Ling's style of doing things was open and aboveboard. Not only did he not fear the 4 ancient countries, he even dared to clash with the 4 desolate races. Hence, he needed to sneak attack Tang Yicheng. It seems like there's a secret behind this. Especially some of the older warriors. They were not novices, so they had their guesses. Tang Yicheng might not be as amiable as he appeared on the surface. After all, under the heavens, there were many people who hid daggers behind their smiles. Lin Ling looked at Tang Yicheng with cold eyes. This person had schemed against him, so he would definitely avenge him. It sure is lively. It seems like this old man has come at the right time. At this moment in the sky, an old voice suddenly rang out. Following that, under countless gazes, the clouds in the sky parted as several figures slowly walked down. These people were dressed differently. They were topless and had mysterious runes on their bodies. Their skin was slightly dark, giving them a wild feeling. One of them was a youth about 16 years old. He tossed a copper coin in his hand as he looked down indifferently. These are the puny 6 sacred regions? His voice was frivolous and carried a condescending arrogance, causing the entire land to fall silent. Who were these people? Could they be people from the legendary Bodhi Sacred Palace? Late-stage Sacred Spirit Realm. Everyone was puzzled. Only Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This youth was only a few years younger than him, but he had already reached the terrifying late-stage Sacred Spirit Realm. These people were definitely not from Bodhi Sacred Palace. Other than that arrogant and frivolous young man, the young man behind him was also very strong. He had reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit Realm at the age of 16. This was the first time someone had reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit Realm in the Rainforest Holy Land. He was a true genius. A master from the outside domain? A terrifying thought arose in Lin Ling's mind. The 6 holy realms had finally encountered a powerful enemy. Young master, this place is the 6 sacred regions. Behind the youth, several elders stood indifferently. One of the elders smiled. He was leaning on a walking stick, and there was a shocking scar on his face. When the scar was cut off, his left eye was blind, leaving him with only one remaining eye. His aura was also strange and cold, causing people to feel a sense of fear. However, many people were unable to see through his cultivation. Only the 4 patriarchs and a few others were able to vaguely see through him, and Lin Ling was one of them. This old man was a transcendent realm. As far as Lin Ling knew, in the Rainforest Holy Land, besides Bodhi Holy Palace, there were no more than 20 masters who had reached the transcendent realm. But now, one had appeared so casually. It seemed that the masters from the outer lands were far more powerful. Who are you? Staring at the newcomers, Fengbo from the Wind Clan asked faintly. We're here to collect an old debt. High up in the sky, 7 voices rang out in unison. Collect an old debt? Who do you want to collect an old debt from? Among the Night Clan, a member frowned and asked. The origins and intentions of these people were too strange. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to ask us? However, just as his words fell, the old man in the sky struck out with his walking stick. No one could see what kind of attack it was, but in the next moment, the Night Clan member let out a pained cry as saliva, tears, and snot flowed out from his eyes. His body seemed to inflate and finally exploded. Pang! Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, shocking everyone present. All they could see was a black insect crawling on the ground. Was that insect the one who killed the Night Clan member? Moreover, the other party's attack had been completely undetectable. How terrifying! Many people took a step back and their faces became serious. Lin Ling. Who are these people? They're so strong. Yu frowned slightly. She was from the Sparrow Clan and had seen all kinds of strong cultivators, but she had never seen such a terrifying attack. They're from the outer region. They used profound martial arts to make their attacks pass through the void and appear directly in the body of the enemy. They left a venomous insect in the body. When the venomous insect took effect, the enemy died. That person's strength is probably enough to defeat any Holy Spirit Realm cultivator. Sigh. In the Rainforest Holy Land, he currently had the strongest force and strength, but compared to the outer region, he was still much weaker. He didn't know how his brother Lin Ling was doing in other places, but he hoped that he was doing well. You're too overbearing. You killed my clan member without saying anything. I'd like to see what your purpose is. Sigh. The Night Clan's patriarch, Yi Ming, naturally couldn't ignore the death of the Night Clan's members. His body strangely disappeared, and in mid-air, a giant palm slammed out. It was incomparably powerful. Yi Ming, after so many years, your strength hasn't improved at all. You're still a second-order transcendent. Boom. However, the one-eyed old man in the sky smiled faintly and thrust out his walking stick. Hong long long. The two forces collided and the void exploded. Astral winds swept out like the wind of annihilation. 2 great profound worlds appeared in the sky, the sun, the moon, and the stars. The night was as dark as the sea. Ah! Boom! On the ground, a large number of people died because of the aftermath. A clash between transcendents was like a battle between heavenly kings. The power of this clash wasn't something they could resist. However, what surprised everyone was that the Night Clan's patriarch of the 4 great desolate clans was unable to gain an advantage. One had to know that in the Rainforest Holy Land, the patriarchs of the 4 great clans were equivalent to the 4 heavenly kings. Besides the Bodhi Sacred Palace, who could stop them? But now, they were evenly matched. This one-eyed old man's strength was too terrifying. Yi Ming, let me help you. Foam! He stretched out his hand and punched out. Call the wind. Wind! A wind that seemed to come from the border of the 3 realms appeared and swept everything away. This wind was called the Glass Sky Wind. It was said that this wind was no ordinary wind, but a wind that could melt one's body and soul. Fengbo, I haven't seen you for many years. You still like to bully others with numbers. Trash. Behind the one-eyed old man, an old man with long hair walked out. With a shake of his body, a large number of eyes appeared on his body. These eyes shot out light that condensed on his palm, causing it to release an aura of annihilation. He then slapped out fiercely. Hong long long. The 2 great profound worlds collided again. The sky changed color, but Fengbo's attack was blocked again. Bastard! Do you think our Rainforest Holy Land has no one? Foam! Rain Master Mo Ping took a step forward. He could tell that the other party wasn't from the Rainforest Holy Land, so he also took action. After he stepped out, the Peacock God also took a step forward and the Peacock Bright Monarch appeared. Hong long long. Chapter 1037. Bodhi's 7 Stars, Amazing. Seeing the earth-shattering battle in the sky, many people had forgotten how to breathe. Maybe this was the strongest battle they had ever seen in their lives. However, what surprised him was that the ancient patriarch of the desolate race was unable to stop the enemy. This was too dreamy. The battle in the sky did not last long. Soon, the clouds dissipated and 7 figures appeared before everyone's eyes, like Fey kings descending. The elders looked down at the ants beneath their feet with disdain. For desolate races? For great wastes. These voices were condescending and looked down on all living beings, causing the 4 desolate races to clench their fists. In the past, they were a proud race, and also the strongest race in the rainforest's holy land. When had they ever been humiliated like this? Furthermore, the other party was too overbearing. After arriving, they humiliated them without distinguishing between right and wrong. What was the purpose of these elders? Unfortunately, although they were angry in their hearts, in the face of a transcendent realm master, they could only rely on the 4 patriarchs. Who are you? Rain Master Mo Ping stood proudly and said indifferently. The other party was very strong, and they could not gain any advantage unless they had a few more transcendents on their side to help. I've said it before, debt collectors. The one-eyed elder's single eye looked even more ferocious. Then, seeing everyone's puzzlement, he said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, for patriarchs, noble people often forget things. Have you forgotten the Bodhi's 7 stars that you killed 100 years ago in the Bodhi ancient tree? What? The Bodhi's 7 stars. The 4 desolate race patriarchs' faces changed drastically as they seemed to recall. 100 years ago, on one of the branches of the Bodhi ancient tree, monster insects ran amok, devouring thousands of lives. Later, the 4 desolate race patriarchs joined forces to eradicate the monster insects that devoured human lives. However, an accident happened during the eradication, causing the 7 monster insects to be greatly injured, but they managed to escape. And now, those 7 people? Were they the Bodhi's 7 stars of the past? The so-called Bodhi's 7 stars were the 7 monster insects. They were the snake, scorpion, centipede, gecko, toad, lizard, and spider. These monster insects grew from the Bodhi ancient tree and had the power to devour heaven and earth. And now, it was obvious that these 7 monster insects had taken human form. Today, they had come in such a domineering manner. Their purpose was extremely obvious. They had come for revenge. You remember now, right? Hee, you didn't think that we would meet again. The one-eyed old man snorted coldly as he gazed at the astonished patriarchs, and his voice was filled with dense ridicule. Demonic insect? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. The demonic insect had transformed into a human. Today, it was likely that it had come for revenge. Today, I'm here to wipe out the 4 desolate races and take revenge for what happened back then. If God blocks me, I'll kill God. If Buddha blocks me, I'll kill Buddha. Under countless shocked gazes, the 7 old men finally erupted with surging demonic chi, as if the demon kings had descended. It looks like today's battle for the survival of the desolate race is inevitable. Although there is a great enemy pressuring us, we will bite off a piece of your flesh to destroy our 4 desolate races, even if we have to break our teeth. We martial artists never shrink from a fight. The other party had come prepared, and this battle was unavoidable. Hence, the 4 patriarchs took a step forward and shouted coldly. Although they were also transcendents, the other party's cultivation realm was the same. Furthermore, the other party had the advantage in numbers, so the outcome of this battle could be easily guessed. However, the arrow had already been knocked and had to be released. They had no way out, and could only fight with their backs against the wall. Are these still the sacred 4 desolate races of the past? Many people sighed in their hearts. The changes in the rainforest's sacred land were too great. Previously, the rise of the supernova Lin Ling had alarmed the sacred land. However, before the news could be completely digested, an unknown expert had arrived and tyrannically declared that he would wipe out the 4 desolate races. And now, the sacred and ancient 4 desolate races were like ants. All of this was too surreal, and it was hard for people to accept. The heavenly meteor era is about to arrive. Lin Ling's pupils turned solemn as he looked at the sky. He knew that not only the rainforest's sacred land, even the 6 sacred lands were about to undergo a change. Fortunately, I have greatly increased the strength of my family and friends. Otherwise, the great calamity would be even more difficult, and I'm afraid that there would be more casualties. Lin Ling muttered to himself again. He quietly held Yu Yu and the others' hands. Their hands were tightly clasped together. Die! At the same time in the sky, an evil aura rolled out. One of the old men spat out a poisonous mist at the people on the ground. Immediately, a large number of Night Clan members died. Among them, The Saint Spirit Realm experts were like ants. It was like a dream. You still have a chance to live. First, submit and become slaves for eternity. Second, show me the strength of the geniuses of the rainforest sacred land. We can send 3 people, but you can send 20. If you win, today's matter will be over. Haha, this game is pretty good, right? At this moment, the long-haired youth who had been silent all this time smiled. He tossed a copper coin in his hand as he looked at the crowd with a hint of mockery. Young master. The 7 stars Bodhi narrowed his eyes and said in surprise. Young master, are you going to intervene in this matter? Could it be that you want me to be bored and watch you play? The youth indifferently said. The 7 stars Bodhi hurriedly bowed respectfully and no longer dared to speak. It was obvious that the youth's identity was extremely terrifying. Even the 7 stars Bodhi had to give face to him. Do you dare to play? The youth opened his mouth again. The crowd below was silent. The youth's strength had reached the late stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Who would dare to play with him? Moreover, if they lost in this game, they would probably lose their lives. I hate it when people are silent because they are looking down on me. So if you don't play, all of you will become slaves. If you refuse, the rainforest sacred land will reshuffle. The youth's eyes gradually turned cold and he stopped tossing the copper coin in his hand. His words were filled with killing intent. It was as if human life was nothing more than a blade of grass or a leaf to him. He could destroy it if he wanted to. All right, if that's the case, I, Amozilong, will play with you. In the silence, a voice finally sounded. It was the Rain Clan's Amozilong. At this moment, his eyes were filled with determination. Clearly, he had no other choice. If he did not fight, the youth would probably slaughter the 4 desolate clans and even make everyone his slaves. Hence, as long as there was a chance, he would fight for it. The second dream, fight. The second dream, a genius from the Night Clan, also walked out. The youth's eyes were filled with smiles. The 6 sacred lands are a bunch of trash, but they have quite a number of beauties. All right, you can live on and be my slave. We'll talk about it after you win. The second dream replied indifferently. She took a step forward and walked side by side with Amozilong. This made many people sigh. These geniuses were fearless and unafraid of death. They were the pride of the rainforest sacred land. Go for it. Many people cheered. Those girls over there want to fight. As for the youth, his eyes wandered and landed on Yu and the rest. He smiled faintly and said, If you lose, be my slave and I'll dote on you. Previously, when the Bodhi 7 stars were fighting the 4 patriarchs, his gaze had been fixed on Yu and the rest. The more he looked, the more he liked them. Hence, he came up with the idea of having geniuses fight. He wanted to let those girls know how strong he was and be his slave. The few of you come out. Someone immediately walked out from behind the youth. With a wave of his hand, a huge spiritual energy hand grabbed at Yu and the rest. He wanted to bring them out in a domineering manner. Scram. Chapter 1038. Buddhist Saint Heaven splitting a raping. Pang, pang, pang. The sword slashed, sending sparks flying. It was as if a saw had slashed the gigantic spirit chi hand. Then, under countless gazes, the gigantic spirit chi hand was split into 2. You broke my god-slaying hand? The person who attacked narrowed his eyes. One had to know that his god-slaying hand was imbued with wood profundity. It was continuous and could slash unceasingly. However, his opponent had slashed it in half with a single slash. Many people looked at the person who attacked and realized that it was Lin Ling who had been silent all this time. I'm so excited. After the arrival of these mysterious experts, our rainforest sacred land has been suppressed. Even the 4 patriarchs were unable to gain any advantage. However, Lin Ling has finally won and brought glory to our rainforest sacred land. Many people were excited. Even the Rain Master Mo Ping smiled faintly. At this moment, he realized that his grandson was very cute. Hee, this is interesting. It seems that the rainforest sacred land is not full of trash. As for the youth, he revealed a curious look. He could see that the slash was imbued with a 2nd-level righteous profundity. It had the power to slay all evil. You come out too. Let me torture you to death. Then, the youth revealed a bloodthirsty smile. He still treated the battle as a game. Lin Ling. Many people frowned. Although Lin Ling was not considered a member of the Rain clan, he seemed to have been targeted. His outcome would probably be the same as Mo Zilong and the rest. Although the game is fun, it depends on whether you can afford to play. Pang! At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. Previously, when the youth wanted to attack the 4 desolate clans, he did not have any impulse. However, the youth ended up attacking Yu Yu and the rest. How could Lin Ling tolerate that? Furthermore, the other party was arrogant and overbearing. He wanted to see how great the geniuses from other regions were. You come out too. Pang! Lin Ling took a step forward. His cold voice floated out, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling was asking the youth to come out. The young man frowned. He was clearly very surprised. After all, he was at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, while Lin Ling was only at the intermediate stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Yet, Lin Ling had asked him to come out? Fine, you don't have to die, but you have to be a slave for 9 lifetimes. The young man licked his lips. Although he was angry, he was more interested in bloodthirsty mockery. Lin Ling, I'll accompany you. Yu Yu and the others also took a step forward and caught up to Lin Ling. Now, there were 7 geniuses from the Rainforest Holy Land. Tang Yicheng, you go out as well. The sparrow god of the sparrow tribe looked at Tang Yicheng and said plainly. Now that the other party was humiliating them, the sparrow tribe could not afford to lose face. Hence, the strongest supernova, Tang Yicheng, had to fight as well. Tang Yicheng hesitated. After all, everyone knew that this was a battle to the death. Moreover, they had no chance of winning. However, with so many eyes watching, he had to maintain a righteous appearance. Therefore, he braced himself and stepped into the battle. Me too. Following that, a large number of top geniuses from the Night Clan, Sparrow Clan and Rain Clan also stepped forward. There were a total of 20 of them. These 20 geniuses are so powerful. The crowd was excited. This battle not only represented the survival of the 4 desolate tribes, it also represented the honor of the Rainforest Holy Land. All the best. Many people began to shout loudly, their blood boiling. Youth should be like this. They should face the waves with pride. They should be hot-blooded and not afraid of strong enemies. Only by facing difficulties could they open up a wider world. The game is very simple. If you win, the 4 desolate tribes will live. We will leave this place and never enter again. And if you lose, you will all become slaves. Now, all of you will enter the ancient array. The last person to come out wins. Looking at the 20 people, the young man smiled and said, Right, I forgot to say my name. All of you are Xing Chen. If you lose, you will all become slaves. Many people's expressions turned serious. This looked like a game, but it was crueler than a game. As for the 4 patriarchs, they had ugly expressions. They could choose to refuse to continue playing, but the outcome would be a life-and-death battle with their opponents. Eventually, the 4 desolate tribes would be wiped out. Hence, they did not seem to have a choice. Wait, aren't we fighting each other? Why did we enter the array? And the array was set up by you. Do you think this is fair? At this moment, Tang Yicheng frowned and said. He made Du Xingchen toss the copper coin in his hand. You have a problem with that? His eyes looked over calmly, making Tang Yicheng's heart tremble. He did not dare to speak for a moment. Fair. I am the rule. This is fair. Du Xingchen retracted his gaze and said. How domineering. Many people secretly clenched their fists. The young man was indeed treating them as a game. Du Xingchen tossed the copper coin again and said arrogantly, This array is very simple. It is called the Provenance Heaven-Splitting Array. It is the most common array used by the geniuses where we come from. Within the array, you can attack at will and eliminate others. And the last person to come out is the winner. I believe that you bunch of ants do not know what an array is, so I can't be bothered to explain it. Du Xingchen took a large step forward and came into the middle of the crowd. His right hand quickly tapped his glabella. After about 8 taps, a blood droplet floated out. Use your soul blood to set up the array. The moment his voice faded, 2 people immediately came to his side. They tapped their glabella with their right hand as well, causing a blood droplet to float out. The 3 blood droplets fused together, causing the area around them to turn strange. It was as if they were isolated from the outside world. It's your turn. Following that, Du Xingchen looked at Mo Zilong and company. It made their expressions change. They had to hand over their soul blood to set up an array? Bastard, we are here to spar with you, not to be toyed with in the palm of your hand. One of the desolate race geniuses said indignantly. Du Xingchen was too domineering. He was toying with them like they were ants. I've said it before. You have no choice. If you refuse, then the 7 Bodhi stars will have a life and death battle with the 4 desolate race. Du Xingchen said with a sneer. It made Mo Zilong grit his teeth as he tapped his glabella. After about 8 taps, soul blood floated out. The others did the same. They represented the 4 desolate race, and even represented the sacred land of the rainforest. Hence, they could not embarrass themselves. Even if Du Xingchen's request was excessive, they had to agree with it through gritted teeth. This array is powerful. Lin Ling frowned as he tapped out his soul blood. He could sense that although the array was set up by Du Xingchen, he was too proud. Hence, he would not use any unorthodox means to harm them. Rumble. Everyone gave out their soul blood as the Provenance heaven-splitting array took shape. The entire region turned into a world of blood. The blood sea roared in the sky, while the blood sea churned on the ground. It was as if it had formed a world of its own. And outside, a person was curious, so he took a step forward. However, in an instant, his body trembled as his blood was sucked dry, disappearing into the blood sea. How terrifying. Ordinary people should not approach that array. The crowd drew a cold gasp. If that was the case, only the few people in the array would be safe. However, things were not as they imagined. At this moment, in the blood sea, everyone's bodies were trembling. It was as if their souls and blood were about to rush out of their bodies, becoming a part of the blood sea. Chapter 1039. To acknowledge a thief as one's father in our world, geniuses must possess willpower, battle intent, the heart of martial arts, and strength that surpasses those of the same age. Therefore, this formation is used to test these things. Today, we only sent 3 people, but you have 20 people. Moreover, we are younger than you. If you lose to us, then you will lose face. What use are you if you don't become slaves? Du Xingchen's long hair fluttered, and his slightly childish face carried an incomparable domineering aura. It was clear that the array formation was a competition of who could last the longest. This was a competition of will, strength, talent, and the heart of martial arts. Good luck. The outsiders cheered for Mo Zilong and the others. Don't lose. The hearts of the 4 great clan leaders were also agitated. Life and death depended on this moment. Time quietly passed. Within the Provenance Saint Heaven-splitting formation, the sea of blood roared even more violently. No. On the rainforest Holy Land side, a genius spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his entire body was sucked dry, turning into a human skin that fell to the ground. He had died, and his blood had been sucked dry. Everyone's body began to tremble. This clash of geniuses was too terrifying. The remaining geniuses had solemn looks on their faces as they fought back with their powerful strength. Wait, I can't take it anymore. I admit defeat. Another genius cried out in alarm, making many people shake their heads. The formation was continuously exerting pressure on heaven and earth, and it was indeed difficult to resist. Trash. Du Xingchen, on the other hand, appeared extremely relaxed as he spoke with disdain. You can't even last an incense stick's worth of time. You're worse than trash. A young man walked out from behind him. His hand turned into a blade and slashed out fiercely. That genius's eyes narrowed. When he wanted to fight back, he found that his opponent was too strong. In the end, his body was split into 2, and his blood was sucked into the blood sea. According to our customs, if you want to leave this formation, you have to hold on for at least the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. Otherwise, even if you admit defeat, you will die. After all, we have wasted our time sparring with you. How can we admit defeat just because we are afraid? The youth who had attacked slowly walked back. Too domineering. Many people stared fixedly at Du Xingchen and the other 2. In that case, even if Mo Zilong's side wanted to admit defeat, they would have to hold on for the time of 3 incense sticks. No. Another genius was crushed to death. Then, a large number of geniuses reached their limits and their bodies exploded, being absorbed by the blood sea. Those who remained were the true top geniuses of the rainforest Holy Land. Many people sighed in their hearts. Those geniuses were the top geniuses of the 4 desolate races. They were even more powerful than the elites of the martial arts hall. Usually, they were all powerful and famous, but today against the mysterious geniuses from other domains, they were like trash. They could not even last for 15 minutes. Can you stop it? At this moment, Lin Ling frowned. He felt as if an endless mountain was pressing down on his body, and blood was about to burst out of his body. Luckily, his foundation was solid, and this sort of effect wasn't too great. Of course, Yu and the others gritted their teeth. And Yuer's body flashed with red lightning, blocking the suction force of the formation. Lin Ling nodded. Yu and the others were very strong, so he was not very worried. On the contrary, it was Mo Zilong and the others who were worried. Lin Ling, I will hold on for 3 incense sticks worth of time. Mo Zilong sensed Lin Ling's gaze and gritted his teeth as he nodded. A world of rain appeared around him, blocking the formation's power, but it was barely enough. Lin Ling nodded again and looked at a black-dressed girl not far away. She was only at the early stages of the sacred spirit realm, but she gritted her teeth and held on. This changed Lin Ling's impression of the girl. And that girl was the second dream. The second dream might have great ambitions, but when the rainforest Holy Land encountered a calamity, she stepped forward without hesitation. Her temperament was better than many people's. Perhaps the second dream also knew that an array competition was also a competition of the Rainforest Holy Land's pride. As geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land, they could fight amongst themselves, but they could not be looked down upon or humiliated by external enemies. I admit defeat. I beg you, let me leave this place. At this moment, a pleading voice sounded. It was Tang Yicheng. And since the 15 incense sticks worth of time was not up, he would be killed if he admitted defeat. Another piece of trash. Are all the 6 sacred domains producing pieces of trash? Someone from Do Xingchen's side laughed disdainfully. It made Tang Yicheng's face turn even paler. If you want to live, fine. Be our slave. Do Xingchen still had a relaxed expression as he played with the copper coins in his hand. I agree to be your slave. Surprisingly, Tang Yicheng did not hesitate. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed. This unforeseen turn of events made everyone's pupils constrict. Tang Yicheng was too embarrassing. Yicheng, you still have the blood of our sparrow race in your body. Vermilion God felt that he had lost all his face. Previously, the desolate race geniuses would never kneel down and beg for mercy even if they were to die. However, Tang Yicheng, who they believed to be the most benevolent and righteous, was begging for mercy without any dignity. All of this was too surreal. This disgraceful fellow. I'm certain that he was the one who was trying to harm Lin Ling. We have all been fooled. Many people's expressions turned cold. Previously, Tang Yicheng had disregarded their past grudges and shook hands with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had attacked Tang Yicheng. Back then, everyone blamed Lin Ling for being too petty, but from the looks of it, Tang Yicheng was only putting on an act. After all, how benevolent could a person who was willing to kneel down and beg for mercy be? Heh, your family clan's elders are scolding you, but you are indeed a disgrace. The array formation could not prevent the voices from coming from outside, so Do Xingchen smiled faintly. He seemed to enjoy the situation where he was in control of everything. Kneel down and call me grandpa, and you can live. What? Vermilion God's pupils constricted. His grandson wanted to kneel down and call Do Xingchen grandpa? How dare you? Vermilion God roared. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yicheng, who was in the array formation, knelt down with a plop and kept shouting to Do Xingchen, Grandpa! Although it was very humiliating, for Tang Yicheng, his life was obviously more important. Moreover, things had already turned out this way. Since he was going to become a slave, he might as well do it thoroughly. Dang dang dang. Vermilion God took 3 steps back. His face was extremely pale. He had embarrassed the entire Vermilion bird tribe. The funny thing was that before, he was still complaining that Lin Ling had not given him face and had attacked Tang Yicheng. However, now he knew that Lin Ling should have attacked him. His grandson had concealed too much. He was not a benevolent person at all. On the contrary, he was a sinister junior. In order to survive, he had acknowledged the enemy as his father. Shut up, You bunch of old fogies. I've had enough of you old fogies acting all high and mighty. My life is in my control, not yours." At that moment, Tang Yicheng stood up and looked coldly at the crowd outside the array formation. His words made those people grit their teeth. Tang Yicheng was indeed despicable. Chapter 1040. Proud of you worse than a dog or a pig. Many people shook their heads coldly. Tang Yicheng was worse than a dog or a pig. After all, the sparrow race had nurtured him, and everything he had was given to him by the sparrow race. However, the sparrow race was not willing to clash head-on with Lin Ling for him, yet he blamed the sparrow race. Such a person was heartless and only thought of himself. Even a dog or a pig was better than him. Following that, many people looked at Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was frivolous and overbearing, he was magnanimous. He was much better than Tang Yicheng. "Since you are our slave, you can leave the array formation." However, Dou Xingchen laughed. To him, this was too interesting. It was extremely rare for a grandson to defy his grandfather and call him grandfather. With that said, Tang Yicheng left the array formation. And the path he took to leave was the blood-colored bead in mid-air. Moments later, Tang Yicheng appeared in front of everyone. However, he quickly shot towards the Bodhi 7 stars. Clearly, he knew that he had angered everyone, so he immediately found a backer. Unfilial son, unfilial son. Everyone from the sparrow race gritted their teeth. After all, the Bodhi 7 stars wanted to wipe out the 4 desolate races. However, Tang Yicheng had acknowledged the traitor as his father. Furthermore, he had done it in front of everyone. In this world, strength represents everything. This is what Lin Ling taught me previously. And now, I have the strength to control everything. Tang Yicheng smiled faintly. Although he was a slave, he now had a stronger backer. Hence, he was somewhat happy and even proud. He knew that the sparrow race wanted to kill him, but they could not. "Heh, you sure are cunning." The Bodhi 7 stars sneered. Although they despised Tang Yicheng, they were still protecting him. After all, using him to anger the 4 desolate races was not a bad idea. Many people retracted their gazes and no longer looked at Tang Yicheng. Instead, they looked at the array formation and saw that there were fewer and fewer people in the array formation. 3 incense sticks time is up. Someone shouted. This meant that even if the rainforest sacred land's genius admitted defeat, they would not need to die. The second dream, you won't be able to hold on for long. Leave this place. Lin Ling looked at the second dream. If it was any other time, he wouldn't have cared about the fate of the second dream, but now, his view of the second dream had changed. "I know, but I want to surpass myself." The second dream gritted her teeth and spoke in a resolute voice. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The second dream was much better than Tang Yicheng. Puff. In the end, the second dream failed. Blood spewed from the corner of her mouth and her face was pale. It was a sad yet beautiful sight. At the same time, Lin Ling subconsciously took a step forward and came behind the second dream. With a gentle slap, the second dream was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. The second dream's eyes narrowed. She had risked her life to hold on for 3 incense sticks time. She did not embarrass the rainforest sacred land. But when she was exhausted, Lin Ling sneaked an attack on her. Lin Ling had always hated her. Even if she tried to make it up to him secretly, it was useless. Perhaps this is my fate. The second dream closed her eyes. Sorrow and a deep sense of loss rose in her heart. One had to know that she used to be a genius. But Lin Ling had ruined everything for her, including her cultivation. She had to cultivate again. Otherwise, she might not have reached the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. But now, Lin Ling still wanted to destroy her. However, just as she was thinking about this, her body suddenly relaxed, and the mysterious pressure disappeared. When she opened her eyes, she immediately discovered that she was already outside the formation. "He's sending me out." The second dream's heart pounded violently. She had wronged Lin Ling before, but Lin Ling didn't blame her anymore. She couldn't help but feel an indescribable joy in her heart. Even when she had suddenly improved her cultivation, that joy wasn't as strong as it was now. The second dream. You were already exhausted. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, you might not have been able to walk out of the array. Yi Ming from the Night Clan hurriedly supported the second dream. Although the second dream had failed, it was a glorious defeat. At least she had fought with her life to protect the dignity of the rainforest's sacred land. Thank you. The second dream looked at the handsome young man in the array. Hong Yin's mouth opened slightly. Mo Zilong, go out. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know what was going on outside. He looked at Mo Zilong and said indifferently. The latter had also reached his limit. Mo Zilong smiled bitterly. He wanted to represent the rainforest's sacred land to defeat the geniuses from other regions, but he had failed. He had indeed reached his limit. I won't be unreasonable. Lin Ling, I'll leave the rest to you. You must win. Mo Zilong began to bleed from the corner of his mouth, but in the end, he strode towards the blood-red pearl and disappeared into the array. In this way, only Lin Ling, Yu, and the others were left in the array. Do your best. You're the only ones left in the rainforest's sacred land. Looking at the determined figures, the crowd's hearts surged. At the moment when the enemy was suppressing them, all the geniuses were suppressed and humiliated. Only Lin Ling raised the flag and supported the entire rainforest sacred land. Do your best, Ling. Rain Master Mo Ping also looked at Lin Ling excitedly. For the first time, the two words Linger came out of his mouth. For the first time, he regarded Lin Ling as his grandson. Moreover, he was the grandson he was most proud of. All of this was too surreal. One had to know that when Lin Ling arrived at the Rain Clan, Rain Master Mo Ping was arrogant and serious. He didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. He didn't even care about his name. However, his grandson had extraordinary perseverance. Even though he was looked down upon by the whole world, he still gritted his teeth and stubbornly moved forward. In the end, the entire Rain Clan accepted him wholeheartedly. He let Rain Master Mo Ping know that he was wrong. Sorry, Lin Ling. We were wrong. On the Rain Clan side, everyone clenched their fists tightly. Their fists were trembling. The geniuses of the 4 desolate clans had all failed. Only the youth, who they did not treat as a relative, was supporting them and fighting for them. Do your best. Everyone from the Rain Clan cheered loudly. There were even some people whose eyes were moist. Ling, our mother is proud of you. Behind all the Rain Clan's clansmen, Mo Nianchen had also left the Ice Valley. She came to the Rain Clan's valley and witnessed everything with her own eyes. She was more excited than anyone else. In the past, her family looked down on her son, but today, her family was proud of her son. This honor made even her feel extremely proud and proud. Lin Ling, do your best. Do your best. Other than the Rain Clan's people, the others were also excited. At this moment, the youth's figure had left a heavy shadow in their hearts. At this moment, the pressure from the blood sea in the array was increasing. However, Lin Ling's eyes were resolute. Endless fighting spirit spewed out. The 100,000 small worlds in his body burned at the same time, blocking the blood sea's pressure. This child is so powerful. Over at Du Xingchen's side, the 3 of them frowned. Now that the pressure from the blood sea was increasing, it was difficult for them to withstand it. However, their opponent was just a puny junior from the 6 sacred regions. Yet, he was able to withstand everything. Young master, I'll go test his strength. Yes. Chapter 1041. 100 Flowers Bloom Rumble. Countless black balls appeared. They were the most mysterious dark energy. Then, they shot towards Lin Ling like a swarm of locusts. Despicable. Many people outside shouted coldly. Lin Ling was resisting the pressure of the array, but that person was attacking Lin Ling, making it difficult for Lin Ling to resist. However, they had always thought that Lin Ling's strength came from his own power. They weren't familiar with Lin Ling's strength. One had to know that that person was only in the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. He wasn't qualified to challenge Lin Ling. Peacock protection. At this moment, colorful lights appeared. Yu Yu's body emitted a holy aura, making her seem like the most beautiful peacock goddess. Those lights surrounded Lin Ling, blocking everything. Extreme realm. And Yuera's eyes were full of killing intent. At this moment, she seemed to have turned into an ice fairy. If someone wanted to make a move on Lin Ling, that would be touching her reverse scale. The red lightning shot out, making the young man's pupils dilate. The girls around Lin Ling were very powerful. What made him angry was that they were all helping Lin Ling. This made him jealous. Bang, bang, bang. The red lightning collided with the mysterious black balls. Spirit chi intertwined. At the same time, the colorful peacock light shrouded the area. What was extremely mysterious was that after the light shrouded the area, the red lightning suddenly split into 2, then 4, and became even larger. A rain of lightning appeared. What kind of light is that? How can it increase the attack power of others? The young man's heart trembled violently. Du Xingchen's eyes also lit up. He looked at Yu with excitement. That girl's innate talent seemed to be able to increase the attack power and defense power of others. It would be great if he could get her. Pisces under the heavens. Just at this moment, another shout rang out. The ancient black and white fish appeared, forming a Tai Chi vortex. Those black balls seemed to be unable to control themselves as they rolled towards the Tai Chi vortex. What was strange was that after the dark profound was absorbed, a white ball of light appeared. Then, it swept towards the young man who had made the move. The Tai Chi whirlpool seemed to be able to turn the opponent's attack into its own. Snake transformation. At the same time, an ancient demonic chi bloomed. The seal gate appeared, and a huge white snake slithered out. It was like a snake or a dragon, majestically swimming in the air towards the young man. All of the heaven's favored daughters took action, and the strength they displayed shocked the world, blooming like 100 flowers. So, the real geniuses of the rainforest Holy Land. The crowd became excited. All the girls around Lin Ling were extremely powerful, which made them both surprised and envious. Because all these beautiful and powerful girls only had Lin Ling in their hearts. No! Yu and the other heavenly beauties joined forces. They could even kill a late Holy Spirit Realm expert, let alone a middle Holy Spirit Realm expert. Therefore, the young man who attacked Lin Ling let out a terrified cry before he was drowned by a huge amount of spiritual chi and disappeared. We won! Many people waved their fists in the air. Ever since the experts from other regions had arrived, the Rainforest Holy Land had never won, even after sending out the 4 clan leaders. However, Lin Ling had killed one of them and won a match, raising their morale. Now, with the help of the geniuses, they had regained some ground. We won! Yu and the other heavenly beauties looked at each other. They were extremely excited. The feeling of fighting side by side was great. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled faintly as a sense of honor rose in his heart. This was because they were the last line of defense that blocked the first wave of attacks from the Heavenly Fall era. You're ugly. If they hadn't helped you, you would have been dead. What else can you do besides relying on women? Another young man in the middle Holy Spirit realm behind Du Xingchen said disdainfully. Lin Ling didn't fight at all. He didn't look like a man at all. Relying on women is what he's relying on. Du Xingchen said casually as he tossed the copper coins. The crowd outside fell silent. Even though they won the previous battle beautifully, it was undeniable that the people from Constellation were right. This made Lin Ling feel a little embarrassed. Who cares? He's not a gentleman. He's just an arrogant and overbearing person. So, why should we care about face? Soon, someone spoke up for Lin Ling. Shame on you. You're just a good-for-nothing who relies on women. The young man who spoke was still disdainful. The corner of his mouth was full of mockery. Is that so? Lin Ling nodded calmly and unsheathed the sword in his hand. I didn't attack before because it wasn't my turn to attack. Even you don't have the right to make me attack. However, your words carry a hint of provocation. Fortunately, you succeeded in provoking me. Then what do you want? The young man snorted disdainfully. Kill you. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. His sword was like a ray of light that came from the horizon. His murderous aura filled the air and formed a huge sword of killing. However, killing wasn't the only thing. Boundless righteousness also appeared. One was righteousness and the other was evil. Although they seemed to be opposing each other, they were ingeniously fused in the sword. Life and death sword, sky-cleaving sword. The sword light was black and white. Black represented murderous aura and white represented righteousness. It fiercely slashed toward the young man. A destructive sword aura bloomed. This was the sword of killing aura that Lin Ling had used when Annuaire was besieged. At that time, he didn't hide his murderous aura. He only wanted to kill all the enemies. However, after killing all the enemies, he realized that he didn't need to suppress his murderous aura. As long as his righteousness was stronger than his murderous aura, the murderous aura would never be able to affect him. Lin Ling's righteousness had reached the second level. Therefore, he fused his murderous aura and righteousness together to form the current life and death sword, sky-cleaving sword. Righteousness was Lin Ling's forte. Murderous aura came from the ancient flame devil. The fusion of the two swords would definitely cut through everything. It reached the third level of the life and death profound. This was the fusion of the first level of killing aura and the second level of righteousness. Hong Tian, be careful. At this moment, Dou Xingchen was no longer throwing copper coins. He anxiously shouted. The third level of the martial profound was very powerful. As for the young man who spoke, his pupils constricted. He wanted to say something, but it was too late. The sword pierced through him, causing his pupils to condense there. However, in the next moment he rapidly aged. His hair and teeth fell out, and his face was full of wrinkles. No! He let out a frightened voice. He was only 16 years old. How could he become old? His vitality has been taken away. Dou Xingchen saw everything. He watched as the young man gradually aged and finally turned into a pile of bones. He was affected by the murderous aura before he died. Tell me, I rely on women. Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out from the ancient blood sea formation. Dou Xingchen's face instantly turned ugly. Rely on women? It was obvious that Lin Ling didn't want to fight before. After all, he killed with a single sword strike. Amazing! The people outside trembled violently. Then, excited voices rose and fell. Although they didn't care about Dou Xingchen's mocking words, Lin Ling proving himself was undoubtedly better. This was like a slap to the proud Dou Xingchen. It seems that you are the strongest. Chapter 1042. A fierce battle Hong Long Long. The ancient spirit array grew even larger, and the sea of blood began to spread from the bottom of their feet. The blood-sucking pressure grew even stronger. Yu Yu and the others also focused and resisted with all their might, but their pretty faces gradually turned pale. You guys leave, Lin Ling said indifferently. The spirit array was several times larger than before. But Yu Yu and the others were unwilling, but Lin Ling nodded at them. Don't worry, I will win. Yu Yu and the others knew that they wouldn't be able to last until the end if they stayed, so they all shot towards the blood-red beads. After all, most of them were only at the early stage of the Saint Spirit realm. In this way, only 2 geniuses were left in the Provenance Saint Heaven-splitting array. Lin Ling, you can do it. The crowd outside was silent, and everyone clenched their fists nervously. However, on the surface, Lin Ling was at the intermediate stage of the Saint Spirit realm, while Dou Xingchen was at the late stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Obviously, Dou Xingchen had a higher chance of winning. Crash! The sea of blood was still roaring, and it had already spread to Lin Ling's knees. Not far away, Dou Xingchen was also in the same situation, but he still casually tossed the copper coin in his hand and said indifferently, Your martial Dao heart is very firm, stronger than the previous geniuses, but you are too weak. You can't beat me. Is that so? This ancient spirit array is not only a battle of strength, but also a battle of wills. Can you beat me? Lin Ling said indifferently. The two's gazes collided in the air, and invisible sparks blossomed, causing the sea of blood to erupt with waves. So powerful. Any Saint Spirit Realm Master would die if they entered that ancient spirit array, but they are so young, and yet they can hold on for so long. The spirit array was the strongest battlefield for cultivators below the transcendent realm, but they could only look up to it, never step foot into it. Time passed quietly, and the sea of blood had already spread to Lin Ling's chest. Once it drowned him, even the Daluo immortals wouldn't be able to save him. When he arrived at the capital star, his expression became serious. This young man Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. His foundation was solid, and his martial arts heart was too firm. Now, the sea of blood had spread to his chest. If he didn't retreat now, he would be in danger too. This was like a dream. It should be known that there were very few people in the Void Star Divine Palace who could resist him for so long. Most of them would admit defeat when the sea of blood reached their knees, but there was actually someone from the tiny 6 sacred domains who could resist him until now. Lin Ling was very difficult to deal with. He knew that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Looks like you'll have to play along with me. Fine, I'll go to Xingchen and see how much courage you have. Dou Xingchen coldly snorted. He didn't believe that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of death. He slapped out with his right hand, causing the sea of blood to roar even more violently, and the speed of its submersion increased. This was a race between the two of them against the god of death. It was a race to see who would retreat first, and whose will was stronger. So ruthless. The hearts of the four patriarchs trembled fiercely as they increased the speed of the sea of blood spreading. Du Xingchen was digging his own grave, but he was worthy of being called a genius. Not only was he not afraid, he was even braver as he fought. This kind of genius who was vicious to himself was undoubtedly the most terrifying. However, Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. At this moment, Du Xingchen's sneering voice rang out. "What, are you afraid now?" "Afraid." Lin Ling nodded and stretched out his right hand, slashing forward with his sword. "You're not qualified to compete with me." Rumble. The sword didn't slash at the sea of blood, but at the blood pearl in the sky, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Destroying the blood pearl was equivalent to destroying the exit. Then, Lin Ling and Du Xingchen would both die. After all, without the exit, no matter how strong they would be submerged by the sea of blood. This kind of ruthlessness was terrifying. Du Xingchen thought that by increasing the speed of the sea of blood, Lin Ling would be afraid of him. But who knew that Lin Ling's will was even more terrifying and ruthless than his, directly destroying the exit. Du Xingchen sucked in a breath of cold air. Madman, he had met a madman. "What, are you afraid now?" Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. This was what Du Xingchen had asked him before, and now, he was asking Du Xingchen in return. At the same time, the sword in his hand slashed out again. Crazy. Du Xingchen's face turned pale. He saw cracks appear on the blood pearl, and finally, after a moment of hesitation, his body shot out toward the blood pearl. He had admitted defeat. With the exit destroyed, how could he live? Lin Ling wanted to die with him and see who could last longer in front of the Grim Reaper, but he had admitted defeat. He didn't dare to continue playing. All of this was very ironic. He was the one who suggested the game, but he was the one who ran away. The moment he shot toward the blood pearl, Lin Ling smiled faintly, and his body shot out like a sword. Pa! In the outside world, Du Xingchen's footsteps sounded. His body appeared, and because he had rushed out anxiously, he knelt on the ground powerlessly. However, his face was ferocious. He had lost. Behind him, Lin Ling calmly walked out. His black robes made him look like a king descending, causing countless people to gasp. Then, the sound of cheers that soared into the sky rose and fell one after another. Lin Ling represented the holy land of the rainforest and won. Good job. Rain Master Mo Ping was so excited that his eyes were wet. He didn't realize that the usually serious him was also excited at this moment. All of this was because of the grandson he had looked down on the most. As for the 7 stars Bodhi and Tang Yi Cheng, their complexions were incomparably ugly. They thought that with their young master moving out, no one in the tiny rainforest Holy Land would be able to stop them. However, the rainforest Holy Land had actually sent out a nameless youth to ruthlessly crush their young master, causing them to lose all face. This was simply a disgrace. Their young master could lose to anyone, but how could he lose to a piece of trash from the rainforest Holy Land? If they knew that Lin Ling was the king of saints, they definitely wouldn't be so surprised. Is Lin Ling that terrifying? As for Tang Yi Cheng, his heart was in turmoil. He had always thought that he was the #1 genius of the rainforest Holy Land, but this was all wishful thinking on his part. Lin Ling's strength had exceeded his imagination. Excited voices continued to rise one after another. Du Xingchen lay on the ground, his body trembling. Humiliation. A great humiliation. When my copper coin stops, everyone will die. Suddenly, Du Xingchen stood up with a ferocious expression on his face. He couldn't swallow this insult, especially when the cheers of the ants around him were like slaps to his face. What qualifications did these ants have to be proud and complacent? One had to know that he was the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace. A copper coin floated out of his hand and landed on the ground, constantly spinning. When the copper coin stops, everyone will die. The crowd stopped cheering as their eyes widened. This powerhouse from another domain had gone back on his word. Du Xingchen and the others had arrogantly said that as long as the young master of the Rainforest Holy Land won, they would leave and never come back again. However, even though the young master of the Rainforest Holy Land had done his best to win, the other side still wanted to kill them. "You're all shameless." Someone angrily shouted. Haha, game, do you know what a game is? It's playing your game, but in the end, you'll still die. The Bodhi 7 stars and the others all laughed. They had been waiting for their young master to say those words. A game, everyone was being toyed with like a game. In reality, their end had already been decided, and that was death. Chapter 1043. King of Kings, how long are you going to play with us? Everyone roared. The 4 patriarchs' faces were cold. The other party had gone too far. Haha. However, the 7 stars Bodhi and the other old men laughed even louder. They seemed to enjoy the crowd's anger. Du Xingchen slowly stood up as if he had washed away the humiliation from before. He looked at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's angry face. Defeat me? It's not that easy. Du Xingchen's arrogant voice floated out. Do you really think I'll let you go just because you defeated me? Naive. His cold voice filled with killing intent fell on Lin Ling. Countless eyes also looked at Lin Ling. Most people were unwilling for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had won. But why did he have to die? Why did everyone have to die? Why did this battle have to happen? I'm naive? Lin Ling's face was extremely calm. He knew that the Heavenly Fall era was coming, so he knew that the Rainforest Holy Land was going to be reshuffled. Therefore, he wasn't surprised at all. Lin Ling was even more used to Du Xingchen going back on his words. He had seen many people like this over the years. Do you think I'll let you go just because I won? Lin Ling's calm voice floated out, but it was filled with killing intent. Du Xingchen didn't plan to let him go, but Du Xingchen forgot one thing. Lin Ling didn't plan to let him go either. Because the Heavenly Fall era was coming, the experts from the other regions only had one goal, and that was to massacre the 6 saint regions. What? Du Xingchen's eyes narrowed, and a murderous look appeared on his face. He thought that Lin Ling would regret it, or even be afraid. However, Lin Ling said that Lin Ling didn't plan to let him go either. Du Xingchen's arrogance in front of Lin Ling made him look like a dancing clown. When the copper coins stop, all of you will die. Humph. Lin Ling softly said, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. Lin Ling, how arrogant. Even the 4 desolate race patriarchs drew a cold gasp. Previously, they were worried about the lives of the desolate race, while the experts of the other regions were dominating everything. However, only now did they realize that Lin Ling seemed to be the king, dominating everything. 4 desolate race patriarchs, hold back the 7 stars Bodhi. Leave the rest to me. Lin Ling's voice floated out again, causing everyone's heart to tremble violently. Leave the rest to Lin Ling? That was a total of 3 transcendent realm masters. When he arrived at the capital star, his expression was ferocious. He was the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace. Others would fear and respect him when they saw him, but in Lin Ling's eyes, he was like a mouse that was being hunted down. This. The 4 desolate race patriarchs opened their mouths, but no words came out. Where did Lin Ling's confidence come from? They looked at each other and then nodded excitedly. Previously, when they were fighting the 7 stars Bodhi, they were suppressed because they had fewer people on their side. But now, with Lin Ling's help, they were not afraid of the 7 stars Bodhi. Lin Ling, whatever you say. Rain Master Mo Ping shouted happily, causing the Rain clansmen to blink. They felt that everything was unreal. Their patriarch, Lin Ling's grandfather, was actually obeying Lin Ling's orders. Haha, Rain Master Mo, you have a good grandson. I'm so fucking jealous. Today, if your grandson can lead us to kill all the enemies, I don't mind acknowledging your grandson as our leader, shouted Feng Bo loudly. He was in high spirits, as if all the grievances he had suffered before had been alleviated. Lin Ling is my grandson-in-law. Peacock Deity also laughed loudly. Rain Master Mo Ping looked at his old comrades who had fought alongside him for many years. All of them were fond of his grandson, and an inexplicable sense of jealousy rose in his heart. Lin Ling was his grandson, but in the mouths of these old comrades, he had become their grandson. All of you scram. Lin Ling is my grandson. Rain Master Mo Ping shouted sternly. He was a rigid person, so he could not even tell that his old comrades were joking. Kill! As for the rainforest's sacred land, the atmosphere was inexplicably raised. Everyone was boiling with excitement. So powerful. The 7 stars Bodhi saw this blood-boiling scene and their hearts trembled violently. Their gazes finally landed on Lin Ling. That youth was only 20 years old. He was dressed in a black robe and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face had an otherworldly aura, and his nose was extremely straight. He had a desolate aura. It was such a young fellow, but he had strangely raised the rainforest's sacred land's morale. Was this the so-called aura of a king? It was said that in ancient times, there was a saying about the King of Kings. The King of Kings was hidden among the common people, but once he rose, he would command all the kings. He would be able to turn the tide and kill all the enemies. This kind of King of Kings was not obvious at the beginning, and would only bloom in a moment of life and death. A single sentence could affect the entire situation. For example, the rainforest's sacred land. Previously, this place was lifeless and everyone was being played around like ants. However, after that handsome youth walked out, a single sentence from him caused the entire rainforest's sacred land's morale to rise. It was like a battle between two armies, a single sentence from a king deciding life and death. Can you kill us? Taking a deep breath, the one-eyed old man among the 7 stars Bodhi said indifferently. Only now did he realize that the rainforest's sacred land was not the 4 patriarchs, but the most terrifying was that youth. Yes. Lin Ling softly replied. His expression was still calm, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. Then I'll kill you first. Kill. The 7 stars Bodhi seethed with anger. Lin Ling's appearance was too calm, so calm that it made them feel like they were ants. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Kill. There were not many people on the 7 stars Bodhi's side, but all of them were top masters. The crowd below stopped shouting and their eyes narrowed. They were here. Those who are not invincible in the Saint Spirit realm, don't go. Patriarchs of the 12 great desolate races, go. Kill. As the astral wind blew from the sky, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His long hair danced wildly as he waved his right hand. 12 zodiac human array. Kill. Lin Ling coldly shouted again. Hong long long. In the distance, 12 ancient beasts appeared and occupied a part of the world. Although there were no transcendents in this array, they were invincible in the Saint Spirit realm. 49 flame array. Fire demon descends. Kill. Hong long long. In the sky, the Saint Spirit realm experts took a mysterious step and formed an ancient flame demon that could hold up the sky. The aura in the sky surged, causing the eyes of the 7 stars Bodhi to narrow. Human array? The rainforest sacred land actually had a human array. In this way, the combat strength of our side won't be much weaker. The spirits of the 4 great patriarchs rose. They took a big step forward and shot towards the 7 stars Bodhi. At the same time, the giant fire demon in the sky also strode towards the 7 stars Bodhi. The sky had become a battlefield for transcendence. No wonder you were so confident. It turns out you were hiding such a method. But don't you think too highly of yourself? You can't stop us with this. 7 stars Bodhi. Kill that youth. Kill. Chapter 1044. Dominator. Heh. You are not as strong as I imagined. The 7 stars Bodhi and company regained their composure as they sneered. The 4 desolate race patriarchs and the fire demon array could block 5 of them, and the 12 zodiac behemoths could block 1 of them. However, there was still 1 person left who was enough to wipe out everything. Dang! One of the Bodhi's 7 stars had transformed into a giant spider, falling down like a dome. Moreover, an endless stream of spider silk gushed out from its body. Each strand of spider silk carried with it the aura of profound mysteries. It was extremely powerful. Just him alone was enough to wipe out everyone. At this moment, countless people looked at Lin Ling, who was leading them. They were worried, but when they saw Lin Ling's lack of fear in the face of danger, they felt a surge of confidence. In this short period of time, they had already treated Lin Ling as their king. I think too highly of myself? Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling remained unperturbed. With a wave of his left hand, an ancient bronze lamp appeared. He handed it to Anuere. As she had obtained the treasure with him, she roughly knew how to use the bronze lamp. I'll leave the remaining person to you. There's no need to save the number of times you use the ancient Buddha lamp. Even if you destroy the lamp, you will make these cruel and unscrupulous enemies pay the price. Lin Ling said coldly. All right. And Yuer gave a delighted smile as she received the bronze lamp. Following that, she gently blew at it, causing ancient Buddha flames to appear. They were mighty and holy. Chi, 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 chi. The green flames surged out, and when they made contact with the spider silk, they immediately incinerated all the spider silk in the world. It was extremely terrifying. What? In the sky, the 7 stars of Bodhi sucked in a breath of cold air. What a scorching flame! Then, he sensed that the flame was pouncing towards him. Moreover, it had an innate majesty that made his mind tremble. That was the Buddhist lamp. After all, he was a Fae, and Fae charms were most afraid of righteous Buddhas. Run! Without a second thought, the 7 stars Bodhi reverted to his human form and frantically retreated. However, he was still too slow. As he had underestimated his enemy, he was still entangled by the ancient Buddha flames. Hence, his body was being burned by the green flames that could not be extinguished. This. Everyone's eyes widened. Before this, the baleful aura of the Bodhi's 7 stars billowed forth, wanting to slaughter all life. However, Lin Ling made a move. He only used an ancient lamp, and the baleful aura of the Bodhi's 7 stars turned tail and fled. Moreover, it fled at an extremely fast speed. Its panicked cries shook the heavens and earth. All of this was too surreal. Previously, the experts from other regions thought that Lin Ling was overestimating himself. But now, no, Lin Ling had absolute confidence. What a scary little devil. The 4 patriarchs' pupils also constricted. Aside from Lin Ling's powerful influence, he actually possessed such a treasure. Where did this little guy go and come back? Why did he have so many things that did not exist in the rainforest's holy land? Don't lose face, especially you, Rain Master Mo Ping. Your grandson is more capable than you, said the peacock god to Mo Ping. Mo Ping pulled a long face. Even though he pulled a long face, he was overjoyed. No matter what, his grandson was the one who could control everything. He had his blood in his veins. Kill! Kill! The morale of the 4 patriarchs soared, while the Bodhi's 7 stars and the others panicked. Lin Ling was indeed terrifying. He could control everything by himself. Then, they looked at the Bodhi's 7 stars wrapped in flames, and their pupils trembled. The Bodhi's 7 stars with the body of a spider monster had already lost its vitality. It fell from mid-air. Its body burned into nothingness. Terrifying. What kind of lamp was that? Although they were all transcendent realm masters, there were still differences between the strong and the weak in this realm. They were obviously not as strong as the old tomb's yen, and most importantly, they were monster beasts, so what they were most afraid of was pure strength. So how could they resist the ancient Buddhist flames? If the Buddhist flame was not so ancient and could only be used a limited number of times, Lin Ling would have dominated the entire battlefield today. Amazing! Again. Good. And Yuer was overjoyed. She blew the ancient Buddhist flame at the other Bodhi's 7 stars, causing them to tremble subconsciously. This girl was even more terrifying than the 4 patriarchs. All of this was ironic. One had to know that after the Bodhi's 7 stars arrived, they looked down on everyone with a mocking attitude. Even the patriarchs of the 4 desolate races were toyed with and suppressed by them. However, the one who ended all of this was a nameless youth. They had been paying attention to the 4 patriarchs, but had forgotten to pay attention to that youth. The battle in the sky had undergone a drastic change compared to the previous battle. On Dou Xingchen's side, Tang Yicheng's face was extremely pale. He believed that he was extremely intelligent and had the ability to adapt according to the situation. That was why he had chosen the foreign masters. However, in just half an hour, the battle had proven that he had made the wrong choice. The foreign masters were retreating in defeat. He had chosen the wrong side. All right, it's your turn, the first foreign genius of the Heavenly Fall era. All right. Amidst the fierce battle in the sky, Lin Ling still stood coldly on the ground, looking indifferently at the stars. Dou Xingchen's eyes narrowed. Indeed, he had received the order from the Void Star Divine Palace to massacre the 6 sacred regions. It was just a small interlude when he was bored. However, he had not expected Lin Ling to know about this. Who told you that? Dou Xingchen said coldly. You don't need to know that. You only need to know that I have prepared a lot in order to welcome the Heavenly Fall era. Although the 6 sacred regions are indeed insignificant compared to the other regions, we also have courage. How can you destroy us as you wish? Lin Ling's light shout caused many people's eyes to flicker, especially the 4 clan patriarchs. Their hearts trembled fiercely. Perhaps others did not know what the Heavenly Fall era was, but as the 4 clan patriarchs, they naturally knew. However, they had always thought that it was just a rumor. They had never thought that it would be true. Their rainforest sacred land was about to be massacred. He has prepared a lot in order to welcome the new era. Rain! Mo Ping murmured as he looked at the huge human formation and the ancient Buddhist lamp. He suddenly realized that his grandson had grown up, and it was a growth that exceeded his imagination. Yes, although we are weak, we also have courage. How can you destroy us as you wish? Kill! Kill! The peacock deity roared, his aura becoming even crazier. Ants also had their own dignity. Even if they died, even if they were swallowed, they would break the enemy's teeth. You made a mistake by underestimating the 6 sacred regions. Therefore, as the first batch of warriors to come here for a massacre, you only have one fate: death. Die! Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards Dou Xingchen. Dou Xingchen's body trembled with anger. They were invaders, so they should be like celestial emperors controlling the lives of ants. But now they were more like ants. So the strongest in the rainforest sacred land is not the 4 desolate clans, but you. You are the king of the rainforest sacred land. But very well, I want to see how great the #1 genius of the rainforest sacred land is. Chapter 1045. Half-demon, an ant's resistance is indeed powerful, but an ant is still an ant. 3 moves. I'll kill you in 3 moves. If I fail, I'll represent the Void Star Divine Palace and never allow anyone to invade the rainforest sacred land again. Dou Xingchen's arrogant voice floated out of his mouth as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. His long hair danced in the wind as the mysterious runes on his body became clearer. He closed his eyes, giving others a feeling of holiness and evil charm. Floating. He floated in the sky with his hands spread open. This was the Void God physique. Countless stars appeared in the sky. They were extremely bright and gave people a feeling of incomparable tranquility. However, the people below felt their mouths go dry. The more tranquil it was, the more terrifying they felt. What was that? Void light. Finally, a cold voice floated out of Dou Xingchen's mouth. He was still in a half-demon half-god state, but his voice carried the might of the heavens. Chi-chi. Above his head, endless light shone down. Mysteriously, the sky seemed to darken, and only the top of his head was shining. The light descended from the sky and enveloped the earth. What a powerful innate emperor physique. The 7 stars Bodhi and the others sneered. That was the Void Star Divine Palace's peak astral physique. He could borrow the starlight in the sky to annihilate all life. Although Dou Xingchen was weaker than them, they knew that in terms of talent, Dou Xingchen was much more terrifying than them. Dou Xingchen's only weakness was that his cultivation time was too short. He was only 16 years old. Everyone below the transcendent realm will die. The one-eyed old man said with murderous intent. Once the void light appeared, it would annihilate all life. Now that everyone in the rainforest sacred land was dead, the patriarchs of the 4 desolate races were no longer a concern, especially the handsome young man. They knew that he was the king of all, so his fall was the most important. Kill him. Kill! The 7 stars Bodhi and the others roared in unison. The battle had reached its climax. One was the young master of the Void Star Divine Palace, while the other was the rising king of the rainforest sacred land. The battle between the dragon and the tiger would determine the final outcome of the battle. Chi-chi-chi. Endless light shone down and the earth became riddled with holes. Nothing could block the light. Many people's bodies were penetrated and died. 12 people come quickly. Tion. The heavenly concubine anxiously shouted. She told the human formation in the sky to block the light. The light was too terrifying. It could destroy anything. You've angered me, so when I said I'll kill you in 3 moves, I meant that you won't be able to last 3 breaths of time. The young man floated in the sky like a void god. His long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were still closed, but his cold voice drifted out. Whoosh! In midair, Lin Ling shot over like a meteor. I'm at the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm, and I have the 4th level of the Star Profound. That half-divine and half-demonic voice once again floated out from the young man's mouth, making people feel like they were bowing down in worship. I come from a 6-star saint realm, a disciple of the Void Star Divine Palace. That place is not a world you can understand. Ant. Accompanied by that domineering voice, the light shot towards Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's body to tremble. Was this an all-encompassing light? However, the light only caused him to pause for a moment. The 100,000 small worlds in his body erupted at the same time, shooting towards the void god once more. Although the starlight could destroy everything, the heavenly treasures Lin Ling had eaten in the ancient tomb were not for nothing. Those treasures had allowed Lin Ling's body to reach an unprecedented level of toughness. Baptism light. Sensing that Lin Ling was still shooting towards him, the void god softly said again, "Chi Chi." The starlight in the sky suddenly changed. It no longer covered the earth, but turned into a beam of light that shot towards Lin Ling. The pressure on the crowd below was greatly reduced, but they were still nervously looking at the sky. They were cheering in their hearts. "Lin Ling, you can do it." This was a battle between the top geniuses of the two saint realms. "Lin Ling, you can't lose." And Yue and the others held each other's hands. They knew that if Lin Ling fell, the Rainforest Holy Land would be consigned to eternal damnation. This battle was a battle of honor, a battle of life and death. Millions of lives were tied to Lin Ling. Those geniuses who were previously jealous of Lin Ling, as well as the various major powers, all had their hearts on Lin Ling's side. Fight! He could not lose. Rumble! In the sky, the deathly starlight grew even larger, sealing off everything. The 4 patriarchs were worried, but they could not divert their attention to help Lin Ling boom. With another loud sound, the huge beam of starlight shot down, enveloping Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to disappear from everyone's sight. The beam of light was like the finger of a god, still shooting forward, causing the earth to shake violently. A 1,000-mile-wide crater appeared, and the beam of light continued to shine in the sky, causing the crater to seem as if it was about to reach the ground. How terrifying! Everyone's faces turned pale. Could Lin Ling still be alive? That terrifying attack power was probably enough to sweep through any Saint Spirit Realm expert. Leader! The Flame Legion's array formation had already dispersed, and everyone looked at the sky with worry. Lin Ling! Everyone! Could it be that the Heavenly Fall era had arrived, and no matter what they did, it would be useless? The Heavenly Fall era has arrived. How can you defy the heavens? In the sky, the Void God was still as divine as ever, and he looked like a half-demon. His ancient bloodline gave him the power to dominate the entire world. Why can't I defy the heavens? However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded in the sky, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lin Ling was still alive. The 4 patriarchs had already stopped fighting, and they were all in high spirits. As for the Void God, his eyes slowly opened, and he was clearly very surprised. It had to be known that he was a rare genius in the 6-star Saint Domain, and he had defeated countless Saint Domain experts. However, in the unknown 6-star Saint Domain, a young man had blocked his starlight destruction. I don't care where you came from, and I don't care what your goal is, but this is my home, and my family is here. Even if I die, I will protect everything. Boom! At the same time, under the terrifying starlight, a sudden change occurred. Surging flames appeared, causing the sky to change color. An ancient flame emperor elephant appeared, and its hair stood on end, as if it was the wrath of a king. You've already talked enough. What killing me in 3 moves? What coming from the bullshit Void Star Divine Palace? What coming from the heavens to destroy the sacred land of the rainforest? Enough, everything is enough. You, go to hell and talk to King Yama. Boom! A giant fist of flames descended, and that giant fist was like a meteor, burning everything, causing the starlight to erupt with flames. 4th level fire profound. The Void God's eyes widened. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling because he knew that Lin Ling's strength was only at the 3rd level. However, he had never imagined that Lin Ling would have the 4th level, and it was the extremely terrifying fire profound. Fire and starlight were the most extreme energies in the world, and it was also the most difficult to increase one's strength. As a genius of the Void Star Divine Palace, aside from the fact that his cultivation had progressed quickly, he had also comprehended the 4th level of profound. But who would have thought that the tiny 6 Saint Domains would also have such a master? Great World Annihilation Baptism Light. Boom! The void god no longer had the sacred and demonic attitude he had before, and he anxiously shouted, "Rumble!" In the sky, starlight constantly intertwined, condensing into an even larger beam of light that collided with the fiery fist. Boom! Chapter 1046. Will of Fire. Pang pang pang. Under countless gazes, the Flame Emperor Dharma idol appeared, as if it had come from the earth. The fiery fist punched out, and in front of the Flame Emperor, the half-demon half-god hollow spirit appeared, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were slightly closed, and the divine starlight pillar of destruction appeared behind him to collide with the fiery fist. What a powerful force! Is this the strongest collision below the transcendent realm? The crowd was excited. Who would win and who would lose? You won't be able to hold on for long. My Tao is the same as yours, but my cultivation realm is higher than yours. At this moment, the half-demon half-god's voice rang out in the sky, as sacred and proud as ever. Yes, Lin Ling is only at the Saint Spirit intermediate stage. If this goes on, Lin Ling won't be able to hold on for long. The crowd's face stiffened. In the sky, the starlight was getting bigger and bigger, and it seemed to be suppressing the fiery fist. Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land, but he was still weaker. Lin Ling! The 4 patriarchs shouted anxiously, but they were stopped by the 7 stars Bodhi and the others again. Chi chi chi! At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed as he sensed that his own flames were also being shot into nothingness by the starlight. Du Xing, a top genius from another domain, was really powerful. The Rainforest Holy Land was only one of the 8 sacred domains. In terms of inheritances and cultivation resources, Lin Ling had no advantage at all. However, Lin Ling had no choice but to fight with his back against the wall. He didn't have a powerful background, an endless supply of cultivation resources, or an ancient inheritance. All he had was his firm will. Just like in the previous collision of spirit arrays, Lin Ling's will surpassed Du Xing's. I can't lose. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with madness. He had forgotten about his own safety as he stared at the fiery fist that was still flying towards him. It was the Flame Emperor's fist. Flame, the combination of 2 flames. The flames rose and the flames rose. Staring at the burning flames, Lin Ling's eyes seemed to see something. This was the transformation of fire, adding fire to fire. This was flame. Flame had existed in heaven and earth since ancient times. It seemed to be extinguished, but it was everywhere. There was an ancient saying, flame without fire, which meant that flames that had disappeared from heaven and earth were reborn. In ancient times, heavenly fire would descend and burn the earth, but with the passage of time, the flames, and the heavenly earth. Fire, fire, people, flame. It. He. Two. The. Chi. At the same time, all the flames receded like a tide. The crowd's pupils shrank. Had Lin Ling reached his limit? It seems that your weak cultivation is your shortcoming. You have lost this battle. You can't change this heavenly fall era. You can't reverse this heavenly fall era. His aura. A huge starlight appeared above his head. It was as if he had opened a door to the starry sky. Lin Ling, I have to say that you are very strong. You counterattacked again and again. You almost made me waver. Unfortunately, it was just a flash in the pan. Now you are going to die. Everyone will die. Those below the transcendent realm will die under the starry sky. The void god used his strongest trump card. The whole sky turned into a starry sky. The earth seemed to have disappeared. It was incomparably terrifying. Even the 4 patriarchs narrowed their eyes. Although the void god was not at the transcendent realm, he was definitely invincible in the Saint Spirit realm. His talent came from the inheritance of his bloodline. It was too powerful. A flash in the pan. The earth turned into a starry sky. Everyone questioned themselves. Was all their resistance a flash in the pan? Would they still be unable to escape death in the heavenly fall era? A sense of loss and depression spread among the crowd. Boom. However, at that moment, in the sky, Lin Ling, who had already lost his flames, once again burst out with flames. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's will was very firm. Even if the heavens wanted to destroy him, he would still continue to fight. Is it still the same method as before? The void god said in a contemptuous voice. He had seen through Lin Ling's methods. Of course it was true. In terms of cultivation, Lin Ling was inferior to him. In terms of the martial Tao, Lin Ling was equal to him. So, how could Lin Ling defeat him? I said that I will defy this heavenly fall era. It is like my will. It is like the will of fire. Even if it is extinguished, even if it disappears, it still exists. Fire has never disappeared. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The flames on his body became more and more vigorous. The void god smiled again. However, this smile did not last long because he sensed that Lin Ling's flames were becoming more and more vigorous. The extinguished flames were reignited and became even more terrifying. Everything was like the will of fire, just like Lin Ling's will. How is this possible? This is the profound of fire. Adding fire to fire, it is getting stronger and stronger. Who are you? The void god said in a surprised voice. I am Lin Ling. I don't have a strong bloodline. I don't have a strong background. I only have a will that does not fear the heavens and earth. Lin Ling took a step forward and shouted coldly. The sky suddenly changed. In the starry sky, ancient flame emperors appeared. Moreover, it was not just one, there were 8 of them. They were like the strongest war gods who had conquered the north and south. They ferociously punched towards the starry sky. Boom! Flames exploded and the starry sky turned into a world of fire. 5th level profound of fire. Flame Emperor's fist. Pop! 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 The starry sky collapsed. The void god's eyes widened. Those 8 fists burned everything, even the heavens and earth. Lin Ling's profound of fire had broken through to the 5th level at this critical moment. This was too frightening. It had to be known that comprehending profound of fire was much more difficult than increasing one's cultivation base. However, Lin Ling had succeeded. The void god was not qualified to call himself a genius in front of Lin Ling. Was he going to be defeated? Why would he be defeated in the tiny 6 saint domains? He had a powerful bloodline and endless cultivation resources. But why couldn't he compare to an ant from a rural area? That's right, it was his will. He did not have Lin Ling's will to perish together with his opponent. That was the will of fire. The Void Star Divine Palace will not let you go. The 6 saint domains will be destroyed. The Void God said one last time before he was drowned in endless flames. Flame Emperor's fist burned everything. Rumble! The illusory starry sky world shattered and disappeared. The sky reappeared, and everything was the same as before. Everyone looked as if they had just survived a calamity. Under the rolling dark clouds, a black-robed youth stood indifferently. Flames spewed out from his body, making him look like the Flame Emperor. Lin Ling had won. Chapter 1047. Defeated like a collapsing mountain, Lin Ling. Many people excitedly looked up at the sky. There was a black-robed youth with a sword in his hand. This was a shocking sight. This youth was only 20 years old. At this age, he was considered a martial artist who had just stepped through the door of martial arts. However, this youth had accomplished what countless people could only do in their lifetimes. He was fully deserving of being the #1 genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lin Ling has won. Go back and kill. Kill! The 4 patriarchs were shaken and their auras surged. In the most crucial battle, Lin Ling had turned the tables. They could not afford to lose. He's dead. As for the 7 stars Bodhi and the others, their faces were pale. The #1 genius of the Void Star Divine Palace had died. How could they report back? Suddenly, they looked up at the arrogant black-robed youth in the sky and their hearts trembled. Perhaps this youth was only at the middle stage of the saint spirit realm, but in their hearts, he was like the most mysterious cloud in the sky. They couldn't see through him and even felt fear. Perhaps in their hearts, Du Xingchen was their king, someone who could never be offended. However, Lin Ling had killed him. Thus, the shadow that Lin Ling had left in their hearts was even greater. Run! Run! Defeated like a collapsing mountain and their king had fallen. How could they have the strength to continue fighting? They all wanted to run away, but how could the 4 patriarchs let them off so easily? At this moment, the 7 stars Bodhi and the others' auras were greatly reduced. In addition, there were less than 7 of them to begin with. If the 4 patriarchs didn't seize this opportunity, they would be fools. Wild rain. Rain Master Mo Ping shouted. His body disappeared into the curtain of rain in the sky. He looked down from above and his leg chopped down like a battle axe. A torrential storm appeared. This was a terrifying martial mystery. In the next moment, a painful roar resounded. The 7 Stars Bodhi's one-eyed old man's leg had been cut off. He frantically ran away without the slightest will to continue fighting. In the past, they had escaped from the rainforest Holy Land under the joint efforts of the 4 patriarchs. This proved that their hearts of martial arts were not firm and they were afraid of death. Today, they were running away again. Unfortunately, if they didn't run, they wouldn't have died so quickly. However, running had sped up their deaths. 90,000 Phoenix Gods. The peacock god let out a low roar. Incomparably bright light appeared, and thousands of peacock gods seemed to appear in the sky. It was like a dream. Then, they all slapped out like peacocks spreading their tails, seriously injuring another Bodhi of the 7 stars. After Lin Ling won, the 7 Stars Bodhi and the others were all afraid of Lin Ling. The crowd looked at the one-sided battle in the sky. They felt like they were in a dream. Sure enough, the battle between Lin Ling and Du Xing had ended. This meant that the battle was over. Lin Ling was indeed a key figure. No. In the sky, the 7 Bodhi stars roared in pain and anger as they gradually fell from the sky. Before they died, they stared at the black-robed young man standing proudly and deeply remembered him in their hearts. The black-robed young man was indeed the most important person. In the sky, the smoke gradually dispersed. The great battle had ended, allowing the earth to finally welcome peace. Lin Ling. But an instant later, loud shouts sounded one after another. Everyone looked at the black-robed young man with long hair, their hearts beating like thunder. In this battle, Lin Ling had become the #1 king of the rainforest sacred land. He deserved it. Especially Yu Yu and the others. At this moment, they were still holding hands, but their eyes were looking at Lin Ling. This scene was familiar. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom in the past and the rainforest sacred land today. The location was different, but the people were the same. That unyielding young man had done it again. It's over. In the sky, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His strength had increased again, and at the same time, he had witnessed the geniuses of stronger regions. In this battle, he did not use the ancient flame devil, but he still won. This victory was of great importance. It also represented Lin Ling's will and fighting spirit. His gaze quietly landed in the distance. There, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and smoke billowed. But as time passed, the dark clouds quietly dispersed, revealing a patch of blue sky. It was so pure, so exciting and so hopeful. It was hope. As long as he never stopped fighting, as long as he never gave up, then hope would appear. I can't defy the heavens? The Su Xing Divine Palace destroyed me in 3 moves. What a joke. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand. More cheers followed. Then they heard Lin Ling's proud voice. When the copper coin stops, the battle will be over. At this moment, the copper coin that had been thrown out by Do Xing Qin lay quietly on the ground. Everything was so ironic and shocking. Just as Lin Ling had said, when the copper coin stopped, all the experts of the other regions would die. This was not a joke, but Lin Ling's promise. In the distance, Tang Yicheng's body trembled. Terrifying, too terrifying. Lin Ling had actually won. He had destroyed Lin Ling in 3 moves. Even he felt that this was a joke. Lin Ling could not be defeated. Lin Ling's unyielding will was too terrifying. Tang Yicheng. At this moment, a loud roar came from Lin Ling's mouth. You tricked me before. Now let's see how you'll trick me again. Tang Yicheng. On the ground, everyone's gaze swept across the smoke-filled sky and landed coldly on a white-robed youth. That youth was very handsome. Compared to Lin Ling's otherworldly handsomeness, he belonged to the category of handsome men who would be remembered with a single glance. Moreover, it was a kind of feminine beauty. Unfortunately, this kind of handsomeness was very ugly at this moment. Previously, everyone had seen how Tang Yicheng had acknowledged the enemy as his father. Moreover, he had been polite on the surface, but secretly, he had schemed against Lin Ling. This kind of person was extremely shameful. Now, Lin Ling had allowed Tang Yicheng to trick him again. Everyone wanted to see how Tang Yicheng would trick Lin Ling. Tang Yicheng. In the sky, Lin Ling's long robes fluttered in the wind. He gently took a step forward, and a cold voice came out. With just one step, Tang Yicheng's handsome face trembled violently. Lin Ling's step was in the sky, but it seemed to penetrate Tang Yicheng's eyes. With a boom, Tang Yicheng's mind was shaken. That step seemed to penetrate his flesh and blood, stomping heavily on his heart. It made his Dantian Saint platforms tremble violently, as if they were about to collapse. It was too terrifying. It was just one step, but it was so terrifying. Perhaps, the shadow that Lin Ling had left in his heart was too heavy. After defeating Du Xingchen, he was completely afraid of Lin Ling. Grandfather, I was just using a trick of injuring myself to gain the enemy's confidence. With the enemy invading, the 4 desolate races will definitely be annihilated. As a member of the rainforest's sacred land, how can I allow others to trample on my dignity? Therefore, I retreated in order to advance. I used the trick of injuring myself to gain the enemy's confidence, so that I could find an opportunity to lead everyone in a counterattack. Tang Yicheng did not dare to look at Lin Ling again. His eyes looked sincerely at the ground below. He seemed to be proving that he had indeed used a trick of injuring himself to gain the enemy's confidence. Chapter 1048. Before, I was just an ordinary person. Tang Yicheng spoke again, his face filled with determination. It was as if he had paid a great price for the rainforest. However, below the ground, there was only silence. The crowd sneered. Even now, Tang Yicheng still wanted to deceive everyone? How hypocritical, how shameless, how treacherous. Everything for the rainforest, who would believe him? Grandfather, you don't believe me? Tang Yicheng saw that everyone was silent and couldn't help but anxiously shout. Even his eyes were moist, as if he had been wronged. I don't believe you. However, below the ground, the peacock god coldly replied. If it weren't for the previous matter, he would have believed his grandson. However, after being deceived once, how could he allow himself to be deceived a second time? A wolf in sheep's clothing could only catch a sheep. The flock of sheep would not be deceived again. The earth was completely silent. Everyone used silence to express their emotions, and that was disbelief. Pah! At this time, Lin Ling took another step forward, causing endless ripples to appear in the sky. Tang Yicheng's body trembled. Lin Ling was getting closer and closer. To him, each step felt like a year. He anxiously said, Lin Ling, I am now a member of the Void Star Divine Palace. That place is even more powerful than the rainforest's sacred land. Do you dare to touch me? Clearly, his ruse had failed, so Tang Yicheng had to resort to threats. However, was threats useful? Void Star Divine Palace? Sorry, I killed one before. Lin Ling's cold voice came from the sky. His expression was as calm as an ancient well, except for a thick killing intent. He had said before that if Tang Yicheng dared to trick him, he would die without a doubt. Retreat! Tang Yicheng subconsciously wanted to take a step back. However, just as he was about to retreat, Lin Ling's cold gaze landed on him. He didn't display any aura or strength, but this calm gaze caused Tang Yicheng to lose control of his body. He was so afraid that he didn't dare to retreat. It was obvious that he couldn't summon the slightest bit of courage to resist Lin Ling. This was very ironic. Not long ago, he had thought that he was the #1 genius of the rainforest while Lin Ling had risen like a dazzling star. He had wanted to become the person behind the scenes and steal Lin Ling's glory, so he had secretly attacked Lin Ling. But now, regardless of whether others would admit it or not, even he himself admitted that he was inferior to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, Tang Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Yicheng, Tang Yicheng. Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Tang Yicheng, Yicheng, Tang Yicheng trash pa. Lin Ling was silent as he took another step forward. This step was more powerful than any words. It was as if he was stepping on Tang Yicheng's heart, causing it to stop beating for a moment. Indeed, the silent and cold Lin Ling was even more terrifying. At this moment, Tang Yicheng's mind was also rumbling like thunder. It was as if the entire world had disappeared, leaving only the cold and indifferent black-robed youth. He suddenly felt that provoking Lin Ling was the worst mistake he had ever made in his life. You tricked me. Finally, Lin Ling spoke, but his voice was as deep as thunder, causing Tang Yicheng's pupils to constrict. That voice was like a thunderclap that struck his Dantian Saint altar, And in the end, he let out the most painful cry of his life. His Dantian Saint altar was completely shattered, causing him to sweat profusely and blood to spurt out from his mouth. Embarrassing, you have no fighting spirit. The sparrow deity, however, shook his head. He knew that Lin Ling hadn't used his full strength, and everything was caused by Tang Yicheng's own heart demon. Because of fear, because of his fear of death, when Lin Ling took that step, his mind collapsed. This was their sparrow race's new superstar. Shame, he couldn't even compare to Rain Master Mo Ping's cheap grandson. Spare me, I was wrong. I really wanted to harm you, I just wanted everyone to think that I was the #1 genius. I was really wrong. Yes. Tang Yicheng bowed and begged for mercy, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yes, he was afraid of death, so he was afraid of Lin Ling. But in the end, death won over his fear, and at this moment, he calmed down. He wanted to escape from the rainforest's sacred ground, go to the Void Star Divine Palace, and tell the experts there that Lin Ling had killed Do Xingchen, and he wanted revenge. Hence, when he begged for mercy, his body instantly moved. However, just as his feet moved, a figure akin to the Grim Reaper appeared in front of his eyes. A strong gust of wind assaulted him as the shadow of a leg viciously kicked out like a blade. With a bang, the tyrannical force caused Tang Yicheng to be like a cooked prawn. His body arched, and in the next instant, his body flew out like a cannonball, smashing into the ground. If you have a problem with me, then we can fight openly. Victory or defeat depends on ourselves, but what I hate the most is people who don't dare to fight and only know how to hide in the back and scheme. Of course, this isn't worth me slowly torturing you to death. The most important thing is that when the Rainforest Sacred Grounds calamity approached, you were the first person to acknowledge the enemy as your father. Even the second dream, who I hate the most, is stronger than you. That's why I'm torturing you to death. A cold voice resounded in the sky and entered Tang Yicheng's ears. Below, many people sneered coldly. Previously, when the enemy came, the geniuses of the Rainforest Sacred Ground didn't fear death. They resisted the enemy head-on and didn't lose their dignity. However, Tang Yicheng had lost more face than anyone else. Moreover, everyone could see that if Tang Yicheng won today, the ones who would be tortured to death would definitely be them. Because Tang Yicheng was such a person. Torture him to death. Many people waved their fists and shouted. That's right, Lin Ling was torturing Tang Yicheng to death. Although it seemed cruel and merciless, no one thought so. Because this was Lin Ling, magnanimous and magnanimous. He could kill 10,000 people in a fit of rage, but he could also save 10 million people in a fit of rage. Shill. Just as Tang Yicheng's body was about to hit the ground, a figure shot out like a sword. In mid-air, the figure grabbed Tang Yicheng's neck and lifted him up high. Tang Yicheng struggled with his hands and legs. His face was pale, and he no longer had that handsome appearance. He also didn't have that confidence that he had everything under control. In front of Lin Ling's absolute strength, any of his schemes were like paper. Even his crafty schemes couldn't block Lin Ling's fist. Lin Ling, you've killed too many people. You'll definitely have a heart demon. You're the son of the devil. From the moment you were born, you existed to kill. Tang Yicheng couldn't even make a sound of pain. He could only speak these words with difficulty. Perhaps he also knew that he was going to die, but he wanted Lin Ling to bear it all. Ha ha! Ha ha! On the ground, Lin Ling's right hand was still holding Tang Yicheng's neck high. He laughed, but his laughter was very radiant, very pure, and even very clean. I used to be an ordinary person. Ha ha! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted, burning Tang Yicheng. Chapter 1049. Fighting side by side, everything he did was to protect, to have a clear conscience, to live a carefree life. He, Lin Ling, had never killed, nor had he become a demon. In this world, it was difficult to judge whether it was right or wrong, good or evil. All one needed to do was to have a clear conscience and live a carefree life. A person's life was like a mayfly's dream. Everything was like Lin Ling's principle. The world's winds and clouds come from my generation. Once I enter the pugilistic world, time passes quickly. Life is nothing more than a drunken life. This was Lin Ling. The smoke in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing the blue clouds. The earth gradually calmed down. Countless gazes looked at the proud young man. Many people smiled faintly. At this moment, they seemed to be somewhat familiar with the newly risen king. He has changed his view of me. Yes. In the distance, the girl in the black dress looked at the young man who was as dazzling as a star. She gradually smiled, causing the members of the Night Clan to be secretly shocked. This was the first time they had seen Second Dream smile. This girl, who was as mysterious as the night, seemed to be smiling for Lin Ling. Ling my son. Yes. Mo Nianchen also smiled at her son. She was gratified and proud. She had never thought that there would be a day when her father, the four desolate clans, would be led by Lin Ling to fight against foreign invaders. If Lin Ling's father was here, she felt that he would be even prouder than her. Haha, we won. Haha. Finally, someone cheered. The entire land was filled with joyful laughter. The feeling of surviving a disaster was too wonderful. Flame Legion, today your name will shake the sacred land of the rainforest. Yes. Turning around, Lin Ling looked at the familiar figures on the ground. Then he smiled. His smile was as clean and bright as ever. The moment he raised his sword, the Flame Legion members were excited. They knelt down on one knee. Leader! Leader! The earth-shattering roar rang out. Many of the Flame Legion members' eyes were wet. A long time ago, the youth had told them that one day, they would be able to laugh proudly in this world. And now the youth had done it. He had made them the strongest faction in the rainforest. This sense of honor from fighting side by side, this sense of teamwork from following Sir to the north and south, was too exciting. Besides them, the Saint Spirit Realm student who had defeated the fire demon was also very excited. They had studied all their lives, but today, they could finally accompany Lin Ling and become famous in the rainforest. Flame Legion. Yes. Many people's hearts were shaken. In today's great battle, that terrifying army had displayed a strength of great importance. It was deeply engraved in their hearts and would even enter the annals of the rainforest's holy land. This brat, he raised a bunch of people who aren't afraid of death. The four clan leaders smiled faintly. Before this, they had also seen that if it wasn't for the Flame Legion, more people would have died today. If it wasn't for the Flame Legion, they wouldn't have had enough people to stop the enemy. The Flame Legion was good, and the only person who could have led this Iron Blood Legion was that arrogant young man. Lin Ling's gaze fell on the four clan leaders. He smiled warmly. The four clan leaders had also contributed a lot. Lin Ling also liked the feeling of fighting side by side. Hee, although you're much younger than us, to be praised by you, I don't know why, but I feel a strong sense of pride in my heart. Feng Bo replied with a smile. He was a little excited, and so were the others. All of this felt like a dream. With their seniority, they were already used to being flattered and praised by others. However, no amount of praise could compare to a single sentence from Lin Ling, and you. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and the others. Yu Yu smiled. Under Lin Ling's leadership, this group's sense of honor was even stronger. Perhaps this was the feeling of home. Lin Ling. The earth let out a loud cheer. In the distance, many people were also watching. Although they didn't know what Lin Ling looked like, Lin Ling's name was known by everyone. The student has surpassed the master. Rain Master Mo Ping sighed as he looked at the distant young man. In the end, he smiled and sadly turned to leave. It seemed he didn't dare to face his grandson. Rain Master Mo Ping. But at this moment, a cold shout rang out. Rain Master Mo Ping's body trembled. He stopped and slowly turned around. He knew that Lin Ling was angrily shouting at him. As expected, Lin Ling was going to settle accounts. Fighting side by side with you feels pretty good. However, the moment he turned around, he saw a bright smile. The young man shrugged and said to him with a smile, "You stinking brat." Rain Master Mo Ping's heart seemed to have been shattered. His grandson didn't seem to blame him anymore. Instead, he told him that it felt good to fight side by side with him. This simple sentence almost made him cry. In the end, he couldn't help but curse in anger. This made his three old companions burst into laughter. Perhaps only the three clan leaders knew that the serious Rain Master Mo Ping must be incomparably excited and proud at this moment. And in order to hide his emotions, he couldn't help but curse. Play by yourselves. Rain Master Mo Ping angrily turned around and left with large strides. However, the moment he turned around, no one saw that his old eyes were already wet. That sentence of fighting side by side was more precious than anything else to him. It also meant that his grandson didn't have much resentment towards him. Father. At this moment, a soft voice floated over. It was Mo Nianchen. Chen, perhaps I was too strict with you in the past, but time has proven that you were right. Having a high starting point doesn't mean that you can reach the highest point. The most important thing for a person is their unyielding will, their teeth clenched, and their bones stubborn. This is the most important thing. I'm old now, and my vision was a bit blurry in the past. Father. Rain Master Mo Ping's old voice floated out. He finally apologized. And at this moment, his figure seemed a little lonely. But his spine was still like a pillar, supporting the heavens and stepping on the earth. Maybe he was too snobbish, but everything he did was for the Rain clan. So he apologized, but he was still magnanimous. Father. Father. Mo Nianchen's eyes were wet. After so many years, her father had finally apologized. This was the first time he admitted defeat. And Lin Ling smiled faintly as he watched Rain Master Mo Ping leave. In truth, he still didn't like Rain Master Mo Ping. But after all, that old man was his mother's father. And even if he didn't like Rain Master Mo Ping, he couldn't deny that Rain Master Mo Ping was a magnanimous old man. Wanting face no matter what, suffering for nothing. The three clan leaders looked at Rain Master Mo Ping and couldn't help but laugh. But in their hearts, they were moved because they knew that to make the solemn Rain Master Mo Ping say those words, it meant that Rain Master Mo Ping had admitted his mistake. That old man was just like that. He was stubborn all his life and was too arrogant. Today, his grandson had created an impressive battle record. The old man was happy and proud for his grandson. But because his grandson wasn't raised by him, he didn't have the face to see his grandson. But no matter what, Lin Ling's words were too precious to Rain Master Mo Ping. Everyone disperse.